Hi everyone, please subscribe to my channel. Blood Immortal. See playlist for other chapters and novels. Join now our Telegram channel now and enjoy exclusive early access. t.me/blood_immortal_official. I do not translate the novels. Credits goes to original translator and author of the novel. I only make it as an audiobook so it would be easier to just listen while doing other things. Credits goes to the author of the novel. I convert stories to audiobook for mental health, for multitasking purpose, for accessibility and time saving. Listening to audiobook is also beneficial for people who have disability. It improves our listening skills and improve our English comprehension, vocabulary and other things. So, thank you for listening. Thank you and thank you very much for your support. Chapter 241 Sun Paladin. The moonlight was shining brightly in the mountains and forests, like large flakes of white feathers falling to the ground. Under the watery moonlight, the wide road through the mountains and forests looks like a giant khaki dragon. The 500 knights all looked solemn, each of them looked like a revived god of war, dressed in iron armor, shining with the unique cold light of metal. Each pair of armor had sword marks on it, flowing with the imprint of the years, recording their past glory. This is the famous Sun Knights of the Western tribe. They used to slay gods and demons in ancient times. Although most of the former knights are long gone, their armor has been passed down from generation to generation. This is a kind of honor and a kind of honor. Becoming a Sun Knight is the dream of many men in the Western tribe. The 500 knights gathered together with awe-inspiring murderous aura, soaring straight into the sky. This kind of momentum can be described as breathtaking and frightening. They either carried golden spears or two-handed swords, and each of them had a faint blood lingering around them. It could be imagined that they were all powerful cultivators who had experienced countless blood baptisms. Their long golden hair fluttered in the light blood mist, shining like sunlight. None of their mounts are ordinary, or they are sub-dragons covered in scales, earth dragons, or strange beasts like giant winged leopards. Shocking, the impression of the 500 knights is not only shocking but also shocking. Xiao Chen, Dugu Sword Demon, Niu Ren, and Jin Sinyi had retreated far away. Watching silently from afar, they all felt that the combat power of these 500 knights was unimaginable. They seemed to be able to sweep away all obstacles. Zhao Linner was surrounded by 500 knights, and the snow-white little Pegasus was carved out of beautiful jade, and it glowed softly under the moonlight, making it even more extraordinary. Farewell to Long Island. 4 years have passed. Xiao Tianma has grown to the size of an ordinary horse, and is becoming more and more handsome. Sitting upright on it, Zhao Linner looked extraordinary and beautiful under the hazy moonlight. It could be seen that she had a high status in the team, and 500 knights guarded her like stars holding the moon. This made Xiao Chen silent for a while. The grievances between him and Zhao Linner are already hard to tell. After the mediation of Lan Nuo, a generation of Tianzhao Fairy, it is no longer easy to face each other. When I saw her again, I didn't expect that she would get such a status. The princess who was born in the royal family was really extraordinary. Isn't this that little girl Zhao? I noticed it when I was on Long Island. It's really extraordinary. Niu Ren shook his huge horn thoughtfully. As for the Dugu Sword Demon, he just glanced at Zhao Linner, and then turned his attention to the 500 knights. You, tell me, is that, the little Pegasus and, the little donkey good enough? And, the little girl who rides, the Pegasus, is it good for me? Niu Ren curled his lips, and said mercilessly, stop daydreaming, the whole toad wants to eat swan meat. This is not called a dream, this is called you have ideals, have ambitions. Jin Sinyi narrowed his eyes bemusedly, and said, no. I haven't heard that the great man said, talk about it, have you said it? No, don't want to eat swans clams, toads, no, not good toads. 500 knights guarded Zhao Linner, and when they passed the battlefield just now, they stopped immediately. Even though it was an air battle just now, the residual energy flow has not completely dissipated and rippled to the ground. And the masters among them were aware of the anomalies in this world as early as the end of the battle, but they didn't want to be troublesome and didn't come to spy. The 500 knights all held spears and swords, and stood on guard cautiously. Finally, they did not set off again until 3 old knights stepped forward to lead the way. It's just that everyone took up weapons, and the spirit of killing rushed to Xiaohan. The vigilance is really high. Xiao Chen looked at their retreating backs and said, I'm afraid something big will happen. That's the Sun Knights. The silent Dugu Sword Demon only uttered these few words. So far, everyone has understood that they are definitely the people of the Roman Empire of the 5 hegemony countries. The Roman Empire is a country ruled by religion. But it does not believe in the only God. Several major religions take turns to control the destiny of the country, and the monarch is appointed by those popes. The Sun religion, which is a symbol of light and holiness, is one of several major political sects. The Sun supreme God is sometimes called the radiant holy God. The Sun Knights are the guardian knights of the Sun cult, and they once shined brilliantly in the First World War. Ba ba, ba ba, ba ba, the overlord country. Are you going to go to war? Jin Sanyi was keenly aware of something. Seeing from afar the gates of the capital of Yin opened wide, a group of people came out to welcome the 500 knights into the capital of the great merchants. Brother, 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 let's go, to sell tiger skins. Take me, I'll take you to a good place to have fun, and it's the legendary Gods and Gods, God Village, maybe, Bubbles, I want a fairy to be my wife. For the so-called legendary Shenkyun, even the cold Dugu sword demon was very interested, and few of them had any objection, and rushed 100 miles away with Jin Sanyi. It's just that, when they arrived at the location, they found that the so-called village of gods had nothing to do with gods. This was a mass grave, with graves everywhere, lit with will-o'-the-wisps, and the emerald green flames were especially fierce in the middle of the night. In the distance, there were all kinds of inexplicable whining sounds, coupled with the occasional stepping on the bones exposed on the ground. This place is really not a little bit airy, it's like a ghost land. Here. That piece of God village is drifting, according to, it is said that it will be over this area in the near future. The Red Dragon King, the Black Dragon King, and the little donkey carried their masters into the sky, and Xiao Chen just followed behind them. The sky was light and clear, and there was nothing abnormal. The stars were shining, and the moon was hanging high. The so-called Shenkyun was not found at all. Stuttering and fooling us again, you are really sorry. No, I heard from an old uncle teacher, there is absolutely nothing wrong. But no matter how they stammered and explained, none of them found out where Shenkyun was, and they had to leave in the end. But when everyone flew more than 10 kilometers away, they suddenly felt waves of fluctuations in the sky, and a large black cloud drifted past, covering the stars and the moon in an instant, making the mass graves in front of them pitch black, with no light to be seen. This is the village of God you mentioned. Xiao Chen, Dugu Sword Demon and others were acutely aware that the endless dark clouds in the sky were definitely not simple, and they were overwhelming. They did not rush forward recklessly, but chose to observe from a distance. Crack, crack, crack. Huge lightning bolts danced wildly outside the dark clouds. Each silver snake was as thick as a small mountain, and it was infinitely more terrifying than ordinary lightning bolts. It is conceivable that if you rush over rashly, you will definitely be wiped out by lightning strikes. The wretched man shrank his neck and stammered, "Look, it seems that there are restrictions. No, we can't go up there. No matter how you look at it, it looks like a magic village." Curiosity is curiosity, but the few people don't want to make fun of their own lives. Although they wanted to go up to see what happened, they finally chose to retreat in the face of the terrifying thunder and lightning. Brothers again, goodbye. When I finish selling the white tiger skin with the God-given pattern, I'll go to find you to share dividends. The wretched man Jin Sanyi slipped away on a little donkey. Dugu Sword Demon didn't say anything, and let the Red Dragon King fly into the deep mountains, while he galloped towards Yindu like a floating light. He would not leave the capital of Dashang Kingdom in a short time, and Zhang Sanfeng's 3 pieces of sword intent attracted him. Niu Ren patted the Black Dragon King and said, "Don't fight with the Red Dragon King, go to another mountain range." He wasn't afraid that the Black Dragon King would suffer. After all, he and the Dugu Sword Demon were not enemies. If the Black Dragon King used the Dragon Clan's holy sword to really kill the Red Dragon King, he might have to face the Dugu Sword Demon in the future. Dragon Kings don't necessarily have to face each other life and death. In the end, a few will survive. It's not the time for you to have a decisive battle. Niu Ren was very sympathetic to the tragedy of the dragons, and spoke to comfort the Black Dragon King. Finally, a ray of black light flew towards the distant mountains. Niu Ren looked at Xiao Chen and said, "You should leave Yindu as soon as possible. The strong tiger was slaughtered by us. In this case everyone will suspect that it has something to do with you. It's okay, just change your face. Yindu may be very lively, I don't want to leave." Xiao Chen let Niu Ren go first, and then he unfolded the magic power of the 8-phase world, and merged into the night sky from another direction. In the early morning, a gorgeous morning glow gushes out from the east and falls into Yindu, and a new day begins. Today, doomed not to be peaceful. In a wasteland outside the west gate of the capital of Yin, the half-destroyed body was recognized as the half-god tiger of the Zongtuhu family. A demigod just died like this. When the news was sent back to Yindu, many people immediately had various associations. The Hu family is definitely a super noble family in Middle-earth. It has a long heritage and its strength is unpredictable. Some people dare to pull out their teeth. What a courage it is. As long as the ancestor of the Hu family, the Bai Hu Shengwang, exists for a day, they will definitely be the most difficult giant clan in the world. You must know that the White Tiger Sacred Emperor was able to stand against the real king of the Dragon Clan and even once challenged the Buddha. Although he was not victorious, he retreated completely. Thinking about what happened recently, Xiao Xiaoshui naturally became the object of everyone's suspicion. Many people are secretly guessing that perhaps Xiao Xiaoshui's supernatural powers can really overwhelm a demigod, and the terrifying supernatural powers can completely fight across levels. Many people think that it is very likely that Xiao Xiaoshui killed the strong tiger. Of course, some people doubted that no matter how powerful Xiao Xiaoshui was, he was just a young master who knew the state of Tibet, and it was impossible to kill a demigod. This must be a conspiracy. Some old masters killed the strong tiger to deliberately disrupt the situation and take revenge on the Hu family. Some people even suspected that Xiao Chen had reappeared. Although it was said that he died that night 3 years ago, no one had ever seen his body. Many people speculated that Xiao Chen led the master to revenge. For a while, rumors arose and everyone talked about it. And another big event was also spread among the descendants of the various families in the capital of Yin. The saint of the sun god sect of the Roman Empire came to the capital of the great merchants under the escort of 500 knights. Although it is only spread in a small area, those who are well aware of the situation in the mainland know that sooner or later there will be a war between the Brahma kingdom and the Roman Empire, and conflicts have often erupted recently. In the past hundreds of years, there have been many frictions between the Brahma kingdom and the Great Shang Empire. It is not surprising that the Luo Empire sent people to unite. But all people of insight have already realized that the war is imminent, and for a while, the capital of Yin is surging. In the next few days, representatives of the Roman Empire had frequent secret talks with the Great Merchant Empire. On the 5th day, in a royal garden, the stunningly beautiful Zhao Liner stood in a gazebo by the lake. Her expression was extremely cold, and she smashed the jade cup in her hand with all her strength, causing a group of koi under the lotus flowers in the lake to scatter away. Little Tianma was eating jade ginseng in the grassland not far away, and looked suspiciously here. Several Sun Knights walked into the gazebo quickly. They were all young people, not only the strongest among the 500 knights, but also the most loyal followers of the Saintess. They were very angry. Shang Guo deceived people too much. That second prince actually wanted the saint to be his concubine, he deserved to be killed. Saint, please allow me to fight him, and I will definitely cut off his head. We are willing to fight for the saint. Zhao Liner gradually calmed down, and her voice was lingering in the pavilion. Don't act rashly, their terms are rude, we just refuse, there is no need to fight. This is Yindu, not Rome, so don't stir up trouble. But, they deceive people too much. They know the teachings of my religion, and saints are not allowed to be profaned, but they are still so rude. It doesn't matter, holy maiden, I have an idea. Please allow us to challenge the masters of Yindu. We will not cause bloody conflicts. We will stop at the end. Since they humiliated us, then we must fight back. We must make them lose face and let all their so-called young elite masters fail miserably. Honorable saint, please believe that we will treat me well. With firm skin, eyes like autumn water, Zhao Liner stood by the lakeside like a fairy in a fairyland, with the breeze blowing, her white clothes fluttered with the wind, as if she would ride the wind away at any time. She sighed softly and said, I'm afraid that you might make a mistake. This is the capital of the Great Shang Empire. Even if you defeat the young masters in their capital, so what? This is in their country. If they value face, they can call in the strongest young masters from the Shang country at any time. It will be you who will suffer. The strongest young master in the Shang kingdom. The faces of the Sun Knights froze, and several figures immediately appeared in their hearts, thinking of the men and women in the legend of the Shang kingdom. They paid special attention to the young masters in the world, so they naturally had a certain understanding, but they laughed again in the end. We will stop at the point, and we won't go to war with them. Besides, what if their strongest masters appear? Soon the masters of my sun cult will arrive, and the outstanding figures of several other major religions will also arrive. At that time, it will be enough to suppress the controversial powerhouses of the great merchant kingdom. The strong tiger was killed, but Xiao Xiaoshui not only did not escape, but also showed up boldly, which made everyone suspicious. If Xiao Xiaoshui really did it, would he still dare to stay in Yindu? After all, that strong tiger is unusual, and it is rumored that it may be the seedling that the white tiger's sacred emperor will focus on cultivating. Many people guessed that it might really have nothing to do with Xiao Chen, otherwise he would never have stayed in Yindu for a second longer. In the next few days, Yindu was extremely lively. The masters of the Sun sacred cult challenged Yindu everywhere, and all the disciples of the second prince were beaten miserably, which made the second prince lose face. The magic spell master and the martial artist who mastered the Western tribes' combat skills created a storm in Yindu, sweeping the younger generation. The defeat of the second prince was just the beginning, and then the challenges gradually escalated, and even several royal families in Yindu were involved. Although Bo Shi, Chen Hangjin and others won several games in a row, most of the children of other aristocratic families lost miserably. Xiao Chen completely embraced the attitude of watching a play. He would go to watch every challenge, very carefree. For the past few days, he has been avoiding the third princess, because according to his guess, the third princess will ask him and Dugu's sword demon to fight sooner or later, but Xiao Chen doesn't want to be involved in this vortex. Yindu was in a state of turmoil, and the other two among the four heroes of Yindu were rushing back at top speed. And the third princess of the Great Shang Kingdom invited several legendary young masters to the imperial capital with a letter written by her own hand. At the same time, several masters of the Sun sect will also arrive soon, and outstanding young experts from other major religions will also arrive in Yindu soon. In this regard, whether it is the elders of the Great Merchant Kingdom or the bishops of the Sun cult, they just smiled. Alliances are an inevitable trend, but some collisions still need to be carried out. Although they didn't arrange it personally, they were all paying attention, wanting to see if the characters of the next generation could overwhelm each other. Chapter 242 The Supreme God of the Future. Brothers, let's vote for recommendation. The young masters of the Great Shang Kingdom continued to suffer disastrous defeats. The Western tribes' magic spell masters and warriors have shown their splendor in Yindu for a few days, beating the young masters of the Shang Kingdom to the point of being powerless to fight back, causing many people to lose face. Among the well-known young masters in the imperial capital, only Chu Xingguang, Yan Lingkong, Bo Shi, Chen Hangjin and other royal families remained undefeated, and most of the rest were defeated miserably. Of course, this is not to say that the young people of the Shang dynasty are inferior to the powerful Romans. There are many reasons for this. After all, these knights of the Sun cult are elites selected from all over the country, and the few who come out to challenge are the elites of the elites, and they will naturally choose their opponents according to their abilities. Yin is just the capital of the Shang country. Although the young and strong men of the Shang country here are terrifying, except for a few people such as Chu Xingguang and Yan Lingkong, the others cannot represent the peak level of the Shang country. It is impossible for the strongest to be concentrated in one place, but scattered across the country, otherwise Yin Ying, the third princess of the Shang kingdom, would not be able to send letters to invite people. As Xiao Chen expected, the third princess Yin Ying really started to send people to look for him, and wanted him to fight against the masters of the Sun cult of the Roman Empire. It wasn't that Xiao Chen didn't want to help, but that he really didn't want to get involved in such disputes. The strong tiger was killed by himself, and he didn't need to accept the love of the superb three princesses. No means could restrain him. But it's not easy to refuse directly, so I can only avoid it temporarily. Dugu's sword demon got Zhang Sanfeng's 3 pieces of sword intent and accepted the love of the 3 princesses, so he couldn't shirk it. When news came out, he would take action when necessary. The masters of the Sun sect swept across the capital of Yin, and the 7 leaders of the 500 knights became famous in the capital of the Shang kingdom, and became the focus of people's discussion. On the 7th day, the martial arts field in the southern suburbs of Yindu was full of murderous aura, and thousands of people had already gathered at this moment. The atmosphere was extremely warm, because the 7 masters of the Sun sect will begin to challenge the masters of the royal family of Bo Shi and Chen Hangjin. The elders on both sides did not intervene, and the younger generation played a real fire, so they specially had a formal duel in the martial arts field of the barracks in the southern suburbs of Yindu. Bo Shi was tall, and the scar on his face gave him a fierce aura, quite a bit of a tough air, and he strode into the martial arts arena surrounded by the children of the imperial family. Opposite him was an equally tall man, naked to the waist, with lumpy muscles, as if a meat hammer had been squeezed onto his body, full of explosive power, and also possessed a wildness. Two cold lights shot out from his eyes. Bo Shi. Bo Shi's words were very simple, and he announced his name. Sun Knight Rhodes. Rhodes also announced his name, then drew out his two-handed sword, walked forward, and said, "Remember my name, you are destined to be a loser today." Rhodes beat him within 50 strokes. Hundreds of Sun Knights shouted loudly. The Holy Maiden was coveted by the second prince of the Shang Kingdom, and these fanatical Sun Knights were furious, and all their anger was vented on their opponents. Bao Xiying looked at Lang Jiyu. His innate stern temperament made him calm down, his cold eyes swept over the knights, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Baldi beat him with 30 strokes. The second bald man tortured him well. The children of the royal family in Yindu yelled loudly. Others would not dare to call him the second bald man in person, because they would risk having their throats cut off. At the beginning of the war, Bo Shi came up to the purple prison dimension. It can be seen that he is serious, otherwise it would be impossible to display the strongest unique skills. Endless purple air permeated the air, forming a space prison in an instant, enveloping Rhodes at high speed. Rhodes looked up to the sky and let out a wild roar, and slashed out with a big sword in both hands. His blonde hair was as hot as the sun in the sky in an instant, and the big sword seemed to be burning. It's the blazing heavenly sword. Rhodes has used the strongest unique technique. The Sun Knight who was watching the battle recognized Rhodes' terrifying ultimate move at a glance. Silently, the purple prison space and the blazing heavenly sword met, without any sound, but the sky continued to shatter, and the misty purple air and the blazing golden light swallowed each other, constantly impacting. In the end, the two colors of light mixed together and erupted in an instant. Bo Shi spit out blood and flew away. Rhodes was also covered in blood and flew out. Both sides were hurt, and the two masters used the strongest unique skills to shake them hard as soon as they came up, resulting in such a result. The game ended in a tie, and both sides rushed to rescue the wounded. Afterwards, Chen Hangjin, who was fair-skinned and looked gentle, came on the stage. His opponent was a god-given spellcaster, who was similar to Chen Hangjin, but also looked very weak, and his figure was not very tall. Chen Hangjin, Lancelot. The two exchanged names. The bedwetter beat him hard. "Don't wet the bed at the age of 10, hit me hard." Chen Hangjin glanced back angrily, and then made the most powerful attack, 9 Nether Underworld King Baolun. Regarding the issue of the face of the young generation of the two countries, Chen Hangjin did his best when he came up, and Lancelot, the magic spell master, also cast the strongest magic spell, Shine the World. The magic cloud surged, as if suddenly dark clouds covered the top, and the black mist enveloped the battlefield in an instant. A treasure wheel the size of a millstone was like a round of black sun, flowing out thousands of black lights, rippling with terrifying fluctuations that made people palpitate. In the other direction, it seems that a round of sun rises into the sky, and its blazing light shines in all directions. It is almost the opposite power to the black sun. The two suns were like two huge meteors, they rushed together in an instant, and there was a fierce collision. The black light and golden light shot around like fireworks, and everyone quickly dodged. If they were hit, they would definitely melt their flesh and blood. Baolun and the blazing golden sun shattered, but the rays of light from the collision were extraordinarily bright. Streams of light splashed everywhere, covering the sky and covering the earth. In the end, both Chen Hangjin and Lancelot were wounded, and they both spit blood and flew out. It was another draw. Both sides rushed to rescue the wounded, and the scene was a bit depressing. Especially on the side of Da Shangguo. After all, the opponent has won many games these days, but now when it comes to the real Masters duel, Shangguo still hasn't won a game. In the distance, in a temporary bamboo pavilion, the ground was covered with flowers. Zhao Linner, who was dressed in white and snowy, lay sideways on a bamboo chair, smiled and said to the third princess who was on another reclining chair, "Yin Ying, I dare say that you will lose today." Not necessarily. Yin Ying was still wearing a veil, her slender jade body was exquisitely undulating, and her long skirt was moderately elastic, outlining a moving curve. Zhao Linner chuckled, and said, "It's hard to say whether the people you invited will come or not. Even if you save face, they won't be able to arrive right away. Even if they do come in a few days, there will be strong supporters from several major religions to resist. You don't expect the so-called 4 masters of Yindu, right? There are only 2 of them in Yindu, and I heard that Chu Xinghuang among them was defeated not long ago. The 2 women are not ordinary people. Although they are joking, they both point their fingers at each other and attack their opponents. The flower and bamboo pavilion where the 2 are located is not too far from the martial arts field. Because Chu Xinghuang has become the Destiny Twin, His spiritual sense is more than twice as sharp as that of the masters of the same level, and he clearly heard the conversation between the Sun Sect Saintess and the three princesses. It has not been a year or two since he pursued the third princess, Yin Yang. How can such words make him sit still? But he is not an ordinary person after all. Although he was a little angry at first, he calmed down quickly, with a sneer on his face, and Chu Xingguang strode into the arena. Chu Xingguang, one of the four masters of Yindu, is here. There was a commotion at the scene. The so-called shadow of the famous tree, the Destiny Twins are rare supernatural powers, only a few people have controlled them in history, and they all left their names in the history of cultivation. Why doesn't Chu Xingguang attract people's attention? The elites of the young generation of the Sun Knights have all studied him in detail, and they value this immortal powerhouse very much. Chu Xingguang has an outstanding appearance. At this moment, he is wearing a golden battle armor, coupled with his tall and straight figure, making him look extremely heroic, like an immortal god of war on the battlefield. All of you go up together. Chu Xingguang pointed to the 5 people opposite him. Such boldness is not arrogant and ignorant, but out of nature. It has to be said that the arrogance of some people has indeed added to their personality charm invisibly. At this moment, many people were moved. Many noble ladies in Yindu were also watching the battle, and there were many admirers of Chu Xingguang among them. Seeing him so grand, some people could not help being happy and excited but also secretly sad. Chu Xingguang fell in love with the 3 princesses bitterly. The 7 masters selected by the 500 Sun Knights have now seriously injured 2 people, and the remaining 5 experts have all changed their colors. In their view, this is no longer a provocation, but an insult. Chu Xingguang, you are too arrogant. A God-given magic spell master flew out without notifying his name. When he came up, there was a gorgeous spell of divine language. Lightning, flames, and light blades tore through the sky and hit Chu Xingguang. The scorpion shakes the tree. For this, Chu Xingguang only had 4 words, his eyes burst into purple light, and his whole body was split into 2 in an instant. The good son looked extremely miserable, with a compassionate look on his face, and the evil son had a sinister look on his face, and his whole body was gloomy. The sacred rays of light around Shanzi shone in all directions, and the place looked very sacred and peaceful. A heavenly Buddha treasure wheel appeared above his head, and the vast and unpredictable energy fluctuations made people feel chills. But evil spirits were surging around evil son, endless black mist billowed, ghostly air surrounded him, and a huge death scythe appeared in his hands, which was unspeakably eerie and horrifying, exuding terrifying fluctuations that made one's heart palpitate. It can be seen that Chu Xingguang does not underestimate the enemy, and he shows his strongest skills when he comes up. He does not want to waste any time. The Destiny Twins hold the Buddha wheel and the Pluto Supreme Treasure, and rush forward. The immortal body controlled 2 treasures, shattered all the attack spells, turned into 2 rays of light and rushed to the cursor, the death sickle, the treasure of Hades, shattered the void, and instantly split the magic speller away. If he hadn't carefully controlled the power, the curse master would have been wiped out on the spot. Everyone was gasping for air. The twins of destiny were so terrifying and unimaginable. With the strongest blow, the mighty opponent collapsed immediately. The children of the aristocratic family on the side of Yindu naturally cheered, and finally vented their anger for the past few days, praising Chu Xingguang as worthy of being one of the 4 masters of Yindu, and he knocked down his opponent as soon as he came up. Everyone in the Sun Knights looked solemn, and a tall figure holding a golden spear among the remaining 4 masters walked into the center of the arena. I told you to go up together. The twins said calmly at the same time. Better than me first. The spear soared into the sky, shattering the void like lightning, and dozens of meteor-like light balls were provoked from the tip of the spear, like rounds of small suns that were extremely blazing, and flew towards Chu Xingguang. It's the edge of the sun. Many people have recognized this magical power, but facing the twins of fate, no matter how terrifying the magical power is, it is useless, unless the twins can be sealed into different worlds and strangled one by one. The heavenly Buddha treasure wheel whirled away, fragments of the void shattered, and a dozen small suns disintegrated and disappeared in an instant like ice and snow meeting a furnace. The heavenly Buddha treasure wheel shook the heavens and the earth, issued a melodious Buddha sound, and shook the tall figure holding the spear into the air. Blood was scattered in the sky, and the loser was seriously injured and dying. Again, you guys go up together. The Destiny Twins scanned all directions, and finally settled on the 3 strong men in front of them. The surrounding cheers were deafening. In the flower and bamboo pavilion, the 3rd Princess Yin Ying smiled sweetly and said, "It seems that the saint has been disappointed. A single Chu Xingguang is enough to wipe out the 7 masters." Zhao Linner brushed her beautiful hair. shook her slender hands lightly, and said with a light smile, even if they lose, I only need to send one more person, and it will be enough to wipe out all the Shang country experts present today. The battle in the middle of the field started again. Chu Xingguang carried the heavenly Buddha wheel and the Pluto treasure, and was invincible across the world. Although the three masters joined forces and smashed his body several times, they couldn't really kill him. But the heavenly Buddha treasure wheel and the death scythe are threatening the lives of the three of them at all times. It's over, Chu Xing shouted wildly, dancing wildly. At this moment, Shanzi is incomparably sacred and majestic, reborn like a heavenly Buddha, with thousands of rays of light and thousands of auspicious colors. And the evil sun came to the world like the king of the underworld, black clouds billowed, and the evil spirit was powerful. Chu Xing is as mad as a god. The heavenly Buddha treasure wheel and the underworld supreme treasure death god scythe shattered the void, and in just a moment, all three masters were sent flying, blood staining the sky, and the three of them flew hundreds of feet before falling to the ground, seriously injured and dying. Everyone in the great merchant empire cheered, and finally defeated the seven masters of the Sun Knights, completely venting the anger of the past few days. Many people shouted Chu Xingguang's name. However, on the other side, Zhao Liner showed no signs of frustration, and clapped her hands lightly. An old knight carefully carried an 11 or 12-year-old child, a dull child who lacked the breath of life. He was wearing the sun god robe. Although he had a handsome appearance and long golden hair beating like flames, no matter how he looked at him, he lacked vitality, as if he was just a delicate puppet. The old knight gently placed the child in the bamboo pavilion. The handsome boy stepped on the flower-blossoming ground, motionless, like a living, stone statue, standing there quietly, with his eyes tightly closed. The most amazing thing is that there is a vertical eye in the middle of his forehead, which is really surprising. How can human beings have a third eye? But that vertical eye didn't open either, it was tightly closed. In the crowd, Xiao Chen looked at the child quietly. For some reason, he felt a strong threat in his heart in an instant, and it came from a child, which is really unbelievable. Saint, is the master you said who can sweep everyone in the field a child? Yin Ying, the third princess, had already realized that something was wrong. Zhao Liner chuckled lightly and said, although he is only a child now, he will become a supreme god in the future. God, please go and defeat the Destiny twins, Zhao Liner said to the child. Hearing this, the handsome blonde child walked towards the field silently. Although there was no energy fluctuation, all the masters felt the abnormality and realized the horror of the child. With his eyes closed and his feet not touching the ground, the child came lightly to the arena. Facing the Destiny twins without a trace of fear, he softly uttered two words, destroy. In an instant, a ray of blood became the only one in the world, shattering the Destiny twins like a shocking rainbow. With just this one blow, everyone was stunned, and the Destiny twins were instantly shattered, and they couldn't even dodge in the future. What a terrifying power, and the person who shot it was just an 11 or 12-year-old child. The twins slowly condensed and formed in the far sky. Chu Xingguang held the treasure wheel of the Buddha and the treasure of the Underworld King, with an extremely dignified expression, and slowly pushed forward. The blood-colored lights of destruction all came out from the little boy's open right eye, and in just a short moment, they had smashed Chu Xingguang's twins 7 or 8 times. Terrifying combat power. Xiao Chen was too familiar with this feeling. This terrifying scene had appeared in Nanwang before. Help someone make an advertisement. My wife calls me picking up girls. You can tell the type just by looking at the name, and perverts can watch it. The highest state of picking up girls is when the wife gives advice, is voluptuous and exciting. Chapter 243 Yay, yay. The divine power of the Destiny twins is obvious to all. They can be reborn after death. They are peerless magical powers that even gods would envy. Chu Xingguang went through all kinds of hardships and trials back then, and under all kinds of adventures, he had a feeling in his heart, retreated for several months, and finally cultivated this unparalleled supernatural power. On the day he succeeded, his hesitant father immediately appointed him as the successor of the head of the family. The strength of Chu Xingguang is obvious to all, but at this moment, his body was repeatedly shattered by the light of destruction. Where the terrible red light passed, even the treasure wheel of the Buddha and the death sickle were almost shattered several times. The blonde boy is so strong that it feels incredible. Swipe. Chu Xingguang shifted his shape continuously, kept avoiding the bloody light, and wanted to push forward, but no matter how fast he was, how could he be faster than the speed at which the boy opened his eyes? The right eye, which represents destruction, is full of blood. It seems to have endless power, which is inexhaustible and inexhaustible. Chu Xingguang's physical body is constantly destroyed and reassembled. Familiar scenes emerged in Xiao Chen's mind. In the battle of the Southern Wilderness Beast King that day, the Golden Lion King represented destruction at one glance and reincarnation at one glance. He was invincible, and even the demigods of the older generation might not be able to suppress it. Now, with the reappearance of the Eye of Destruction, how can one not think of the Golden Lion King? Chu Xingguang was destroyed more than a dozen times, and reorganized his real body more than a dozen times, and finally brought the Heavenly Buddha treasure wheel and the Death Scythe to the front. But at this moment, the boy's left eye opened, as if he was talking in his sleep. He uttered two words, reincarnation. In an instant, the space was shattered, the gloomy gate of hell suddenly appeared, the black mist billowed, and the evil spirit rushed out of the dark gate. The blonde boy actually started reincarnation. The endless dark mist surged, and a huge force tore at Shanzi, like a thousand weight mountain suppressing Shanzi. He couldn't struggle, he could only be pulled into the reincarnation gate little by little. The evil spirit makes one's heart palpitate, the dark mist makes one frightened, and the black light shines. In the end, Shanzi was swallowed by the reincarnation gate, and Chu Xingguang's Shanzi was sealed in the hell. The blonde boy has a dull expression, but his invisible potential makes people feel extremely scary. Afterwards, the Eye of Reincarnation opened again, and he drove Shanzi into an unknown space. The shattered void slowly closed, the Destiny Twins disappeared in the martial arts arena, the mist dissipated, and the scene returned to clarity, as if nothing had happened. Everyone was completely stunned, and the scene was completely silent. No one said a word for a long time, and the martial arts field was extremely quiet. Until the miserable cry of a noble lady came out, everyone seemed to wake up from a dream. Chu Xingguang was killed, woo. There was a commotion at the scene, and everyone screamed. This is too scary, this is just an 11 or 12-year-old boy. It is unimaginable to kill the Destiny Twins. What is the origin of the little boy? Future achievements. I'm afraid it's immeasurable. Is it really the supreme God that the Saint of the Sun religion said? Otherwise, how could it be possible to have such supernatural powers? Maybe. Only God can kill the Destiny Twins when they are 11 or 12 years old. Impossible. How could Chu Xingguang be killed? Chu Xingguang can't die. All the children of Chu Xingguang's family were unwilling to believe this fact, and many people shouted almost frantically. Different from Xiao Chen's 8-phase world, the blonde boy really sealed Shanzi into hell, and sealed the other into an unknown space. Just thinking about such a method makes people shudder. In the distance, Niu Ren was startled, while Dugu Sword Demon was indifferent. They all realized the boy's horror. Xiao Chen faced each other silently. Such terrifying and peerless supernatural powers are no different from the Golden Lion King. If he uses all his supernatural powers to face the blonde boy in the martial arts arena, what will be the result? The bamboo pavilion in the distance is filled with flower pots in full bloom, bursting with fragrance. The third princess, Yin Ying, has not spoken for a long time, and Chu Xingguang, one of the 4 heroes of Yindu, was killed like this, which made her a little hard to accept. Next to him, Zhao Liner was also frowning. She wanted the boy to defeat Chu Xingguang, but the other party directly wanted to kill him. This was beyond her expectations and made it difficult for her to explain to the third princess. Both beauties fell silent, trying to avoid a terrible conflict. Saint, it's too late. After thinking for a long time, the third princess didn't get angry, and only said a few words. Yes, this duel had already been agreed in advance that life and death should not face each other. Now not only is a dead person, but an extremely important person, one of the 4 heroes of Yindu, whose future achievements are limitless, was killed just like that. It's my fault. He shouldn't be allowed to play. He is a clone of the Supreme God. He doesn't have much consciousness, but it's hard to control it. Not far away, many people heard the words of the Saintess of the Sun cult, and they were horrified. The blonde boy was just a clone, and he was already so terrifying. If the real body appeared, what kind of scene would it be? At this moment, the calm sky suddenly shook, and then the void shattered, bursts of dark mist surged, and the gloomy black air covered half of the sky, and the reincarnation gate reappeared. The blonde boy seemed to have sensed something, and the vertical eye on his forehead jumped violently, as if it would open at any moment, which made everyone outside the venue palpitate. Brush. A figure flashed, and in the turbulent dark mist, a figure rushed out quickly. The heavenly Buddha treasure wheel was suspended above his head, illuminating the 10 directions, dispelling the black mist, but the sacred glow did not increase, and the murderous aura continued to surge out. The murderous intent was infinite and full of murderous aura, but his eyes were full of tiredness that could not be concealed. It's Chu Xingguang who came back. Oh my god, Chu Xingguang came back from hell, it's incredible. Sanzi escaped hell, what a miracle. As long as Chu Xingguang's twins are still alive, they can resurrect the other dead body. For everyone, this is a miracle. It is unimaginable that a master of knowledge of Tibet can pass through hell in the realm of longevity. The blonde boy ignored Chu Xingguang, his third vertical eye was beating violently, and his eyes were half opened and half closed, staring at the void behind him, as if he wanted to go through the gate of reincarnation to find out what happened. Plop, Shanzi Chu Xingguang fell to the ground. Everyone exclaimed, and many people rushed over and rushed to rescue. Even the third princess of the great Shang kingdom stood up from the bamboo pavilion. The saint of the sun sect hurriedly called the blonde boy, fearing that he would kill Chu Xing again, but the boy remained motionless, and the third vertical eye kept beating, staring at the door of reincarnation. Yeah, behind the shattered void, in the gloomy hell gate, some voices suddenly came out. Yeah, then it became clear in an instant. In the dark void, the immature voice truly penetrated, tender and soft, like a child whispering, like a child learning to speak, echoing clearly in the whole world. Yeah, everyone outside the martial arts arena was stunned. How could there be such a delicate voice in hell? This is really beyond everyone's imagination. The blonde-haired boy seemed to be approaching a formidable enemy. His originally dull expression suddenly became agitated, his eyes were half closed, the light of destruction and the light of reincarnation did not penetrate, but the terrifying energy fluctuations continued to surge around, the third vertical eye was beating more and more violently, and the surrounding flesh and blood were almost transparent, and the beating blood vessels were clearly visible. Others don't know why, but it doesn't mean Xiao Chen doesn't know, it sounds like fairy music in his ears, it's the voice of a little snow-white beast, it's Kiki. Chu Xingguang must have encountered it by chance, it was sent back by the little beast. Unable to restrain the excitement in his heart, Xiao Chen soared into the sky. At the same time, Niu Ren and Dugu Sword Demon also rushed up. They also guessed who it was. In order to cover up Xiao Chen and CKK, the two arrived at the gate of hell almost at the same time as Xiao Chen. Apart from them, there were some people who guessed the truth. After all, the momentum when the little beast fell 3 years ago was too great. It was the scene where Lao Tzu and Buddha disappeared in previous lives. Some of the strange appearances of heaven cry and earth grief were recorded with memory crystals, and there were even some images of small snow-white beasts. Many big powers on the mainland spent a lot of money to buy memory crystals, and watched them from beginning to end. People in the big family are no strangers to this voice. First, 9 old men from the side of the 3 princesses soared into the sky, and then 6 old knights from the side of the sun cult rose into the sky, and 15 old men surrounded the reincarnation gate. This kind of behavior immediately surprised everyone. Those white heads looked solemnly at the gate of hell. Everyone couldn't believe it. A tender voice actually attracted so many seniors to appear. Zhao Liner's complexion changed again and again, and she also realized who made that voice. When she was on Dragon Island, she had seen with her own eyes the extraordinariness of the little snow-white beast. When summoning the ancestral dragon god ship, the little thing mischievously stepped on the Dragon King's body, and finally rushed to the front, babbling and shouting at the sea. When the little beast fell, the world was shaken. After the news came out, Zhao Liner naturally knew about it. When she recalled the scene of summoning the god ship again, she found it difficult to say whether it was the snow-white little beast who summoned the god ship, or the 11 dragon kings who summoned the god ship. Zhao Liner deeply understood that the origin of the little snow-white beast was unimaginable, because the Pope of the Sun cult always scrupulously mentioned this matter and never revealed its life experience. Beside the reincarnation gate, Xiao Chen was extremely excited. Is the little snow-white beast coming back? He really wanted to yell, but he had to restrain his inner impulse. A small snow-white beast poked its head out from the reincarnation gate in a daze, scanning the surroundings suspiciously, its long eyelashes blinked constantly, its big eyes fluttered, and its furry appearance was extremely cute. It has to be said that KK's spiritual sense is so sharp that it is almost terrifying. Although Xiao Chen changed his appearance and aura with the magical power of melting soldiers and refining his body, it recognized Xiao Chen at the first time, but before it could express anything, the blonde boy on the ground launched an attack. Hey! As soon as he poked his head out, he was attacked. The little snow-white beast huffed and threw out a piece of colorful divine light nonchalantly, smashing 7 or 8 bloody lights with a swipe. It's the legendary little beast. It's called KK, and it appeared in Tiandi City 3 years ago. That's Xiao Chen's little beast. However, it died 3 years ago, causing the world to mourn. How could it reappear? Many people at the scene screamed out, some were cultivators from Nanwang, and some had seen the pictures recorded in the crystal. The reappearance of the little snow-white beast shocked everyone, which is almost unimaginable. The name Xiao Chen was also mentioned again. When Zhao Liner heard this name, her complexion changed again and again. The beautiful eyes of the third princess of the Great Shang Kingdom are brilliant, and she knows the strength of the little snow-white beast best. She once told Xiao Chen in Tiandi City that Kiki can be ranked among the top 10 young beasts in the world. If she could get the little snow-white beast, she was willing to pay any price. And vaguely, she also guessed the identity of the blonde boy. Reincarnation, Mumu's boy muttered to himself. Black light flashed, he wanted to close the door of reincarnation and smash KK into it. Some confused little beasts poked their heads out just now. After a short period of confusion, they already understood what was going on, and even saw through the boy's real body at the first time, and muttered angrily, yeah. The 7-colored divine light swept down one after another. Compared with 3 years ago, the power was even stronger, which made the old masters beside him a little scared. Swipe. All the divine light swept towards the blonde boy. Zhao Liner's expression changed suddenly, and she shouted, quick, bring him back. However, no matter how fast the old knights were, it was too late. The 7-colored divine light collided with the light of destruction and the light of reincarnation constantly, shaking out waves of energy that made it impossible for people to get close. When everything calmed down at last, the blonde boy fell to the ground with his back to the sky, with traces of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, and his life and death were unknown, while the third vertical eye kept twitching, but it still failed to open. Everyone was in an uproar. The blonde boy who defeated the Destiny twins was defeated by the little snow-white beast so easily. The little thing with big bright eyes blinking in the door of reincarnation is really not ordinary horror. Others were surprised, but Xiao Chen was definitely not surprised. The blonde boy must be the clone of the Golden Lion King. 3 years ago, even the Golden Lion King was not KK's opponent, let alone his clone. Quick, we must save him, it's not easy to get this clone. Zhao Liner was a little anxious, and inadvertently revealed some news. The little snow-white beast yawned lazily, as if it had just woken up, and it didn't have any excitement about defeating its opponent at all, as if it was a trivial matter, which petrified thousands of people in the martial arts arena. It blinked its big eyes, then looked at Xiao Chen. Niu Ren was shocked. If Xiao Chen was recognized at this moment, the consequences would be very serious. He happened to be beside Xiao Chen, and hurriedly shouted, little thing, come back quickly. The little snow-white beast responded immediately. Of course it was looking at Xiao Chen, but others thought it was looking at Niu Ren. The childish voice echoed clearly in everyone's heart. No, I will go back after a while. Uncle Chuzhong Wang is looking for Yinmu ginseng fruit for me, he promised to give me 5. Petrochemical. Everyone was completely dumbfounded. What is this little thing talking about? Did you hear me right? Unexpectedly, please trouble the legendary emperor of the underworld, King Chuzhong, to find Yinmu ginseng fruit for it. I'll be back soon, really miss you. The sound transmission is entirely based on spiritual consciousness. After 3 years, the little beast has obviously made great progress, but Xiao Chen realized that it still has no body. Although it looks furry, it is completely formed by the power of the soul. Go eat ginseng fruit, I'll go back in a few days. The little snow-white beast seemed to be sleepy, and yawned again, its big eyes barely opened, and then waved the little beast's claws at Xiao Chen. Of course, in the eyes of outsiders, they thought it was saying goodbye to Niu Ren, and then the door of reincarnation slowly closed. The little beast is really coming back. Xiao Chen knew that the time would not be too long. The little beast had already come out of the dark space and entered the underworld refined by the ancestor god Suorenshi. This was definitely exciting news for him. At the same time, everyone on the scene was stunned. The little beast from 3 years ago hadn't died, it is about to return. The expressions of the elders are constantly changing. Chu Xingquang was sent back by that little thing. Wait for the resurrection of the dead. What kind of little beast? It has an irreversible relationship with the king of the underworld, who had a good relationship with Xiao Chen in the past. Maybe you can benefit from it, and you will be able to enjoy the blessing even if you go to hell in the future. I'm about to pass out. It's okay, although I'm from the southern wilderness, I didn't hit Xiao Chen when he was in distress before. Otherwise, it would be terrible to think about it. Someone will settle accounts for you when you go to hell. Did you say that Xiao Chen is dead? Judging from the current situation, it is guaranteed that he is not dead. That little thing will make the Hades of the underworld circle around. Can you prevent Xiao Chen from returning to life? You won't believe it if you kill him. It is difficult for ordinary people to understand what hell is like, and random guesses make the atmosphere in the martial arts arena extremely lively. When Niu Ren landed, he was immediately surrounded by people. Brother Niatu, I have admired you for a long time, I will mess with you in the future. Brother Niatu, you are a good person. If you are in trouble in the future, don't forget to burn some paper in hell and give me some accommodation. My name is. Niu Ren was extremely depressed. What was going on? A group of people regarded him as an emissary of hell. He knew the little beast in hell, and he looked like a bull's head in the face of a bull's head and a horse's face. He was so depressed that he wanted to hit the wall. I don't care about these things, you go to Mom Ian. Ah, you are really a bullhead. We thought you were just a barbarian Tauren, but it turns out that you were really a bullhead from hell. Niu Ren was so angry that he wanted to slap himself twice. It would be better not to complain, because talking nonsense kills people. In the bamboo pavilion, Zhao Liner nervously looked at the blonde boy who was being rescued, and asked anxiously, what's wrong? It's okay, he's just a doppelganger, he just passed out because he exhausted his strength. That little snow-white beast didn't intend to kill, otherwise the goddess of life would be hard to save him when she reborn. Hearing this, Zhao Liner let out a sigh of relief. Report to the Holy Maiden, I, the third master of the young generation of the Sun Cult, has arrived. A Sun Knight came flying from a distance to report. Okay, hee. Zhao Liner chuckled lightly. In the distance, the third Princess Yin Ying said to herself, when will our masters arrive? The old things of the two countries tacitly allow the strongest masters of the younger generation to touch. Although it is only a friendly duel, if they lose too badly, it will weaken the prestige of the Shang country. Report, the third princess, the first of the four heroes of Yindu is back. At this moment, the three princesses also received some exciting news, and they clapped their jade hands lightly together, saying only one word, okay. At this time, the blonde boy woke up completely, pushed away the knight beside him, and rushed to the sky silently, looked around, his eyes half opened and half closed, shooting fierce lights, as if he was looking for the little snow-white beast. Unable to find Kiki's shadow, he let out an angry growl like a beast. It was hard to imagine that it was the voice of a child. Suddenly, he stared at Xiao Chen, turned into a golden light and rushed forward. It's broken, Niu Ren yelled. Although he had never participated in the Southern Wilderness Beast Fighting Competition, he had heard Xiao Chen explain it in detail, and even watched the video of the Golden Lion King's battle recorded by the memory crystal. The clone of the Golden Lion King seemed to recognize Xiao Chen, and wanted to kill him if he couldn't find the little beast. The Dugu sword demon next to Xiao Chen soared into the sky and met the clone of the Golden Lion King. He did this to help cover up. He also took the Red Dragon King to participate in the beast fighting competition, which can lead others astray. Niu Ren also soared into the sky. After all, the Golden Lion King's supernatural powers are so terrifying, it might be dangerous to go up alone. Xiao Chen soared into the air. Even if his identity was revealed, it didn't matter. Anyway, the name Xiao Xiaoshui would not last long. Sooner or later someone from the Hu family would come to trouble Xiao Xiaoshui. If you don't really compete with it, you don't know the horror of the Golden Lion King. The Eye of Destruction shoots out beams of light, and the Dugu sword demon and Niu Ren who hit him leave afterimages in the sky, and they keep dodging. They don't have Chu Xingguang's immortality. Fortunately, the blonde boy had already exhausted his strength just now, and he had only recovered part of it at this moment, and the speed and strength of his attacks were far inferior to just now. The magical powers of the eight-phase world unfolded, and Xiao Chen rushed up like a fleeting shadow, and the three of them fought against the Golden Lion King clone. The martial arts arena immediately boiled over. Xiao Chen and Dugu Sword Demon both once made a big splash in the Mingyu Garden on the sea and defeated all the masters of Yindu. They even defeated Chu Xingguang, one of the four masters of Yindu. Some people have long expected them to play. However, since they are not experts in the Shang dynasty, they are embarrassed to shout out. I'm dizzy, why is that Tauren so fierce? Just now, a ray of destruction was shattered with a bull's horn. Why haven't I heard of this man before? I feel that he is not weaker than Dugu Sword Demon and Xiao Chen. This silly little chubby cow is hiding everything. FCK, let me say one more thing, Master Niu is not a bullhead, Master Niu. I am just born with extraordinary talents. While fighting fiercely, the little fat man did not forget to clarify for himself. Behead him, came the cold voice of Dugu Sword Demon. He has always acted decisively. Now that he has made a move, he wants to kill the clone of the Golden Lion King. Anyway, the revenge has already been forged. It's just what I want. Xiao Chen shook Ling Shi Jianbo, resisting the light of destruction. Seeing that the Golden Lion King was showing signs of exhaustion, he was ready to rush over. Quick! Zhao Liner shouted anxiously below. The 6 old knights soared into the sky in an instant, but at this moment, the third princess Yin Ying also waved her jade hand lightly, and the 9 old men rose into the air, blocking the 6 people. He's exhausted, Niu Ren shouted. Xiao Chen didn't hesitate any longer, unfolded the magical power of the 8-phase world, turned into a beam of light and rushed over. The speed was unimaginably fast, almost everyone didn't see his figure clearly, and saw a bloody light rushing in the sky that day. Then, a headless corpse fell down, and in the sky not far away, Xiao Chen stopped his figure holding a bleeding head. Chopped. With such a blow, the clone of the future supreme god was cut off. Zhao Liner stood up abruptly, pointed at Yin Ying, and said, "This is a friendly duel, but why did you send someone to stop our knight and kill such a child with limitless achievements in the future? Is that really a child? Is that the future supreme god? That is the supreme Buddha of Brahma Kingdom." The third princess Yin Ying confronted her. There was an uproar in the audience. Xiao Shaoshui actually beheaded a Buddha. Chapter 244 Xiao Chen. There was an uproar in the audience. Xiao Chen beheaded a Buddha. The blonde boy was only 11 or 12 years old, but he was able to start reincarnation and seal the fateful twins in hell. The horror of his cultivation made everyone amazed. They thought it was really the clone of the so-called future supreme god. Now they suddenly heard that he was the supreme Buddha. Why not surprise people? The sky was dripping with blood, the blonde hair fluttered in Xiao Chen's hands, the boy's face was full of anger, and he looked a little ferocious, as if he was dying. "You are a butcher, an executioner." The 2 knights beside Zhao Liner roared angrily. Sun Sect Saintess Zhao Liner stared at Xiao Chen coldly without saying a word. "Cruel executioner. That's just a child." Many young knights from the Sun cult side stared at Xiao Chen coldly. The shouts of the knights seemed to be very contagious. Seeing Xiao Chen mercilessly holding up the bleeding head, even some people in the great merchant kingdom were touched. Some noble ladies murmured softly, "Yeah, that's just a kid. A divine child. A Buddha was strangled." Regarding this, the third princess Yin Ying glanced over coldly, and immediately shut up those girls. At this moment, the head of the blonde boy held by Xiao Chen in the sky suddenly changed. It turned from a human head into a lion's head. It was so ferocious that the sympathetic ladies of Shang who were still complaining just now shut their mouths immediately. The saint of the Sun Sect looked at Xiao Chen in the air indifferently, and then looked at the third princess Yin Ying, and said, "Although the origin of him is a supreme Buddha, he has already been captured by us. If he is properly trained, he will be an invincible god on the battlefield in the future, and you. Sigh. That's just a doppelganger. Meeting the master is like a flower in a mirror, like a moon in water. It's nothing but an illusion, and it may bring trouble and disaster." The third princess Yin Ying shook her head. "We have a way to train him. Now that we have captured him, we can at least study his supernatural powers." Zhao Liner turned cold and stared at Xiao Chen, then looked at the third princess, and said, "If you kill him, I'm afraid there will be trouble, and no one can save the assailant. You can guess the strength of the master. After sensing that the clone is killed, he will be found sooner or later." The third princess waved her hand, and the 9 old men stepped back, no longer confronting the 6 old knights opposite. Today, it happened that Xiao Chen and Dugu's sword demon were forced to make a move, which was beyond Yin Ying's expectations. This was good news for her. Originally, she was thinking about how to get the 2 of them to end. "Who are you scaring?" Niu Ren shook a pair of huge horns in the sky, and said, "The supreme god or Buddha you are talking about is not referring to the Golden Lion King with 3 heads. It is just a yellow-haired lion. What is there to be afraid of? 3 years ago, the little snow-white beast abused the crap in the southern wilderness. Now that the snow-white little beast is about to appear again, does the yellow-haired lion dare to come out? Be careful this time, it will directly destroy people." Although the little fat man has exaggerated infinitely, but he has to make people realize, yes, is it true that the little snow-white beast is born to be the nemesis of the supreme Buddha? Why is it born at the same time every time? However, everyone is not optimistic about Xiao Shui. How can the Golden Lion King be as unbearable as Niu Ren said? It is a heaven-defying beast that can sweep the world's holy beast kings. Its origin is a supreme Buddha that almost no one knows its origin. When it was a child, it was so terrifying. Its combat power is unimaginable. And the little snow-white beast belongs to Xiao Chen, not Xiao Shui. How will it resist the Golden Lion King in the future? "Saint, please allow me to fight." A Sun Knight strode out from the crowd and said, "I want to punish him." In the sky, Xiao Chen shook his hands and threw away the lion's head, and slowly fell towards the ground. At this time, the knight in golden armor, holding a golden spear, sat down and rode a giant bear covered in brown scales and rushed towards the field, shouting, "Xiao Xiao Shui, I want to fight with you." The giant bear was 6 meters long and more than 3 meters high. Its 4 thick bear paws were as thick as doorposts. When it ran over, the ground trembled and rumbled. The brown scales on its body shone coldly, giving it a terrifying power. It is the tradition of the Knights of the Sun to use a different kind of savage beast as a mount. People borrow the power of savage beasts, and savage beasts borrow the power of humans, and the combat power of the two will superimpose, forming a terrifying impact. The knight in golden battle armor did not wear a helmet, and his long golden hair fluttered in the wind, like a bunch of golden flames burning. This is an incomparably handsome sun knight. His eyes are as clear as the blue sea water, but at this moment, he is full of murderous intent, shooting out 2 sharp rays of light. The complexion is fair, as if carved out of jade, and there is a sneer at the corner of his mouth, which makes him look very extraordinary with a hint of arrogance in his coldness. The golden battle spear in his hand was 4 meters long. The sharp spear blade shone like a blade with a gloomy cold light, and the whole body was shining golden. He was held in the hand of this handsome sun knight, and he looked even more powerful. Holding the battle spear, he blocked Xiao Chen's way, and shouted, "Accept the punishment." Xiao Chen ignored him and walked forward. The golden spear pierced through the void, sweeping down a piece of golden brilliance, and landed in front of Xiao Chen. Brush. With a flash of light, Xiao Chen left behind an afterimage, which was allowed to come and go freely by the divine power of the 8-phase world, crossing the space covered by the spear and entering the crowd. "You coward, dare not fight me." Xiao Chen stopped, looked at him indifferently, and said, "I don't want to play a friendly match with you in a boring way. In my opinion, a real confrontation is about life and death. Is it still a battle if you fight with your hands tied? I'm here to kill you, to share life and death with you." The handsome young knight urged the giant bear with shining scales to move forward, and all the people around him retreated. Xiao Chen walked back a few steps, looked at him and said, "I really don't want to kill you, don't force me anymore." He didn't want to get involved with Zhao Liner, just let the past pass by with the wind, but now Xiao Chen found that he had a tendency to confront Zhao Liner, which he wanted to avoid. "Arrogant, are you saying that if you fight me, I will definitely die?" Xiao Chen didn't speak, just looked at him silently. The handsome knight was a little angry, and said, "Let the facts prove it. The 7 masters of your Sun Knights have all been defeated just now. I don't understand why Zhao Liner let you continue to fight." Hearing that Xiao Chen directly called the saintess of the Sun cult by the name, the young knight's eyes flickered coldly, and he said angrily, "I just arrived here." "Oh, so you are the so-called 3rd master of the Sun cult." Xiao Chen finally showed a trace of fighting spirit. The thousands of people watching the battle in the martial arts arena were also shocked, and all eyes were on the handsome knight. "No," he categorically denied it, then proudly puffed out his chest, and said, "I am the 9th master of the young generation of the Sun cult, Poodle." Although he is not the 3rd expert, but ranking 9th in the young generation of Sun cult, it is enough to show that he is powerful, and no one dares to underestimate him. But Xiao Chen shook his head and said, "You go, I don't want to kill you." Arrogance. Poodle came to kill with a golden spear. Xiao Chen shot 2 cold lights in his eyes. Now that his identity may be exposed at any time, he has no scruples. At the beginning, he avoided fighting because he didn't want to make more killings. Seeing the other party like this, he said indifferently, "If that's the case, go see your sun god." Xiao Chen folded his hands together, and made the fearless lion seal, and the golden lion king reappeared, as if cast from gold, with a completely realistic body, giving out an earth-shattering roar. The golden lion king's eyes widened with anger, and he rushed forward viciously, colliding with the blazing light emanating from the golden spear, immediately causing the golden waves to surge, the vitality of the world to surge, and the entire martial arts field to tremble. While the people watching the battle were surprised, they felt extremely weird. Xiao Chen had just beheaded a clone of the golden lion king, but now the Buddha's body was shot out with the fearless lion seal, which made people feel absurd. Even Xiao Chen himself felt a little weird. Such supernatural powers really made him speechless, but he didn't feel that they couldn't be used. When he was practicing these supernatural powers, he felt that if he was strong enough, he might be able to summon the real Golden Lion King. This should be a kind of position, power. Heaven and earth recognize its position, or it can be said to cultivate to a certain level, and it will naturally be derived into such a supreme god. If he really has the ability in the future, Xiao Chen really wants to detain the Golden Lion King and try it out. In the dazzling light and the deafening sound, everything finally calmed down. The giant bear covered in scales stepped back more than a dozen steps. Poodle glared at Xiao Chen with a golden spear, but his arm was trembling slightly, as if in terms of strength, he was no match for the strong and fierce fearless lion seal. I'm going to kill you. Poodle charged again with the golden spear, and the giant bear roared. In the process of charging, it even released a magic spell, which shattered the ground. The earth and rocks rolled and rushed towards Xiao Chen, trying to drown him. The khaki yellow light is very intense, which means that it is a powerful earth-like force, and this is a powerful beast that knows spells. The 4-meter-long golden spear pierced straight towards the sky, full of murderous aura, and Puddle yelled, "Kill!" Supernatural powers, the angry scorching sun erupted, and a round of golden sun, like a real scorching sun, fell to the earth and hit Xiao Chen. The turbulent earth and rocks around them all melted, turned into magma and continued to rush towards Xiao Chen. Without dodging, the vase should be condensed. The crystal vase floated above Xiao Chen's head, erupting a sacred glow, instantly crushing the energy waves in front of him, and all the magma condensed, turning into gray-brown volcanic rock. Xiao Chen unfolded the 8-phase world and soared into the sky, and then turned into a beam of light and swooped down. He raised his right hand high, and a divine sword condensed by energy beams appeared in his hand, and he swung down. Poodle raised his spear to meet him, but with a clang, the golden spear was cut off, and the sword energy from the energy lightsaber rushed into Poodle's body, causing him to tremble violently and vomit blood. And the giant bear he was sitting on also let out earth-shattering roars as if struck by lightning, with blood gushing out of its mouth. Its expression was sluggish, and it fell limply to the ground. Xiao Chen pressed Puddle's throat with the energy sword, looked at him coldly, and strode away. It's not that Poodle's cultivation is not strong enough, but that Xiao Chen used all his strength without any reservations, just like Bao Shi, Chen Hangjin, Chu Xingguang and others in the previous few battles. They strived to win or lose instantly, so the battle ended quickly. Puddle was extremely angry. Such a defeat was more uncomfortable than killing him. He is one of the 4 handsome men of the Sun Knights, and he is the most face-saving. The anger made him lose his reason, and he threw the broken spear in his hand towards Xiao Chen's back, and a golden light pierced the void. At the same time, the giant bear spewed out a bolt of lightning and struck towards Xiao Chen's back. Xiao Chen turned his head in an instant, his eyes burst into 2 cold lights. He stretched out his right hand, grabbed the broken spear, and then shouted loudly. The golden spear turned into golden light and shattered into the air, and the lightning even collapsed invisibly. Walking back indifferently, without any words, without any emotion at all, the Excalibur was condensed in his hands. Xiao Chen strode forward, dancing wildly, murderous. The gorgeous sword glowed into the sky, and then he slashed down. Puff! Blood splattered. The Excalibur cut the 4th handsome man of the 9th master of the Sun Knights in half, and the giant bear was chopped into 2 pieces by the waist. Blood sprayed, and the martial arts arena was stained red. The corpse convulsed and trembled constantly. Xiao Chen strode away without looking back. Lingxi Jianbo popped back, and the circle of destruction appeared, instantly shattering the corpses left on the ground and disappearing completely. Deterrence. On the one hand, the great merchant kingdom was boiling, and on the other hand, the Sun sect was extremely ugly, but no one could say anything. It was a shame to be a knight in a sneak attack, and no one could stand up for him if he was killed like this. Report to the Holy Maiden, the 3rd master of my Sun sect has come to the martial arts field. Xiao Chen ignored these and left. Surprisingly, the Sun sect didn't stop him. Zhao Lin'er just looked at his back thoughtfully. Poodle is dead. I want to fight that Xiao Shaoshui. The 3rd master of the Sun sect entered the martial arts arena, but his opponent had already left. And this day's duel has come to an end. It has not been determined when the war will start again, but everyone knows that if there is another fight, it will definitely be a peak duel between the strongest of the 2 countries. In a few days, the strongest recruited by the Great Shang Kingdom will enter Yindu, and the outstanding representatives of several major religions will also arrive. On the 2nd day, Xiao Chen just wanted to go to see the relics left by the ancestor god Yuchao in Yindu, but a Sun cult knight stopped his way and said, "Holy Maiden, please." Xiao Chen was taken aback. Zhao Lin'er actually wanted to invite him, thought for a while and he replied, "Okay." There was no one blocking the way, and Xiao Chen followed the Sun Knight into a royal garden, which was the residence provided by Shang Kingdom for the Sun Knights. In a palace, Zhao Lin'er stood with her back to Xiao Chen, waved her hand to make everyone retreat, then she turned around, a smile appeared on her alluring face, and said, "Xiao Chen." Chapter 245 Xiao Chen vs Saintus. The palaces in this royal garden are decorated with carved beams and painted buildings, resplendent and resplendent, with lakes, springs, pavilions, platforms, halls, forests, corridors, bridges and pavilions gathered together, and the scenery is beautiful and magnificent. In a palace, Zhao Lin, who was dressed in white and snow-covered, was as charming as a clear moon, with a smile on her face, quietly looking at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen showed a puzzled look, and asked puzzledly, "Saint, what are you talking about?" Zhao Liner walked in lotus steps, and her white long dress slid gently on the jade floor, like a snow belt moving. With a faint smile on her peerless face, she said, "I'm calling your real name, don't you understand?" "I don't understand. If I heard correctly, the saintess is calling Xiao Chen, right? I have fought against him, and I have seen his true face. The two of us seem to have very different appearances. Your Highness, the saintess, should not admit his mistake. Does His Highness miss Xiao Chen very much? Do we have similar characteristics? It is such a great honor to be cared by the saintess of the Sun sect." Xiao Chen is very calm, with a teasing smile. He will not admit his identity easily, maybe the other party is just suspicious and is testing him. Snort. Zhao Liner snorted lightly, expressing her dissatisfaction. She used to be a royal celestial maiden in the human world, but now she is a saint of the Sun sect of the longevity realm. No one would dare to tease her like this, but she did not get angry, and said with a half-smile, "You are really cautious, but you have already exposed many flaws. I think it is not just me. Since the moment you appeared as Xiao Xiaoshui, many people have doubted it. Of course, I am not doubting, I know for sure that you are Xiao Chen." "Well, Your Royal Highness, you might as well treat me as Xiao Chen. I am happy to associate with you as a person who occupies a very important position in your heart." "Oh, it should be said to be a conversation." Using offense instead of defense, Xiao Chen's smile made Zhao Liner feel disgusting. She stretched out her slender jade fingers, brushed her black and shiny long hair, turned around suddenly, stared at Xiao Chen with her big clear eyes that were shining with light, and said, "Xiao Chen, if you dare to talk to me like this, don't you think it will be difficult to get out of this hall?" Xiao Chen spread his hands and said, "You have no choice but to treat me as Xiao Chen. If the saint likes Xiao Chen and keeps me, I will be happy to cooperate." Speaking of this, he took 2 steps forward very aggressively, and looked at Zhao Liner less than a foot away. "You can smell bursts of fragrance, which is the body fragrance of a virgin, not a vulgar fragrance of powder." Xiao Chen took a deep breath and said, "It smells so good. In addition to being cold-blooded and hateful, you are also so vulgar, hum." Zhao Liner snorted coldly, but she didn't back down at all, her eyes were extremely clear. "Saint, what are you talking about?" Xiao Chen pointed to a pot of cherry orchids with crystal-clear petals on the flower stand next to him, and said, "Don't you think this pot of cherry orchids is refreshing? Such a famous flower is really fragrant." While talking, he took a deep breath and said, "It smells so good. No matter how you look at him, he doesn't seem to be inhaling the fragrance of flowers." Zhao Liner was finally forced to take 2 steps back, and said, "Xiao Chen, it really doesn't make any sense if you continue to act like this. I have indeed recognized you. It is not easy to change a person's temperament and habits. Especially now that I am a saint of the Sun sect, my supernatural power is, guarding God, and I can see your essence clearly. But since you don't want to admit it now, and I don't force you, I will call you Xiao Xiaoshui. It's up to you." Xiao Chen looked indifferent, sitting beside the antique red sandalwood tea table, picked up the teacup and drank it. "That's mine." Zhao Liner glared at him. "How did I know it was yours? I thought you made it for me in advance. Are you not ready when the guests come?" But fortunately, those knights didn't drink it. Xiao Chen put down the teacup and said, "May I ask why the saint is looking for me?" "No one else, just reminiscing about the old days. You and I are both from the human world, so we should support each other." Zhao Liner sat on the other side of the red sandalwood tea table, her snow-like white dress fell to the ground, outlining hazy curves, her slim and graceful figure was dusty and bright. Mutual support. Xiao Chen had said the same thing on Dragon Island back then, but was almost killed by Zhao Liner. Although Lan Nuo intervened to stop the hostility and hatred between the two, Xiao Chen still felt strange when he heard Zhao Liner's words now. "I want to support each other with the saint until I grow old. Hee, I just don't know if the Sun sect allows the saint to marry." Xiao Chen still looked indifferent and ambiguous, not acknowledging his identity. Zhao Liner was not angry, she raised her eyebrows and looked at him provocatively, "Do you dare to marry? If you are not afraid of being chased by the Sun Knights, you can try it. If you are not afraid of a few archbishop's judgment of destruction, you can try it. If you are not afraid of the Pope's wrath and killing you, you can try it. Chu Shui is a divine jade, and Zhao Liner's beauty is peerless, but at the moment she looks at Xiao Chen provocatively, and sneers, "So, do you still dare to try? Don't mess with me." At this point, Xiao Chen stood up, approached Zhao Liner, the distance between his nose and hers was less than 1 centimeter, and said seriously, "I am a dangerous man." Already able to feel the breathing of the other party, even though Zhao Liner was unusual, she was still a woman. She pushed Xiao Chen away and said, "Is it dangerous? I didn't feel it. In front of the sun cult, you can't even compare to a fragile baby." Hee hee, she chuckled softly, and said mockingly, "Wait until you can make the Pope pay attention, and then think about it." Xiao Chen sat back to his original position, drank tea boredly, and didn't say anything more. "I came to you mainly to reminisce about the old days. I hope you will stop helping Yin Yang. Why don't you come and help me? Although we had a lot of unhappiness in the past, I have already figured it out. It is all human grievances. Now that we have come to the world of longevity, let the past go away with the wind. This is what Sister Lan Nuo wants to see. It's meaningless for you to pretend any longer. Anyone with a discerning eye will definitely have doubts." Zhao Liner looked at him and said, "Okay, let me tell you some news that cheers you up. The Sun Sect has a treasure called the End of the World, which can penetrate space and turn thousands of miles into one step. Returning from the longevity world to the human world, even the masters of the longevity realm dare not try it, but as long as we have this treasure, there will be no danger. We can return to the world. This is the main reason why I came to you. We come from the same place, I think we must have the same homesickness. Come and help me, and we will find the treasure together. Go home, go home." This is the goal Xiao Chen strives for, and it is the source of motivation for him to force himself to practice hard. Suddenly hearing that there is such a shortcut, he can't help showing a hint of excitement. Will his parents and the former girl be able to see each other again? I don't know how Zhao Liner became the saintess of the Sun Cult, but maybe it was for this purpose that she worked hard to become a saintess, right? Although Xiao Chen concealed it very well, Zhao Liner caught the slight change in her face. Her beautiful eyes immediately shot out a brilliant light, and she said angrily, "It really is you bastard, but the old god is here, pretending to be here until now." The stunning beauty gritted her teeth, and said bitterly, Xiao Chen, your fate is really great. You didn't die 3 years ago, but your cultivation has advanced to such a level." Suddenly, Xiao Chen cursed secretly, "Fuck it. I was deceived by this woman. It turned out that she had been probing, and she was really scheming and calm. Zhao Xiaoniu, how dare you lie to me?" Xiao Chen was furious. Zhao Liner was also very angry and said provocatively, "Why, you bit me. I just lied to you, what can you do? You hateful bastard, if it weren't for you, how could I have entered this longevity world and stayed away from my family and friends? I think every day, how good it would be if I caught you, and step on your feet every day to relieve my hatred." Zhao Xiaoniu, Xiao Chentang stood up, "You hateful bastard." Zhao Liner also stood up. She used to be a princess, but now she is a saint. The word, chicken, has never been associated with her. In the past, she was implicated by Xiao Chen and entered the world of longevity. Now she is called by him like this, which makes Zhao Liner want to step hard on that hateful face a few times. Both of them stared at each other angrily. Suddenly, Xiao Chen laughed, and then sat back in his seat easily. Zhao Liner probably didn't want to fight with him, otherwise how dare he meet him alone. "Zhao Xiaoniu, are you just trying to trick me into coming here to confirm my identity?" Seeing that Xiao Chen suddenly became relaxed, no longer angry, and looked nonchalant, Zhao Liner gritted her teeth and said, "So what, I just want to trick you into arresting you. I will put you on the steps in front of the door and step on you every time I go in and out. You're really ruthless." Xiao Chen smiled maliciously, and said, "But it's a bit difficult, you've sent everyone back, and now you're a bit hard to protect yourself." Zhao Liner looked at him disdainfully, and said, "There are Sun Knights guarding outside, making it impossible for you to escape. Do you dare to harm me? You are the one to look at. I'm a soft-spoken person, not hard-working." Having said that, Xiao Chen stood up and shot like lightning. Zhao Liner's face changed. She wanted to shout, but she held back, her slender fingertips flashed brightly, and she started to fight with Xiao Chen. Both of them used small moves to attack quickly, and their power was controlled just right, without damaging any tables, chairs and tea sets, as if two lights and shadows were entangled. Although Zhao Liner is very confident in her practice in the past 4 years, she knows that there is still a gap after meeting Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen condensed the fearless lion seal, Fudo-Ming King Seal, and Perfect Aquarius Seal into his palms. Although there will be no terrifying energy fluctuations, the power has not decreased much. After a short fight, Zhao Linner was forced to retreat to a corner, and then the ray of light, the huge dragon claw-shaped giant hand, grabbed Zhao Linner, and in his arms, Xiao Chen embraced the small waist like a soft willow. Let go, don't let go. Zhao Linner wanted to attack Xiao Chen, but a burst of divine power came from her waist, which immediately made her feel numb all over, making it difficult to fight back. I let you go. Why? Xiao Chen hugged Zhao Linner tightly as if he was treating an exclusive spoil, without any intention of letting go. This gesture made Zhao Linner want to bite off his ear in shame and indignation. If you dare to blaspheme the saint of the sun cult, the knights outside will cut you to pieces. I'm going to call someone. Hearing these words, instead of being afraid, Xiao Chen embraced her and sat on the chair presumptuously. The two half of their bodies were in intimate contact with each other, feeling the soft fragrance. Xiao Chen said nonchalantly, then call them in. You, I will kill you. Zhao Linner wanted to move away from Xiao Chen, but she was so weak that she couldn't move. Xiao Chen gently combed her messy hair, then blew softly in her ear, and said, okay, if you want to kill me, let your knights come in, do it to me, and let them see how a chaste and flawless saint looks like in the arms of a dangerous man. You, call it, you bastard. Zhao Linner was very angry, not with others, but with herself. Why try to recruit this guy, why not just kill him? Xiao Chen knew that enough was enough, and he would accept it when he saw it. If he continued to be so rude, maybe Zhao Linner would really do something out of the ordinary. He believed that Zhao Linner wouldn't turn his back on her, otherwise she wouldn't meet her alone. Hee, your royal highness, please stand up. Zhao Linner stood up abruptly, straightened her clothes quickly, retreated to the door, and shouted coquettishly, come on. In an instant, more than a dozen figures appeared in the hall, including two old people, because everyone knew how powerful and terrifying Xiao Shaoshui was. Except for the strongest of all religions, the younger generation might not be able to take him down. What happened to the saint? The young knights are very passionate, especially when facing such an alluring and beautiful saint, they want to show their extraordinariness even more. Xiao Chen was already surrounded. Two old knights stared at him from outside the crowd without moving. A dozen young knights, all wearing golden armor, held golden swords and spears, facing Xiao Chen directly. Xiao Chen is not afraid, he is only on guard against the two old knights. He believes that if the world of 8 phases unfolds, they can escape. Is the saint going to take him down, or kill him? The young knights were no strangers to Xiao Chen. Zheng Jin had witnessed him beheading the clone of the Supreme Buddha, and killing Poodle and his mount in the shortest possible time. It is impossible for Zhao Linner not to be angry. Her identity determines her haughty character. Whether in the human world or in the world of longevity, no one dares to be rude to her. Xiao Chen not only made him leave his parents and relatives, but also dared to treat her like this, which really made her feel crazy. However, she is no longer what she used to be. Although she gritted her teeth with hatred, she didn't show it. She resisted the attack, waved her hand lightly, and said, get back. The two old knights walked out first without saying anything. A dozen or so young knights looked at each other suspiciously, and finally saluted and retreated. Of course, they did not forget to stare at Xiao Chen fiercely, threatening and warning. Now, I believe in your sincerity, and I think you won't use your power to deal with me for the time being. Xiao Chen sat down on his own, showing sincerity, and said, let's talk about how to cooperate. Zhao Linner was in a daze for such a quick transition, but she soon figured it out. This bastard is just afraid that she will have an attack. It is really abominable, deliberately changing the atmosphere temporarily. Following Lan Nuo's advice, she really doesn't want to kill Xiao Chen now, but it doesn't mean she doesn't have hostility in her heart, especially what happened just now. In the room, there was a short silence. Zhao Linner was thinking. It turned out that Xiao Shui was really Xiao Chen, and she was digesting the news. In this way, the Xiao Chen back then had undergone a qualitative transformation, and he was no longer the weak cultivator hiding everywhere on Long Island. Now he seems to have stepped into the ranks of the strongest young masters in the world, probably not much worse than the strongest young masters of several major religions. The potential is enormous. Moreover, the most important thing is that he had a magical little beast that once defeated the Supreme Buddha, and when it disappeared, it was at the same level as Lao Tzu and Buddha, which is unimaginable. And now, that little snow-white beast is coming back. Zhao Linner couldn't help sighing that Xiao Chen was no longer the same. He had cultivated into the world of 8 phases and possessed a heaven-defying little snow-white beast. If any big power knew his true identity, except for the Zongtuhu family, they would definitely try their best to win him over. The more she thought about it, the more shocked Zhao Liner became. The person in front of her was no longer Wu Shaman, and if she accidentally leaked the news, she might be caught in the hands of others and raised up. After thinking about it for a long time, Zhao Liner decided to advance instead of retreating, and said, "Let me stomp on you, and everything we had in the past will be erased." "Why, it's more like hugging instead," Xiao Chen blurted out, and the other party seemed to be gnashing his teeth again when he said these words. "You country boy," Xiao Chen smiled, too lazy to argue with her, and asked, "Is the treasure you said true?" "Of course, there is a, far away, but it was lost a long time ago." "Isn't that the same as nothing?" Xiao Chen felt his hope was shattered. "I know its clues, so I found you here." "Where?" Zhao Liner glanced at him and said, "I need a long-term plan. When I need your help, I will look for you. I hope you can come and help me instead of helping Yin Yang." At this time, footsteps came from outside the hall, and a young man's voice came, "Please see Her Majesty the Holy Maiden." Zhao Liner turned her head and gave Xiao Chen a hard look, then shouted, "Come in." A handsome knight, with a golden helmet in his hand and a golden sword on his back, strode in and said, "I heard that the saint was frightened just now, so I'm here to escort you." "Thank you, Knight Yuli. It's nothing, it was just a misunderstanding." It could be seen that Zhao Liner was very polite to him, and she should be an extraordinary person. "Okay." The handsome knight gave a salute and was about to retreat, but the moment he turned around, he saw Xiao Chen playing with an earring. "Isn't that the saints?" Yuli seemed to have been hit, his body trembled, he took a deep breath and retreated. Looking back, Zhao Liner was extremely angry, wishing to leave a few jade fingerprints on Xiao Chen's face, and said angrily, "You bastard." For a long time, Xiao Chen had to defend himself. "I picked it up on the ground, who told you to throw things around?" "Nonsense, you must have secretly picked it off just now, you bastard killed the 9 clans. This is not a human world." When everything calmed down, Xiao Chen asked, "Who is that person? His cultivation seems unfathomable." "Of course, that is the 3rd master of the younger generation of the Sun sect, and the younger brother of the number 1. "Oh, it is indeed very strong. It seems that the cultivation level of the number 1 master of the Sun sect is unimaginable." "Certainly." Speaking of this, Zhao Liner seemed to think of something, and said, "Your situation is very dangerous. I think many people should be suspicious of your identity. I got a secret report that people from the Hu family are coming here. You'd better be careful." She looked at Xiao Chen suspiciously, and said, "The tiger family has unlimited potential, but is suffering from a strange disease. You must have killed the strong tiger who has not improved in cultivation for 10 years, right? We happened to pass by that night. According to the observation of an old knight of the Sun sect, there was a breath left by a young man there. I killed it." Xiao Chen didn't hide anything. "What, you, killed a demigod?" Zhao Liner was extremely shocked, and had to reassess Xiao Chen's potential again. If this is the case, she might not necessarily lose against the most powerful people trained by the secret methods of the previous major religions. Yes, for safety reasons, Xiao Chen didn't want to mention Dugu Sword Demon and Niu Ren. "Xiao Chen, hide immediately and retreat from Yindu, so as not to be murdered by others." Of course, there is a sense of concern in saying this, but the most important thing is that he does not want Xiao Chen to be recruited by others. Zhao Liner decided to firmly grasp such a potential master. More importantly, having Xiao Chen in his hands is equivalent to mastering that little snow-white beast that can be called against the sky. "Hey," Xiao Chen sneered, and said, "I'm afraid many people have already guessed the same thing. Why did I run away? I am no longer the Xiao Chen 3 years ago. If I want to leave, no one can stop me. I still want to watch the masters of several major religions fight, and see how strong the young generation of the Dasheng kingdom is. I also want to find another chance to kill a few tigers." The identity of Xiao Chen and Xiao Xiaoshui should be exposed. You bastard, what the hell are you going to do?" Of course it's going to be a big fight. Or a big fight. Chapter 246, Forget. It is very difficult to change a person's personality, unless it is constantly sculpted and adjusted for a long time, but the effect is also very small. Although Xiao Chen has changed his physical appearance, changed his temperament, and displayed new magic formulas and supernatural powers, his nature has not changed. He is a powerful person who cannot be restrained or suppressed. No rules and regulations in this world can restrain him, and some things in his bones cannot be changed even by death. Walking out of the Pure Land and wanting to experience the various states of life, he has stayed in Yindu for long enough, and he feels that it is time to change to another place. His identity was about to be exposed, and before he left, he decided to do whatever he wanted and make a big fuss with his opponent, which was also a kind of life experience and another kind of cultivation experience. Xiao Chen, I advise you to leave Yindu as soon as possible, otherwise you will lose your life, and it will be too late to regret it. Zhao Liner didn't want Xiao Chen to stay here any longer. Seeing how confident he was, she knew that he must have the ability to protect himself, but she didn't want to see Xiao Chen become the focus of Yindu, and she didn't want to be drawn over by other powerful forces. Impossible. Xiao Chen only had 3 words, and rejected Zhao Liner's proposal. Zhao Liner looked down at him from a high position, looking a bit strong, but then put away her bullying aura and acted very sincerely, saying, "You are too arrogant, who do you think you are? Can you compete with demigods or even the Hu family with stronger masters? I'm doing it for your own good, so you should escape early. I will arrange a way out for you, money and beauties are up to you." The result was predictable. Xiao Chen could not agree, but he was full of curiosity about how Zhao Liner became a saint. Speaking of this, Zhao Liner was deeply moved. She used to be a royal celestial maiden in the human world, but she had to compete with other noble ladies and even women of commoner background in the longevity realm, which made her deeply understand the importance of power. There are many reasons for the final victory. First of all, there is no doubt about her personal appearance and temperament. Even in the vast world of longevity, there are not many people who can compare with her. Another important reason is that she owns a purebred little unicorn, and according to some old priests of the Sun sect, she found out that the little unicorn is the descendant of the mount of the legendary Sun Goddess, the daughter of the Sun God, and is a symbol of light and holiness. There are only 3 holy unicorns of this bloodline in the entire continent, and they are all old. I never thought that such a big unicorn holy beast would return from Long Island. This is a good news for the Sun cult. From this, it can be widely publicized that the Sun Maiden will return to the earth, and the Sun God is paying attention to his people. For the Sun cult, this is a rare opportunity to expand its teaching. The appearance of this little unicorn sacred beast has made several other major religions jealous for a long time, because whenever people and things related to the supreme god of each religion appear in the world, it will greatly enhance the reputation of this religion and greatly increase the power of this religion. Of course, Zhao Liner's successful becoming a saint has an important relationship with the 2 of them. One of them was Lan Nuo. Her infinite potential shocked even the Pope of the Sun cult, and he solemnly received her as the Supreme One. To be able to enter the longevity realm from the shattered void of the human realm, where spiritual energy is extremely scarce, into the longevity realm in the shortest possible time, Lan Nuo's talent can be said to be unmatched through the ages. Those who entered the longevity realm in history were generally a few years older than her, and in the later years they all became the top figures in the longevity continent. How could Lan Nuo not be taken seriously? The woman she defended would naturally make the Pope think about it. The other person is the tree man who came to the mainland from Long Island. When he was on Dragon Island, he shed the tree man's body and became a green-haired cultivator with flesh and blood. He lived on Dragon Island for endless years. It took him countless years to transform into a tree man. Later, he had a psychic heart and practiced for more than 10,000 years. If it wasn't for Dragon Island's ceiling of divine power, his cultivation would have been unimaginable. Even so, he cultivated a flesh and blood divine body on Long Island. Yes, that is a divine body. After getting out of trouble on Dragon Island, he came to the longevity continent, and there is no force to stop him. His cultivation level can be said to be advancing at a rapid pace, and he keeps breaking through. Even the Pope of the Sun Church dare not underestimate him, thinking that his future is limitless. When she was on Dragon Island, Zhao Liner had made friends with the god-body tree man in the Tree Man Valley, and she naturally got his care when she came to the longevity continent. At the beginning, the only factor that restricted Zhao Liner from becoming a saint, she was not from the Western tribe. However, because the Roman religious alliance is about to use troops against the Vatican and wants to spread the teachings to the East, some people boldly suggested that maybe a certain religion can make a woman of the Oriental tribe a saint, reflecting racial equality, which may have an unexpected effect. In this way, the identity of the Dongfang tribe became a favorable factor for Zhao Liner to successfully ascend to the position of saint. In Brahma Kingdom, there are many races, mostly mixed blood. The Sun sect declared to the outside world that the Sun God's light shines all over the world, and the Sun God's people are all over the world. No matter what race, no matter where, the Sun God treats everyone equally. With the above factors, Zhao Liner naturally stood out from the crowd and became the new generation of Sun cult saintess. Lano, how is she? Zhao Lin'er glanced at Xiao Chen, and said, "You bastard. Sister Lan Nuo is very good. In the first year of coming to the mainland, she directly broke from the realm of nirvana to the realm of longevity." Xiao Chen knew that Lan Nuo had excellent aptitude, and he was not surprised by such terrifying speed. When will I be able to climb to the top of Changsheng Peak? Seeing him talking to himself, the beautiful Zhao Lin'er curled her lips and said in a blow, "Don't forget, Sister Lan Nuo broke through the void and came to the longevity realm by herself, unlike stowaways like you and me. Where is the human world? There is an extreme lack of spiritual energy, and it has long been impossible to support cultivators to reach the nirvana state. Sister Lan Nuo did it under such a bad situation. She is a miracle in her own right. She is a world-defying genius who only appears once in thousands of years. No matter what achievements she will achieve in the future, don't be surprised. You can't compare." Xiao Chen smiled and didn't speak, because his cultivation speed was fast enough, and he was considered a strong one among the younger generation. If he complained again, he would be struck by lightning. He is indeed a cultivation genius. At least so far, among the people he has come into contact with, there are very few people who can compare with him in terms of cultivation speed. Only Lan Nuo, the genius among the geniuses, and Qingqing, the clever girl who couldn't let him see through, entered the realm faster than him. Where's Lano? At least you still have some conscience. It's not in vain that Sister Lan Nuo once secretly went to the southern wilderness after hearing about your accident in Tiandi City. Unfortunately, you had already disappeared by then. Otherwise, I'm afraid you would have become one of my knights long ago." No matter how Zhao Lin'er changes, her superior arrogance will never disappear. This is related to her background and experience. Xiao Chen was very upset, but he was too lazy to argue with her. Hee, does Yin Ying know something about Sister Lan Nuo? But how can she compare to me? Be good, we will work together to find the treasure, the end of the world, and when the time comes to find Sister Lan Nuo. Zhao Lin'er started a new calculation. Although Xiao Chen vaguely guessed it, he just smiled. Without asking about Lan Nuo's news, Xiao Chen left. He believed in his own strength and even more in his own potential. Walking out of the royal garden, Xiao Chen has been thinking about a question: how can he make his cultivation path smooth and far-reaching? With the same effort, practitioners have different achievements. The essential reason is that there is a problem with personal roots and talents. If you want to improve your talent potential, there may be only one chance, and that is nirvana. Transcendence, knowledge of Tibet, imperial emptiness, nirvana, and longevity are the 5 realms known to the world. Nirvana, as its name suggests, for the cultivator, everything in the past will be cleared, allowing the cultivator to undergo an essential rebirth and reach a new high point. Of course, the vast majority will fail and die. Nirvana, for all cultivators, is the most significant opportunity in this life. If the rebirth of nirvana is successful, a few people's talents and roots will undergo a qualitative transformation, and they may rush to an unimaginable new starting point. Xiao Chen shook his head. It's still too early to think. He has not yet entered the realm of Yukong, which is the so-called demigod realm, and the road to nirvana is still far away. Back at the inn where he lived, the little fat man Niu Ren was waiting for him, and every time he saw the little fat man, Xiao Chen wanted to laugh. This guy is actually very handsome, but his face is too fleshy, and he has a little general's belly, which makes him lose his handsomeness and gives people a naive feeling. Xiao Chen, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Let's go to Shenyu Loyan Palace to see Lu Ruyang's sister. I have been in Yindu for so long, and I only visited once. The little fat man was beaming with joy, his eyes shining brightly. Forget it, another day. My current identity is very sensitive, and many people are suspecting it. If I go like this, I'm afraid it will cause trouble for her. That's true, but why do I think you don't want to go? If you want to go, it's okay to sneak in, right? Hee. The little fat man laughed and said, do you not like Sister Lu, ahem. I don't have that high vision, I like pretty girls, how about I go and see for you? Xiao Chen felt very speechless for the little fat man who looked simple and honest on the outside, but his words were completely different. Why don't we go together? The little fat man suggested again. Forget it, go by yourself. Xiao Chen picked up the teacup, took a sip of the tea, and said, ask her if she needs help. If there is a need, just ask, and I will naturally do my best. Hey, why don't you say these things yourself? The little fat man circled around Xiao Chen twice in the room, and said, look at how sexy and enchanting Sister Lu is, to be able to get such a woman as a wife is a blessing in 8 lifetimes. There is also Sister Yan Qingcheng, a peerless beauty, one of the 2 pearls in the southern wilderness. By the way, there is also Sister Ah Bing, who is also enchanting and beautiful. The famous beauty in Xizang. I feel pity. How do I feel? I have been ignored by you, or we find them one by one to chat and communicate with each other. Spring hasn't arrived yet. What happened to our Niu Pengpeng today? Xiao Chenyang smiled and looked at Niu Ren. Alas. The little fat man sighed, and said listlessly, my grandma sent me a message, telling me that this trip will not be in vain, and that he wants to settle a lifelong event. He wants to have a great-grandson. Who are you looking for, and I can help you match up? Forget it, no need, my standard is not high, so it's easy to solve. I'm just wondering about you. Could it be that you want to maintain a state where you can live among thousands of flowers without a single leaf getting on your body? Having said this, the little fat man began to analyze seriously, and said, no, I remember that Sister Lu Rian had an unusual relationship with you when she was on Dragon Island, and that Sister Yan Qingcheng was once caught by you. Finally, Niu Ren asked suspiciously, what on earth are you thinking? I am a piece of floating weed and a wave of flowers. I pass by. When I am tired, I will sail into a peaceful harbor and be quiet from then on. You have the attitude of playing in the world of mortals, and you are still fleeting, looking at thousands of flowers passing by from a distance. The little fat man stood up and said, I'll go visit Sister Lu, see you later. When he walked to the door, he suddenly turned around and said with a smile, Xiao Chen, I bet you that when the children of our peers know how to make soy sauce, you will still be uncertain. The little fat man left. Xiao Chen smiled and shook his head, but thought about it carefully. Are you really avoiding feelings? Maybe. The peerless stunner Lu Rian once gave him herself as a gift, and he didn't refuse, but he didn't make it clear either. Yan Qingcheng had been caught by him before, but he was moved by Wushuang's beauty, but it was only words. In the face of the proud royal goddess Zhao Liner, in order to save her face as a saint, he did something even more presumptuously just now, which can be called a kind of molestation. But all of this seems to be on the surface. Has the heart really throbbed? The answer appears to be no. At the beginning, he entered the longevity realm entirely because of survival issues, which left him no time to think about personal emotional issues, so what about now? Am I really trying to avoid it? Xiao Chen said to himself. He suddenly realized that he was really avoiding this question. You can play with the wind and dust, you can flirt with beautiful women, but in the end you retreat, unwilling to be really tempted. It's easy to fall in love with someone, maybe in an instant, but it's really hard to forget someone, maybe it takes a lifetime. Is it because you are afraid of experiencing forgetting again that you dare not really be tempted? Xiao Chen suddenly understood the problem. Maybe it was really because he didn't want to experience forgetting again. Everything in the world is indeed difficult to forget, but Xiao Chen understands that practice is to cultivate the mind. He must forget that properly solving emotional problems is also a test of practice. After discovering the reason today, he feels that he can no longer retreat, and should truly face everything. Instead of a piece of floating duckweed, a wave of flowers blooming. However, when he thought about how to start, he had no choice. It seemed that there was no one he could really fall in love with. Feel free, not intentionally, then go to practice. Xiao Chen unfolded the world of 8 phases, leaving an afterimage on the street. Ordinary people couldn't see his trace at all, and he was already several miles away in an instant. Legend has it that Yindu is an ancient relic, a place where gods are buried, and even several ancestor gods left traces here. Not long after, Xiao Chen came to a famous historical site in the capital of Yin. There was a stone tree in a stone forest in Xicheng district. According to legend, the ancestor god Yuchao once meditated under the tree for 9 days. This towering giant tree as thick as 3 houses was originally a living body. This stone forest is very vast, and it is easy for ordinary people to get lost in it. Only cultivators will come here, but endless years have passed, and fewer cultivators come here, because there are not many people who have gained something here, only a small part. Xiao Chen walked under the huge stone tree, looked up at the towering dry and petrified branches, and then meditated silently on the ground. He didn't find anything here, and he didn't want to leave. He wanted to imitate the ancestor god Yuchao and meditate here for 9 days. On the first day, the clouds were light and the wind was light, and the stone forest was silent. On the second day, there were dark clouds, but no raindrops fell, and the stone forest was extremely oppressive. On the third day, it rained heavily, and there was a curtain of water between the sky and the earth, and a vast expanse of whiteness. On the fourth day, the showers were continuous and the light rain was sparse. Fifth day. On the seventh day, it was late at night, and Xiao Chen still had nothing to gain, but he just felt that the weather was extremely abnormal. Although he didn't gain anything, he didn't feel any depression. In history, there are only a few people who have achieved something here, and it is normal for him not to be able to get a chance here. On the eighth day, the capital of Yin was full of excitement, and the strongest young masters trained by several major religions with secret methods had arrived. As for the great Shang Empire, several of the most powerful members of the Shang kingdom who were said to be indistinguishable from each other also arrived. And several masters of the Hu family also came to Yindu on this day. Xiao Chen is still meditating, there is no wave in the ancient well, he is thinking why the ancestor god Yu Chaowei is meditating here. Why is it said that he once sat here motionless for 9 days? And did not leave any words and nicks. On the 9th day, he still had nothing to gain, the night was like water, and midnight came in a flash, and there was no sound in the second half of the night. Xiao Chen seemed to fall into a deep sleep, but at this moment, he vaguely heard a voice, as if someone was talking. Refining Heaven and Earth Copper Furnace. Chapter 247 The Unique Green Leaf. Refining Heaven and Earth Copper Furnace. Xiao Chen vaguely heard such a voice, faintly present, intermittently intermittent. In this silent night, it seemed extraordinarily ethereal. A dark cloud drifted past, blocking the light of the stars and the moon, making the stone forest dark. Huge stone bars stood not far away, like giants, with blurred outlines and tall black shadows appearing a bit heavy and gloomy. With no wind or waves, a vague voice came from Xiao Chen's ears again, but it was difficult to catch it clearly, and it was impossible to distinguish what it meant. Heaven, hell. Finally heard a few more words clearly. Xiao Chen felt his heart pounding. Who is talking? It is definitely not an ordinary person. The topic discussed seems to involve taboos and secrets. How can ordinary people participate? Xiao Chen desperately wanted to know who was speaking, but he didn't dare to move an inch, for fear of disturbing the speaker. He carefully let go of his consciousness to search, but he didn't catch anything. There seems to be a layer of mysterious mist covering the surrounding area, making the divine consciousness protruding out like a mud cow into the sea. Who is it? Who exactly? Why are you talking about such a taboo subject? The moment Xiao Chen was about to stand up, he suddenly saw something vaguely, and then it became a little clearer. Right in front of him, under the towering stone tree, 2 old men were sitting on the ground. Although the shadows were blurred, they could be vaguely seen as 2 white-haired old men. One was extremely majestic and the other was extremely kind. It's them talking. It is only a few feet away from Xiao Chen. It's so strange. This kind of feeling made Xiao Chen very strange. It seemed to be within a short distance, as if thousands of miles away, obviously very close, but it felt as if it spanned half of the starry sky. Didn't they see someone beside them? Xiao Chen felt that the old man didn't seem to see him, and seemed to regard him as an ordinary grass, tree, mountain and rock. There is a nest. Hearing 2 more words clearly, an old man called another old man like this, which made Xiao Chen almost open his mouth in shock. Yachao, doesn't it mean that the person in front of you is an ancestor god? Ancestral gods close at hand. Sui Renshi. The 3 characters uttered by another old man were also captured by Xiao Chen, and it turned out to be Suarenshi. Xiao Chen felt the blood gushing out, and the blood flow speed increased rapidly. Sitting in front of him were 2 ancestor gods. It's unimaginable. The human world. Xiao Chen was very impatient. The 2 ancestor gods were not far away, and seemed to be discussing some important secret, but he could only hear a few words vaguely, and they would stop abruptly at critical moments, making him wish to go to the 2 ancestor gods to hear clearly. But it's useless for him to be anxious, he can't really hear clearly at all, it's so far away. 9 points for the stone man. These 4 words made Xiao Chen's heart tremble, but the result was predictable, but he still couldn't hear the specific words clearly. Anxious. Xiao Chen wished he could act immediately and rush over. Only a few feet away, the ancestor god has already discovered him. Why is this so? Are you ignoring him on purpose so that he won't hear you? At this moment, the 2 blurred figures suddenly gradually became clear, and one could clearly see ancestral god Yachao and Suiren sitting cross-legged opposite each other, and even the expressions on their faces seemed to be able to see a little more clearly, no longer just hazy seriousness and kindness. And at this time, Xiao Chen found that the 2 moved. The majestic ancestor god of the Chao family spread his right hand, and several artifacts appeared in his palm, a stone dagger, a stone ball, and a broken arm. Aren't those the rare treasures of the ancestor gods in Chaoshan Palace owned by Tianluo Kingdom? How come it's here again? Xiao Chen knew clearly that the stone ball was taken away by Master Tongtian, the stone dagger was taken away by Wu Sheng Sun Wu, and the severed arm was taken by him, and now it was in his body, and he hurriedly looked inside and found that the broken stone man was sitting quietly cross-legged in his body, holding the stone drill in his hand, like a wooden sculpture of clay, motionless. At this time, the kind ancestor Suarenshi also spread out his palm, and the stone diamond, the stone man's left leg, the stone man's right leg, all appeared in his palm. Xiao Chen suddenly realized that the ancestor god was indeed in front of him, but it was not a real figure, but a phantom from endless years ago, which was preserved here forever and reappeared in front of him at a specific time. This is not considered a supernatural event. In special places such as ancient castles and catacombs, if the surrounding scenery remains unchanged, the historical illusion can reappear under certain circumstances. It is the surrounding environment that clearly records the scene of the year. He was no longer anxious, calmed down slowly, and quietly watched the phantom of the ancestor gods in the field. The two ancestor gods sat there quietly and stopped talking, and the scene suddenly became quiet. With the passage of time, Xiao Chen suddenly felt the harmony and tranquility here, and the space where the two ancestor gods lived seemed to be filled with a calming atmosphere, which made people involuntarily calm. No, it was not caused by the breath of the ancestor gods, but by their calm and natural posture. The way of natural peace. At this moment, Xiao Chen suddenly had a clear understanding, the harmonious and peaceful way of nature, which made him vigilant. Recently, he is too much pursuing the speed of cultivation, and haste makes waste. In the ruins of the Fuxi clan, he comprehended and created the 8-phase world supernatural power by himself. When he came to the meditation place of the ancestor god Suarenshi, he also hoped to gain something against the way of nature. This time there was no chance, but Xiao Chen's state of mind suddenly calmed down, and he was no longer impetuous. At this moment, his state of mind was peaceful and natural. But is that really the case? Is the natural way of the ancestor gods necessarily correct? He has doubts, maybe it is not suitable for him. In front of him, the peaceful shadows of the two ancestor gods seemed to be slowly imprinting towards his heart, and the two lights and shadows were slowly approaching. In the quiet of the second half of the night, the figure of the ancestor god was reflected in Xiao Chen's heart, and he experienced peace in nature. In the early morning, the sun was shining brightly. Xiao Chen opened his eyes, a few green leaves were blown from nowhere, and fell lightly into the stone forest. Xiao Chen stood up, facing the morning glow, stretched out his hands, and caught two falling leaves. Against the backdrop of the morning glow, the two green leaves were about to drip, shining like green jade. Xiao Chen stared carefully, without saying a word for a long time. Two green leaves that seem to be the same, when observed carefully, the difference is still very large. There are no two identical green leaves in this world, and naturally there is no identical cultivation process. Although inspired by the natural and peaceful state of the ancestor gods, Xiao Chen cannot really follow the natural way of the ancestor gods. At this moment, the shadows of the two ancestor gods slowly faded in his heart until they disappeared. Xiao Chen completely erased them from their hearts. You can walk and appreciate the way of others, but the real way lies under your own feet, and that is your own way. The breeze caressed gently, and the morning glow was gorgeous. He gently raised his hands, and two emerald green leaves flew away like green butterflies, and finally fell down. In the early morning light, Xiao Chen's body shone with light. He looked so natural and harmonious, as if he had already merged into this world and became an inseparable part. He seemed to be indistinguishable from the surrounding stone forest and giant trees, and connected with them as a whole. A green leaf condensed from between his hands, flashing a faint green light, then fluttered up, and then suddenly shattered, turning into a blazing divine light, straight towards Xiaohan, shocking the nearby residents. For a moment, the green light that shot straight into the sky suddenly receded, fell straight down from the sky, and submerged into Xiao Chen's body. That is his own unique, green leaf, which sprouted from the treasure of his body and took shape in the sea of spiritual consciousness. Let those two ancestor gods and make those two green leaves disappear completely from my heart. Xiao Chen wakes up from the wonderful mysterious realm. The mountain is still the same mountain, the cloud is still the same cloud, everything is like this, it has never changed. There is nothing wrong with hard work and rapid progress. 9 days of meditation, once enlightened, this kind of wonderland that can only be understood but cannot be expressed in words, made Xiao Chen just laugh twice in the end. He was still Xiao Chen from before, striding out of the stone forest. The golden glow fell on his body, as if there was a faint flowing brilliance emanating from his body, with an indescribably strange temperament. All this is because of another breakthrough by Xiao Chen. From the 6th heaven of knowledge of Tibet to the 7th heaven of knowledge of Tibet, the physical body and spiritual consciousness are naturally different from the past. Long before this, Xiao Chen's spiritual realm had broken through to the 7th heaven of consciousness. This time, at the ruins of the ancestor god of the Chao family, he meditated for 9 days, and once he realized it, he finally fully promoted to the 7th heaven. The treasure body is stronger, the skin is shining with a crystal luster, and his first supernatural power of melting soldiers has been refined several layers. This is a supernatural power directly linked to his body. Every time his body takes a step, the power of melting soldiers and refining his body will increase exponentially. And the spiritual consciousness is more condensed, the 8-phase world emerges, and becomes clearer, like the real world, and it also undergoes a transformation. After images appeared one after another, and all kinds of magic seal sanshou, which were almost supernatural, became more concise, and their power increased a lot. This made Xiao Chen full of confidence. He felt as if he could shake the demigod alone. Xiao Chen knew that the strongest of several major religions must have arrived in Yindu, and most of them had already started to confront the outstanding young masters of the great merchants. It's better than strolling in the garden, one step forward, and you are already several streets away. He didn't want to miss the opportunity, and wanted to see how strong those peers were. If the Hu family came, he was going to have a hearty battle, and then retreated. The collision between the strongest young men of the two empires has indeed begun. This time, it is not held in a barracks outside the city, but in a royal garden inside the city. There is a huge martial arts arena inside, which is enough for young masters to display their skills. This is definitely a grand event. This is a fierce collision of the young generation, and it is the first confrontation between the future peak powerhouses of the two empires. Some people are destined to be famous all over the world in this grand event. Therefore, people of any status in Yindu city rushed to this royal garden, wanting to watch this battle between dragons and tigers. At the request of the outside world, the royal garden is open to everyone. As long as they pay a certain amount of gold coins, even ordinary people can go to the martial arts field to watch the battle. On this day, there were huge crowds of people around the huge martial arts arena in the royal garden, and tens of thousands of people rushed here. Among them are military generals, masters from the Yin capital family, young heroes from all over the Changsheng continent, elders and strong men. Of course there are nobles who don't know how to cultivate, and ordinary people who come here purely to watch the excitement. Yan Qingcheng, Ah Bing, and the 3 princesses Yin Ying sat together, and Qilao, Yu Wenfeng, Huo Nao, and Ah Shui, who had not seen each other for many days, also appeared. Even the taciturn Dugu sword demon came to the scene. On the other side, Boshi, Chen Hengjin and other royal families gathered a large number of descendants of aristocratic families, and Chu Xingquang, Yan Lingkong and other 4 masters of the Yin capital gathered together. Their popularity was unimaginable, and the area was already crowded. Just the reunion of these 4 masters is already a sensational news. Of course, although they are all in the strongest row, they are certainly not the so-called first person. The 4 masters are looking for in the crowd, because they know that those people in the legend must have arrived. As for the Roman Empire, the momentum was even stronger. All 500 knights of the Knights of the Sun came to the scene on the back of wild beasts, and surrounded the masters and important personnel of several major religions at the outermost periphery, marking a relatively quiet and relaxed area for them. Although we can't see the top powerhouses of several major religions, the brutal beast knights on the periphery are enough to make people startled. All the savage beasts are gigantic, such as a winged giant leopard, a 9-headed python, and a radiant giant sculpture. The murderous aura is awe-inspiring, and the momentum is astonishing. Niu Ren was shaking a pair of huge bull horns, standing in the crowd very depressed, because he saw Yu Wenfeng, who was not far from the 3rd princess. That guy got the horse king's soul. With the keen sense of the bull king's soul, the little fat man immediately noticed the abnormality, and only after careful observation did he discover the problem. The legendary bull head and horse face gathered together. They felt each other and discovered each other's existence. What makes the little fat man Niu Ren the most indignant is that Yu Wenfeng shows no sign of horse face. He looks like an ordinary person, and he is so striking, and attracts attention. In the crowd on the other side, an incomparably wretched guy was moving around a group of noble ladies, dangling around in an annoying manner. An aristocratic lady glared at him angrily, and said, "Who are you? Why are you going back and forth to take advantage of us? That's right, look at his peach blossom eyes, they haven't left us until now. Dirty, go away. Everyone, you are beautiful, tall, Noble lady, I am, yes I Hurtfest, I am, Yate, the emissary of the stead. There's a hooligan nearby, take a look, do you see it? Speaking of this, the wretched man pointed at Niu Ren not far away, and said, that guy's eyes are flaming, and the bull's head is wobbling, that's a lecherous, hooligan cow. Then, he turned his finger and pointed at the Dugu sword demon in the other direction, saying, look, see that guy? Don't look at him, he looks cool, that's a cold-faced bastard. The methods are extremely cruel and violent. Also, and that scarred face. At this point, the wretched man pointed at Bo Shi again, and said, this is definitely a person with a human face and a beast's heart, the demon king of sex. Everyone in the industry, all call him, the second bald son, the devil king of sex, he is definitely a 5-star dangerous person. Still, and that little boy, who wets the bed at the age of 10, and started doing evil. He specializes in dealing with little girls. He is called Yumian little bastard. Fuck you, you rascal. A girl smashed a bunch of snacks in the wretched man's face. You rascal, you still slander others, you are the most like a villain. Blade him. A group of women surrounded and ravaged the wretched man. The wretched man was as slippery as a fish in the water. While dodging, he stammered and defended, I'm wronged. I'm really here to catch the gangster, that guy is called Toddy, Stinky, the stinky rogue, definitely, absolutely dangerous. Roar. A few long howls came, which immediately quieted down the noisy martial arts arena, and several huge white tigers flew across the sky and landed in the crowd. Chapter 248 Return My True Honor. A few roars of tigers made people's souls tremble, and there was a terrifying coercion in the roars. Several huge white tigers passed across the sky, landed in the crowd and turned into human form, and disappeared in a blink of an eye. Everyone knows that the Zongtuhu family has come. They can guess where they came from. 2 juniors were beheaded by Xiao Xiaoshui, and a strong tiger was dismembered. The upper half of the body was missing, which seriously insulted the dignity of the Hu family. The third princess, Yin Ying, and the saintess of the Sun sect, Zhao Lin, frowned at the same time, but they had no choice but to offend this ancient family whose power was beyond guessing. When a bell rang, and it was clearly transmitted throughout the martial arts arena, making the commotional crowd gradually quiet down, and the peak duel was about to begin. After several old antiques with white hair and beards finished their speeches, all the masters from both sides walked into the martial arts arena. As for the friendship duel that those old antiques said, they were directly ignored, and everyone was staring at the so-called strongest of the 2 countries. Beauty, peerless beauty. There was commotion in the crowd, and many perverts shouted. A total of 10 young masters from several major religions walked into the martial arts arena. Among them were a few women. They were either graceful and tall, or petite. This caused many young men in the field to make a noise for a long time. And the male masters of several major religions are also extraordinary. Some are tall and burly, some are handsome, with long golden hair moving with the wind, like golden rays of sunshine shining, attracting many girls outside the arena to stare at them. Although there was a faint mist around their faces, and their faces could only be seen dimly, they all had an extraordinary temperament, the kind of tall and horny people who couldn't get people's attention. I like that delicate and handsome grasshopper. Drool, what a handsome grasshopper. The conversation between the 2 7- or 8-year-old noble girls made some men beside them feel speechless. The top 10 masters cultivated by several major religions with secret methods were selected from hundreds of millions of people in the entire Roman Empire. They were all trained and taught as future gods. Although they are still very young, their cultivation base is already very terrifying. There are clouds and mist on their faces. It is because they don't want to be exposed to the eyes of the world too early. They still have a period of time to grow up, and now is not the time to really shock their contemporaries. The top 10 masters of the great merchant empire entered the arena, and there were 3 women among them, gracefully walking in lotus steps, like willows in the wind, but they were covered in hazy mist, which was more thorough than their opponents, making it impossible to see their true faces. But the more it is like this, the more mysterious it is, and many young male cultivators continue to express regret. If they can, they really want to rush over to see it clearly. I guess that one of the 3 women must be the most outstanding successor from Sihang Zhongjai, and must have reached the point of wisdom. The fairies from Sihang Zhongjai came out, so one of them must be a witch from the heavenly demon palace. Witches have always fought endlessly against fairies. But this time, the three princesses invited them to fight against the masters of the Roman Empire at the same time. It's really exciting. The 7 male masters of the great merchant kingdom also attracted attention. They were also shrouded in hazy mist, and it was obvious that they did not want to reveal their identities. Of course, one of them must not be able to hide his identity, and that was the first among the 4 masters of Yindu. With him here, the noble ladies of Yindu immediately burst into cheers. At the same time, someone seemed to recognize another person among them, and said, "Could it be that Xiao Li, the strongest among the descendants of the flying knife, is also here? If that's the case, today will be very lively." Thinking about how the flying knife, which has never failed, will perform in the hands of the most outstanding disciple of this school, it is exciting. What made people speechless the most were the 2 7- or 8-year-old noble girls. Fans, handsome grasshopper. I'm going to drool again. Yes, several of them are handsome grasshoppers. I like them so much. I really want to take them home and watch them every day. ... The top 10 masters on both sides were staring at each other silently. When the eyes of 1 or 2 of them met, there was a crackling sound, and one could clearly see small lightning bolts dancing in the air. It was the substantive sharpness condensed by the eyes of 2 strong men colliding. Such a horrifying scene made those of the same age gasp. Their eyes, it seemed that they could kill people, which was beyond imagination. Out of etiquette, people on both sides saluted each other silently, and then these masters retreated silently. Then the giant bell rang, and one of the top 10 masters of the Roman Empire walked into the center of the arena and stood there silently. You could see that he was slender, but he couldn't see his face clearly. It seemed to be very handsome. War, he just spit out such a word. I'll fight him. Bo Shi jumped out of the crowd and rushed into the arena. According to the original regulations, this was a collision of the top 10 strongest experts from both sides, but after the final agreement, a temporary modification was made. People outside the field can also challenge, but there is a limit on the number of times each of the top 10 experts from both sides can challenge. The limit is 3. Xiao Chen has already arrived at the scene and saw the scene of several masters from the Hu family coming out of nowhere, but he is not afraid, and is currently paying close attention to the strongest masters from the 2 countries. Bo Shi has already fought against Roman Empire 1, his body is like a shadow of light, and his movements are so fast that it is difficult for ordinary people to see the shadow clearly. There is no need to announce their names, the top 10 masters of both sides are named number 1 and number 2 completely according to the order of appearance. It has nothing to do with strength. In just an instant, Bo Shi had already launched the most powerful purple prison space, because his other tricks could not shake the opponent at all. The purple air came from the east, covering the world, but at this moment, number 1 spoke softly, with a faint smile on his vaguely handsome face, and said, "God said, let there be light." He looked extremely calm. With a light wave of his hand, a gorgeous glow shone down and rushed into the misty purple air. The space of the purple prison was actually frozen, and it was difficult to form it. God said, "You have lost." The faint smile condensed in Bao Shi's eyes, and he saw golden characters smashing towards him. Yes, the words spoken in number 1 mouth were completely transformed into solid characters the size of a round table, and they fell towards Bo Shi like a boulder. PFF'd. Bo Shi spat out blood and was thrown flying. The disciples of the world behind rushed forward and helped him away. Such a strange supernatural power, which immediately stunned everyone, is really unheard of and unseen. Although there is no such a terrifying energy fluctuation, it is terrifyingly strong. All the power is concentrated on a few characters, acting in a small space, instantly defeating Bo Shi, almost abnormal. Number 1 looked calm and breezy, with a faint smile on his hazy handsome face. Has Xiao Xiaoshui come? There are still 2 people who can challenge me now. I hope Xiao Xiaoshui can come on stage. Number 1 smiled brightly, although he couldn't see his true face clearly, it was very strange. That bright smile like the morning glow seemed to be really seen by others. This is actually an illusion, which is entirely caused by illusion. He blurred his expression and showed it. Xiao Xiaoshui was not among the top 10 strongest players in Dashang Kingdom, but number 1 called him to challenge by name, and there was a burst of discussion around him. Today, Xiao Xiaoshui has long been famous in the capital of Yin. He has fought in several battles without losing a single one. Not long ago, he beheaded Supreme Buddha and the 9th master of the Sun sect. Many people are guessing that maybe Xiao Xiaoshui's cultivation level can really be ranked among the top 10 masters. Xiao Chen didn't care, and continued to watch quietly. Chu Xingguang flew up and fell into the center of the arena. He was wearing a battle armor, shining brightly, and his killing spirit was soaring. He is a general who has been to the battlefield, and he has a martial temperament that is not common to ordinary cultivators. Chu Xingguang came to learn. After finishing speaking, the Destiny twins emerged directly. Although Chu Xingguang has lost twice in a row recently, his prestige is not weak. Everyone in Yindu knows his true cultivation. He lost only because he met a stronger one. He himself is not bad. Chu Xingguang, rise up. Chu Xingguang, show your strongest strength. ... There were bursts of shouts from the crowd. The Destiny twins have already emerged. The good son holds the wheel of heaven and Buddha on his head, with a sad face, staring at number 1 from the front, and the evil son holds a huge death scythe, glaring at number 1 from behind, forming a pincer attack, trapping the opponent. Brush. The light flashed, the twins of good and evil rushed forward, and the treasure wheel of heaven and Buddha and the treasure of death hit number 1. God said, "Let there be light." Number 1 said those words calmly, with a smile on his face. The sacred radiance shone, and one after another blazing rays of light burst out, unexpectedly resisting the two big killers in an instant. The death scythe with black body and white blade was immobilized. The heavenly Buddha treasure wheel, which shines brightly and is illuminated by Buddha light, is imprisoned. Number 1 continued to cast spells, and a string of huge golden characters, as if made of gold, kept hitting the two big killers, which seemed to smash the death scythe and the heavenly Buddha wheel. The huge golden characters fell towards the twins, there was no way to avoid them, there was nowhere to hide, and they smashed them into pieces, leaving nothing behind and completely dissipating into the air. While the twins were being killed, the death god's scythe and the heavenly Buddha treasure wheel were crushed by those golden charms. Not far away, the Destiny twins retransformed out holding two treasures. Number 1 smiled lightly and strode forward. God says, "Destroy." The Destiny twins who just took shape were killed again and dissipated in the world. Appeared from another direction after a while. Number 1 frowned and sighed. Sure enough, it is a rare supernatural power. Unfortunately, your realm is lower than mine, and my supernatural power is not afraid of you. Although it cannot destroy you, it is more than enough to suppress you. The blonde magician muttered something, and golden charms jumped out of his mouth, each one was as big as a house. A piece of golden characters gathered together, like an overwhelming golden cloud, drowned Chu Xingguang, and finally condensed into a hexagram array. In the sky above the martial arts arena, 6 huge golden stars were shining. The Destiny twins were trapped in the hexagram formation, and were firmly fixed there. Bits of brilliance continued to flow out of the twins' bodies and surged towards the hexagram formation. The 6 golden stars gradually became brighter. Everyone outside the field gasped. This was drawing Chu Xingguang's power and sealing him with his own power. Although it was impossible to kill the Destiny twins, number 1's extraordinary supernatural power made everyone truly see the tyranny of the so-called 10 masters. Not long ago, Xiao Chen also defeated Chu Xingguang, but it took much more effort than this. Now that Roman Empire one is so skillful, everyone can't help but feel awe in their hearts. Admit defeat. From behind, someone yelled these 2 words for Chu Xingguang, and number 1 showed a hazy smile, chanting the spell lightly, and the huge 6-pointed star formation slowly faded away. Chu Xingguang slumped down, and walked towards his camp step by step. Xiao Suo seemed extremely disappointed. I want to ask again, is Xiao Shuishui here? I really want to fight him in the 3rd battle. Number 1 shouted several times. Xiao Chen in the crowd was very calm, he didn't want to make a move at the moment, he knew that several masters of the Hu family were waiting for him to appear. No one came out to challenge number 1. At this time, one of the top 10 masters of the great merchant kingdom came out. If there was no one to challenge, only the top 10 would make a move. This is a young man in white, with a tall and straight figure, walking like a dragon and a tiger. Although he can't see his true face clearly, judging from his posture, he is definitely an extraordinary young man. Just when the great merchant kingdom number 1 was about to confront the Roman Empire number 1, a person from the religious alliance rushed out and shouted, "Slow down, I want to challenge the great merchant kingdom no. 1. The visitor rode a giant wolf, holding a 2-meter-long 2-handed sword, and rushed quickly. When he was less than 10 meters away from the center of the field, he accelerated even more rapidly, and the huge waves rushed like the wind, and he began to sprint. Like a bolt of lightning, the giant sword pierced through the void and slashed forward. Dasheng Guo number 1, like a divine pine, stood there majestically, when the big sword that was as bright as lightning was less than 1 meter away from him. 2 terrifying beams of light suddenly shot out from his eyes. Puff! Ah! Blood splattered and screams came out. Number 1 of the great merchant kingdom shot 2 rays of divine light from his eyes, which pierced through the knight's chest and abdomen. Although he did not take his life, the injury was extremely serious. The knight on the back of the giant wolf fell to the ground suddenly, blood gushing out. When the ferocious giant wolf met the 2 icy eyes in front of him, it was as docile as a Shiba dog, and it tucked its tail and ran away in a hurry. Everyone was horrified. Such a cultivation level was really frightening. Their eyes could kill people, and their aura could frighten away ferocious giant wolves. Such a master would probably not be at a disadvantage even if he faced a superior demigod. From the beginning to the end, the number 1 of the Roman Empire watched with cold eyes, without any expression. Has Xiao Shuishui come? The young man in white walked around the arena, looking at everyone, as if he was looking for Xiao Shuishui's whereabouts, and shouted, "Xiao Shuishui, come out and fight." Who is this? Why do you want to fight Xiao Shuishui? Many people have asked such questions. Yin Ying, the 3rd princess of the great Shang kingdom, frowned, but said nothing. That seems to be the successor of Xiao Li Fidao. It's him. No wonder the eyes can kill people. That's the flying knife. Someone actually recognized the young man in white, and there was an uproar at the scene. He was definitely the real top figure in the youth generation of the great merchant kingdom. Xiao Chen was a little speechless. The number 1 on both sides asked him to fight by name, really respected him, but he also knew why the young man in white wanted to find him. Lu Mu had killed a flying knife successor named Wang Tong with him when they were on Dragon Island. The religious alliance is silent, and no one dares to fight. The top 10 masters are worthy of the name, and they all have unimaginable supernatural powers. They are not something that ordinary people can challenge. Seeing that the number 1 of the 2 sides is about to start a real confrontation. So handsome, this handsome grasshopper is so handsome. I want to catch this handsome grasshopper and go home, staring at him in a daze every day. At some point, the 2 7 or 8-year-old lawless had already moved to Xiao Chen's side, waving at the young man in white and shouting, "Handsome grasshopper! Handsome grasshopper! Hey, there is also a handsome grasshopper beside me." The 2 little lawless seemed to have just discovered Xiao Chen, and looked up at Xiao Chen together with their small faces. Their pink faces were flushed, their long eyelashes were constantly trembling, and their big eyes were full of cunning. "Handsome grasshopper, you are Xiao Shui. I know you, I want to take you home." "No, no, the handsome grasshopper is Xiao Chen. I like it. I will take you back and watch you every day." 2 pink and tender little loli, one on the left and one on the right, embraced Xiao Chen's arms, which immediately shocked everyone around. Xiao Shui, Xiao Chen, this is unimaginable. From the moment the 2 sweet, pink and tender little loli hugged Xiao Chen's arms, he knew that these 2 little girls were by no means mortals, and 2 strands of divine power actually fixed his 2 arms. The most important thing is that they actually knew that Xiao Shui was Xiao Chen, and the 2 angelic little lawless were very unusual. What? Xiao passing water is Xiao Chen. Xiao Feishui is Xiao Chen. ... At this moment, the news was like a meteor falling to the earth, cutting through the sky and illuminating the earth, shocking everyone extremely. It was exposed. At this moment, Xiao Chen's identity was exposed. Roar. Several roars of tigers came from the west. At the same time, dozens of powerful divine thoughts from all directions swept towards this place. In the field, the eyes of the number 1 master of the Roman Empire who could spit out golden characters suddenly brightened. And the young man in white who was recognized as Xiao Li Fei Dao's successor had 2 lightning strikes from his eyes, shooting towards Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen was not afraid, and 2 rays of divine light shot out from his eyes. Click, the lightning was dancing, and streaks of lightning flashed out of the sky. It was the battle between Xiao Chen and the young man in white. It was caused by the murderous look in their eyes, and it turned into a substantial edge. At the same time, the people in all directions retreated immediately, and a large open space appeared in an instant. There were only 2 pink little lawless left holding Xiao Chen's 2 arms, one on the left and the other on the right, and he stood proudly in the open space. Click, the lightning in the eyes confronted each other for the last time. Xiao Chen and the young man in white looked at each other, and at the same time withdrew their substantial sharpness and murderous aura. Xiao Chen was evenly matched with Xiao Li Fidao, one of the top 10 masters of the great merchant's empire, and Xiao Chen instantly became the focus of the field. Swipe. All eyes looked at Xiao Chen together. The top 10 masters of the great Shang kingdom all showed surprise. The fairy from Sihang Zhanjai, the demon girl from Tianmo Palace, and several other strongest young masters who didn't know their identities stared at Xiao Chen for a moment. On the other side, the top 10 masters trained by the secret methods of several major religions also stared at him calmly. There are even older masters with divine senses sweeping past. Zhao Lin'er was helpless. The third princess Yin Ying had a strange light in her eyes, and said to herself, "It's him." Qilao, Yu Wenfeng, Ah Bing, Ah Shui, and Huo now all showed expressions of disbelief. The beautiful Yan Qingcheng was in a daze for a while, never expecting that Xiao Xiaoshui who drank at the same table with him was actually the same person 3 years ago. His eyes were full of disbelief. The white tiger roared loudly, and the sound shook the sky. Several huge white shadows passed across the sky, hidden in the crowd not far away, and surrounded and blocked the place. Return my true respect. At this moment, with a soft drink, Xiao Chen's appearance changed drastically in an instant, his bones creaked, and he returned to his original appearance in an instant, with long eyebrows like swords, eyes like stars, and a tall and straight body standing proudly in the field. It's just, the two little Lolita were like little tails, holding his arms tightly and refusing to let go. I'm going to drool, I like such a handsome grasshopper. Chapter 249 Chapter 252. Well, it's late, because of the long chapter, it says confiscated, call for a recommendation ticket. At this moment, Xiao Chen's identity was exposed, and the news spread like a tsunami across the martial arts field in an instant, leaving many people dumbfounded. They never thought that Xiao Shuishui and Xiao Chen were the same person. 3 years ago, the heavenly emperor's city bled overnight, 5 demigods fell, and when the little snow-white beast Kiki disappeared, the heavens and the earth were in sympathy. That night, the word Xiao Chen spread throughout the southern wilderness. 3 years later, Xiao Shuishui was born out of nowhere, fought against Chu Xinghuang, and swept away the descendants of Yindu's aristocratic family. Unexpectedly, these two people turned out to be the same person. How is this not shocking? Many people showed incredible expressions. Xiao Shuishui turned out to be Xiao Chen. It turned out to be him, it turned out to be him. ... This news caused an uproar, everyone was discussing, and all eyes were on this place. Of course, not everyone doesn't know his true identity. Some people have suspected it for a long time. Even the successor of the flying knife among the top 10 masters of the great merchant kingdom already knew it, and said to himself, it really is you. After Yan Qingcheng lost his mind for a while, his expression was extremely complicated, and he said to himself, how could this be, it's him. Sun Sect Saintess Zhao Lin'er frowned beautifully, gritted her teeth and said, this guy was recognized just like that, it's hard to control. Beside her, the little Tianma blinked a pair of big star-like eyes, showing a kind look, and looked at Xiao Chen carefully. When talking about the order of acquaintances on Dragon Island, before meeting Zhao Lin'er, the little Tianma had been with Xiao Chen for a few days, and even saved Xiao Chen's life from the claws of the Tyrannosaurus. It can be said that it is Xiao Chen's benefactor. Not far away, Chu Xinghuang, who was once defeated by Xiao Chen, sighed and said, it turned out to be him. Only now do I know who I really lost to, but it is not wronged. Many descendants of noble families and noble ladies in Yindu suddenly realized that now that the news came out, everyone understood what was going on, and even knew that the demigod who died in the Hu family was definitely related to Xiao Shuishui because he was the former Xiao Chen. 3 years ago, a strong man who dared to kill a demigod. How strange would it be to kill a demigod of the Hu family 3 years later? Many young cultivators think so. In their eyes, Xiao Chen is definitely a formidable powerhouse, an existence that makes opponents feel trembling. Beside the third princess, Yin Ying, Jin Jin bared her teeth and looked at Xiao Chen angrily. This descendant of the god of gods has extremely keen spiritual sense. When he saw Xiao Chen for the first time, he discovered the clue, but Xiao Chen covered it up very well at that time, and it didn't take it seriously at the time. Now, he suddenly understood the truth, making him extremely annoyed. He still remembered the incident when the little beast ravaged him, and he was full of hostility towards Xiao Chen. The third princess, Yin Ying, comforted Jin Zi. Her eyes glowed strangely. She definitely wanted to win over this person, not to mention her own potential comparable to the top 10 masters. The most important thing was that there was a small snow-white beast that made all powerful forces envious. That was definitely a heaven-defying little beast, and her future achievements were simply unimaginable. The top 10 masters of the Roman Empire have all focused on Xiao Chen. They will carefully analyze and study the famous young strongman on the mainland. What they got before was just information. Now that they see a real person, their aura tells them that this person is not simple, but they are not necessarily weaker than these religious future gods. A few women among the 10 people are graceful, their blonde hair is like gorgeous sunshine, fluttering gently with the wind, with golden brilliance. Their beautiful and peerless faces are faintly visible in the mist, they are as careful as a hare, they are silently guessing the result of the meeting between the flying swordsman and Xiao Chen's eyes, and want to infer Xiao Chen's real combat power. Not to mention the top 10 masters on the side of the great merchant kingdom, they pay more attention to Xiao Chen's strength. After all, they are both from the eastern tribe, and among them the descendants of flying knives are the most numerous, and he has just fought with Xiao Chen just now. After some calculations, the fairy from Sihang Zhangjai and the demon girl from the heavenly demon palace already had some calculations in their minds, and the others also had their own thoughts. As for some senior figures in the dark, their minds are even more complicated. Most of them want to recruit Xiao Chen into the family by various means. After all, this is a junior master with unlimited potential. Of course, the more important reason is that the heaven-defying little snow-white beast will return soon, and it belongs to Xiao Chen. Whoever recruits Xiao Chen is equivalent to holding a future supreme king. When the snow-white little beast grows up, it will definitely be a master who can sweep the world. In the open space where Xiao Chen stood, there was a powerful murderous aura in all directions, and the masters of the Hu family had already sealed off that area. But the two innocent and lively little lawless still didn't show any sign of letting go, they tightly hugged Xiao Chen's arms and wouldn't let go. At this time, not only Xiao Chen, but also some people nearby have already noticed that the two pink and tender little Lolita are absolutely extraordinary. Xiao Chen tried hard several times, but he couldn't get rid of them. Of course, if he tried his best, he still had the confidence to shake them away, but there was no need to do so. Little sister, why do you hold me tight? 7 or 8-year-old girls have such strength. Their backgrounds must be extraordinary. Xiao Chen is 80% sure that they are not human races, and he does not want to offend them and the people behind them. Handsome grasshopper, we're going to take you home. The skin of the two little lawless was rosy, crystal clear and lustrous, and their eyes were full of cunning. What's your name? My name is Linglong. My name is Bunny. Linglong Tutu. It's really a pink name. Xiao Chen said with a smile. You can let me go first, I will visit your house later. Don't let go. The two pink and tender faces were full of shrewd expressions. Xiao Chen secretly thought, the two little girls must not let him go because they like the so-called handsome grasshopper. But, there is no need to let the two cute little loli come out. If there is a mistake between the two of them, wouldn't it be a lifetime of regret? Although the master of the Hu family didn't take any action immediately, his murderous aura became more and more intense, and everyone around him retreated. Niu Ren leapt forward, and he also saw the extraordinariness of the two little Lolitas, which seemed to make Xiao Chen unable to escape. Shaking a pair of huge horns, Niu Ren squatted down with a smile on his face, and said, You two little sisters. Help, the bull demon king is here. Brush. While Linglong and Tutu yelled, two divine lights swept out, causing Niu Ren to fly out. And at this moment, Jin Sanyi also walked over, without any hesitation that the master of the Hu family was not far away, as if he was really proving that he was a killer under the sun. However, apart from Xiao Chen and the others, no one really knew that this wretched man was Jin Sanyi, and if he appeared in front of the Hu family like this, they would never think that he was the nemesis of the younger generation of their family. Uncle, take you, go and see the goldfish, okay. Uncle weird, wretched. The two little loli pouted their mouths like they were doing magic tricks. They took out a bunch of things out of nowhere, such as candied haws, hawthorn slices, donkey rolls, sticky cakes, all of them were smeared on Jin Sanyi's face. I. The wretched man scratched his face angrily, and got a sticky snack with his hand. No, I won't share common sense with you. I will go see the goldfish by myself. The two pink little lawless leaned forward and back together with smiles, seeming very happy, and at this moment, a strong light burst out from Xiao Chen's body, knocking them back in an instant and then soaring into the sky. But at this moment, the two little girls rushed up like lightning, and they were able to fly. Xiao Chen unfolded the 8-phase world and continuously changed directions in the sky with extreme speed, but something astonishing happened. The two little lawless were not far behind, and they seemed to be barely able to follow. They were able to fly through space. In the end, it was Bashong World's magical powers that were superior, and the two little Lolitas, with flushed faces, stopped in the air panting, unable to catch up no matter what, so they gave up. A ray of white light rose into the sky, a huge white tiger blocked Xiao Chen's way, and let out a roar that made the earth tremble violently. Many people below were stunned and passed out. Xiao Chen didn't run away in a hurry, he watched the white tiger calmly, and said, It's still here after all. Did you kill the demigod of the Hu family outside Yindu? You mean that strong tiger? I killed it. As soon as this remark came out, there was an uproar in the audience. It was one thing to guess, but another thing to be confirmed. A demigod was actually killed by Xiao Chen. This is absolutely different from burning life and killing demigods 3 years ago. You die. The white tiger in the air became anxious when he heard it, and rushed forward with a roar. The overwhelming white ons, like a raging sea, rolled and galloped, shattering most of the sky, and drowning towards Xiao Chen. The momentum of the white tiger is too violent, its power is unimaginable. Brush. The two beams of colored light are like a divine rainbow that reaches the sky, approaching the white air waves in an instant, and shattered in an instant, disintegrating the violent energy. It happened so suddenly, from frenzy to stillness almost in the blink of an eye. Everyone turned pale with shock. All of this was actually done by the two little Lolitas, but they also seemed to be drunk. Their two little faces were flushed, and there were a few drops of crystal sweat on their smooth foreheads. It could be seen that they were also a little bit strenuous just now. But this was enough to shock all the spectators. These are two little Lolitas who are 7 or 8 years old. It is unimaginable that they received a berserk blow from a demigod. The white tiger was furious, but when he saw the two little girls, he swallowed his breath again. Not only him, but all the sophisticated people secretly speculated that the background of the two little girls must be great, and there must be unimaginable characters behind them. Otherwise, how could they be so powerful when they were so young? Don't beat the handsome grasshopper, we want to catch him home, and stare at the handsome grasshopper in a daze every day. The smiling child's voice floated in the sky, but no one would think that these were two simple little girls. They must be two careful pockets with a lot of eyes. At the same time, the 3 princesses of the great Shang kingdom waved their hands, and 5 old men soared into the sky, appearing high above the sky, and blocked the white tiger. Yin Ying was calm below, and said in a natural voice without any emotional fluctuations, "Today is a friendly duel between the strongest young generation of the great merchant empire and the Roman Empire. If you seek revenge, please go elsewhere and don't disturb the martial arts arena." Although there was no reprimand or threat, it was obvious that he was dissatisfied with the white tiger and wanted to force him to leave. Anyone else would not dare to do this. After all, the Hu family is not an ordinary family with a long history. The white tiger's sacred emperor is a ruthless character who dares to challenge the Buddha. However, the royal family of the great Shang kingdom is different. There is a big figure behind them to support them. If not, how could they be able to shock the super royal families who are becoming more and more powerful below? Brush. The two little Lolas flew to Xiao Chen's side, pointing to the white tiger not far away. I also have a few big white cats like this in my house, it's not fun at all. The innocent words dropped their jaws, and everyone felt absurd. The big white cat, is it talking about the real white tiger? There are not many authentic white tigers in the Hu family, these are half human half tigers. Too strong. Catching authentic white tigers and raising them at home is not something that ordinary families can do. Fart. A young man rushed up from below, but in his 20s, he was obviously a young master of the Hu family. Although he had not reached the demigod level, as a warrior, he was able to walk in the air, which was enough to show his strength. He glared fiercely at the two little Lolas. Swipe. The figures swayed, and several shadows rose up into the sky. They were 3 old men and 2 women. One woman was as cold as ice, and the other was extremely gorgeous. They were all very beautiful. They stopped in front of the young man together, obviously because they were afraid that he would cause a big disaster. The 2 pink and tender little Lolas didn't retaliate, they just curled their lips and snorted twice. The white tiger turned into an old man, pointed at Xiao Chen and said, "Today we are here for you. If you are a character, let's fight in another place." Xiao Chen wanted to laugh angrily, and said mercilessly, "You are sick. There are so many of you, how dare you say to fight me in another place? Why don't you just say, find a place where no one is around and beat me up?" Nonsense, our Hu family is powerful in the middle of the earth, and our prestige is famous all over the world. How could we do such a thing? It would be strange not to do that. Xiao Chen had long been at odds with the Hu family, and he spoke mercilessly, poking at their sore spots, saying, 3 years ago, you were already shameless in Tiandi City. 2 demigods joined forces with 4 demigods from the Hai family to take action against me. You still have the face to mention the word, prestige, how shameless. Shut up, you are killing cruelly, my Hu family is eliminating violence. Therefore, there is no need to say anything fair to you 3 years ago. The young man in the air roared, interrupting Xiao Chen's words, not wanting him to expose the Hu family's fault. Fuck you, it's all because the little white tiger killed the little white tiger in a fair beast competition. Thinking of the past, Xiao Chen became furious, and said, "What happened 3 years ago has already been known to the world, and you still have the nerve to mention it again. Isn't this lying in front of the world? It will make the world despise you even more. You dare to scold us?" The young man was furious. Since he was born, he has been surrounded and flattered like stars in the moon. He always speaks kind words wherever he goes. He has never met someone like Xiao Chen. Even as an enemy, it is unimaginable for him. "Fuck you, you are the ones who scolded you." Xiao Chen once again burst into foul language, scolding the Hu family in front of the people of the world, in front of many cultivators, feeling extremely happy. The beautiful woman stopped the angry and trembling young man, took a step forward and said to Xiao Chen, "My Hu family's benevolence and righteousness are well known in the world, and our prestige will never be lost. It is useless for you to frame up and splash dirty water. You will die today. You Hu family don't know what shame is for a long time. You are thick-skinned enough to withstand hundreds of blows from experts in the realm of longevity. Don't mention benevolence and prestige, it will only provoke ridicule. You are nothing, just a bunch of animals." Xiao Chen's last words can be described as extremely vicious, and it hit the sore spot of the family with white tiger blood flowing in its body. Xiao Chen lost his composure today, mainly because he remembered the scene where the little snow white beast died for him, and the scenes of the past 3 years ago unconsciously came to mind. "You, so courageous." The beautiful woman turned livid with anger, pointed at Xiao Chen, and said fiercely, "I won't kill you immediately. After I capture you, I will draw your soul and slowly suppress you to death." If there were not a few old people sent by Yin Yang to block their way, the Hu family would have rushed up immediately. 3 years ago, I heard the same cruel words, but those Hu family members died by themselves. Since they had already turned their backs, Xiao Chen had no scruples. The martial arts field below was already full of hustle and bustle. Xiao Chen angrily reprimanded the masters of the Hu family in the sky, which made many people feel relieved. In recent years, the arrogance of the Hu family has been too arrogant, which has already made many big forces dissatisfied. "Little brat, I will definitely crush you to death." Even the old masters of the Hu family couldn't help but speak out at Xiao Chen's words, and said coldly, "My Hu family is so powerful that no one has ever dared to blaspheme like this. Today, I can't say that the old man will bully the little with the big and start killing. Fuck you, Megatron Zongtu. That's what you call it, at least I don't think so. From now on, I will kill and chop the Hu family as much as I want. I'll let you go astray." Anyone could see that Xiao Chen was angry. He pointed at the old man and said, "Using the big to bully the small is not just today, okay? You have always been like this, don't talk nonsense and smear gold on your face. If it is not shameless to bully the small with the big, why did the demigods of your Hu family die in my hands? This is your shameless nature all along. Kill me, I heard a joke, and I will satisfy you. Sooner or later, I will let the Hu family's blood flow into rivers. Xiao Chen, you should be killed. You should be killed. You should be Ling Qi." The icy cold young woman from the Hu family was also enraged. Her eyes glowed with hatred. She stared at Xiao Chen and said, "You killed my 2 cousins in Yindu not long ago. Today you will die, and you need to be executed by Ling Qi." "Fuck you." Xiao Chen didn't restrain himself in the slightest because the other party was a stunning woman, and yelled angrily, "You Hu family can only kill me, but I can't kill those 2 trash, what logic is there? You must be sick, vase." A woman as cold as frost, who is used to being respected by others, hates people calling her a vase, pointing at Xiao Chen, her delicate body trembling. Many people in the martial arts field below were laughing, and everyone was dissatisfied with the arrogance of the Hu family. As for what happened 3 years ago, everyone knew about it. It was impossible not to spread the word about what happened when the little snow white beast disappeared. This time, 4 old masters and 3 young masters from the Hu family came here. They all stared at Xiao Chen with hatred, their eyes were about to burst into flames. "Xiao Chen, if I don't kill you, I swear I won't be a human being." The young man among them who had confronted Xiao Chen at the very beginning pointed at him. "What are you? Don't hide behind those old immortals. Do you dare to kill them? I'll shoot you to death with 1 finger." For the Hu family, Xiao Chen couldn't restrain his anger. The death of the little snow white beast was an eternal thorn in his heart. Of course, this is also to annoy the young people of the Hu family. Sure enough, the young masters of the Hu family were furious and wanted to rush over, but they were stopped by the 4 elder masters. "Haha, always hide behind those dead old men in your family, always hide from me, or I will kill you like chopping vegetables." Xiao Chen was so mad that he was so excited that the young man from the Hu family gritted his steel teeth and was about to rush over. The elder master of the Hu family shouted. Xiao Chen, don't be arrogant, we are unwilling to make a move here because we respect the wishes of the third princess of the Great Shang Kingdom, otherwise, how can my son of the Hu family be worse than you? Ha ha, what a big joke. Xiao Chen shouted to Yin Ying below. I implore the third princess to borrow the land and let me have a decisive battle with the young masters of the Hu family. If they are afraid, I can fight everyone in their young generation. Xiao Chen pointed to the angry young man on the opposite side, the gorgeous woman, and the ice-cold stunning beauty. Today is a duel between the young and strong. I allow you to fight here, but only for the younger generation. When Yin Ying said this, she obviously favored Xiao Chen, waiting to block the possibility of the intervention of the old masters of the Hu family. The royal family of the Great Shang Empire has the support of that person who is as high as the sky, and they are not afraid of any family on the mainland at all. Even if the Hu family is a little dissatisfied because of this, the royal family of the Great Shang Kingdom doesn't care. The most important thing is that if they can get the little snow-white beast, then in the future it may become another guardian supreme worthy of heaven. Okay, that's how it should be. If you have the guts, let the younger generation fight. In the martial arts arena below, everyone booed. Even the top 10 young masters of the great merchant kingdom and the Roman Empire were also moved, wanting to see Xiao Chen's methods and the powerful unique skills of the Hu family. Two pink little lawless wrinkled their cute noses, blinked at Xiao Chen, and said, handsome grasshopper, can you do it, don't you need us to help you? Xiao Chen motioned them to step aside, and then sneered at the young masters of the Hu family, you heard me, if you are afraid of being invincible, come up together. I will kill the three of you alone, and if there are Hu family disciples in secret, come out together, and I will kill all of you alone. Such a look of disdain for the world made many people's blood boil with enthusiasm. Before fighting, the aura was already breathtaking. The old masters of the Hu family tried their best to stop it, but it was difficult to speak in front of so many people. Xiao Chen sneered at the three young masters of the Hu family, and said, killing you is like slaughtering dogs, if you are timid, go away, and you will always detour if you see me in the future. He didn't worry about himself at all, at worst, he opened the world of 8 phases and escaped. I'll kill you. The young master of the Hu family couldn't bear it anymore, facing the eyes of so many people, let his angry flames go straight to the door, roared, and rushed towards Xiao Chen regardless of the stop of the senior master of the Hu family. Coming up is his strongest technique, tiger roaring sound wave. When he rushed over, he opened his mouth and roared. A huge phantom of a white tiger emerged and roared towards the sky in front of him. The terrifying sound wave could be clearly seen. The shape was like ripples, but the momentum was extremely huge. It turned into death black, like a meteor crashing into the boundless raging sea. The magical powers of the 8-phase world unfolded, and Xiao Chen appeared in another sky in an instant, but the black death sound wave followed like a shadow, breaking the space. Xiao Chen, you can't escape, the sound of the tiger's roar will never stop killing you. The young man from the Hu family sneered sinisterly. Then I'll kill you. Xiao Chen stopped flying away, not because he was afraid of the opponent, but because he didn't want to come up and use too much power, because he had a hunch that a more intense battle was waiting for him. God-killing style. With the collapse of his hand, the 4 great Sancho have been covered in dust for 3 years. Usually, it is inconvenient to make a move for fear of revealing his identity. Today, his identity is known to the world, so there is no more scruples. The light in the sky was dazzling, white as if a tsunami had occurred, like the waves of the 4 seas rolling towards the sky. Thousands of swords appeared in the sky, piercing through the sea of clouds, and the endless murderous aura broke through Xiaohan. Between Xiao Chen's left and right hands, there appeared a huge sword and a giant sword that reached the sky. With a clang, the world was shaken. The huge sword that reaches the sky is closing. Like 9 days of thunder erupting, thousands of swords flooded the sky like countless lightning bolts. The moment the sword closed, it fell down like a giant scissor of death harvesting life. The souls of the young masters of the Hu family all trembled, the sound waves were scattered, and the huge sword closed towards him. Although he was flying rapidly, the huge sword had already occupied the entire sky, locked on him firmly, there was no way to avoid it, and the murderous aura followed him everywhere. As a last resort, an external avatar rushed out of his body and died on his behalf. There were exclamations from below. It turned out to be 3 incarnations outside the body. One can imagine how extraordinary this person is. Ah, the screams were earth-shattering. The 3 avatars outside the body were all amputated, and then disappeared. Not a single drop was left in the air. the huge sword continued to kill, and the moment it finally closed, the incomparable murderous aura in the aftermath cut off the legs of the real body of the young man of the Hu family. Blood gushed out, and the young masters of the Hu family screamed and rolled in the sky. Before waiting for the elder masters of the Hu family to rush over, Xiao Chen has already spread out the world of 8 phases and charged, his hands stretched out mercilessly. Unwilling to be reconciled, the young man of the Hu family opened his mouth and spewed out the vitality of his life, turning into a sharp sword and shooting at Xiao Chen, but when he met those palms like magic hands, the sword shattered. Brush. A tall and straight figure passed across the sky, Xiao Chen disappeared there, leaving only a headless corpse, and he appeared in another sky, holding a bleeding head in his hand. Killing you like a dog. The cold words echoed in the sky. As said and done, everyone in the martial arts arena below was shocked, and finally the crowd boiled. You killed my brother, I will fight with you. The beautiful woman from whose family in the distance had her eyes tearing apart, and the flames of anger blurred her eyes. Come back. The old master of the Hu family yelled, immediately waking her up like a dream, and backed away in grief and indignation. However, Xiao Chen didn't want to let go of this opportunity, and said with a sneer, since you have already taken a step, don't retreat. The magical powers of the 8-phase world unfolded, and he rushed forward like a fleeting image. The elder masters of the Hu family were shocked and rushed forward to stop them. Xiao Chen's speed was too high, almost to the point of traveling through space, and the long distance was actually ahead of the close-range Hu family's elder masters. The sky was full of light, and the god-killing style reappeared, disintegrating the blow of the beautiful woman with all her strength, and at the same time, the consonant sword wave shook out, shattering one of the beautiful woman's arms in an instant. The screams were extremely horrific. Blood spattered, and blood mist filled the sky. The old masters of the Hu family finally arrived at this time. You can't protect her even if you come. Xiao Chen unfolded the magic power of the 8-phase world, staggered with him for an instant, then rushed from one direction, and once again killed the beautiful woman. The world is extremely fast. Xiao Chen was so bold that he wanted to kill someone under the watchful eyes of the elders of the Hu family, which made everyone dumbfounded. The elders of the Hu family all rushed forward, joking, if Xiao Chen killed a junior under the protection of the elders, then they would not have to live, and they would be ashamed. The loss of an arm by a beautiful woman has already made them lose face. 4 senior masters of the Hu family rushed forward, Xiao Chen flew away, and even killed the frosty woman on the other side. You, the elder master of the Hu family was furious. Xiao Chen was too arrogant, he took action against the beautiful woman because she had ended up before, but the other junior did not make a move. Xiao Chen was seriously provoking. Xiao Chen, you, how dare you do that? The old master of the Hu family was furious. Why can't this be the case? What you are asking is very lacking in wisdom. Are you only allowed to rely on the old to sell the old and kill me? From now on, when I see a younger generation of the Hu family, I will be like you, using the big to bully the small, killing me mercilessly. Having said that, Xiao Chen has already rushed to the ice-cold woman. Retreat. The elders of the Hu family shouted loudly. The frosty woman sneered, and endless smoke filled the air, sealing this space unexpectedly. Wait to die, she yelled coldly, it's up to you, not worthy. Xiao Chen knew that she wanted to trap him and let the 4 old men kill him. With all his strength, the woman flew away with a bang, and rushed out of the confinement. The woman spat out blood, and Xiao Chen chased after her like a shadow. The bottom is boiling, Xiao Chen is too bold, even wanting to continue killing people under the eyes of several demigods, what audacity. Chapter 250, The demigod wants to kill. Xiao Chen is so daring. Under the gaze of several demigods, he actually wanted to get rid of the 2 young women from the Hu family. It was not a bluff, but a real outburst of teeth, and he had already achieved preliminary results. The Lingxi sword shook repeatedly, smashing an arm of the beautiful woman. At this moment, he was killing the woman with a cold expression. All the spectators below shouted, and out of dissatisfaction with the Hu family's domineering behavior for many years, many people followed suit. Xiao Chen rushed to the cold-looking woman in an instant like a fleeting image, and shot with all his strength. The god-killing style slashed down fiercely, the huge sword crossed the sky, like a sword peak colliding with a mountain of swords. White air waves covered the sky, and countless small swords were impacting. There is nothing to stop, nothing to resist. Many people are gasping for breath. With such power and influence, I am afraid that even if they face a real demigod, they may not necessarily be defeated. It is impossible for the 4 demigods of the Hu family to be faster than Xiao Chen. They have already gathered beside the beautiful woman, and it is impossible for them to rush to the ice beauty before Xiao Chen. In the eyes of many people, this stunning and cold beauty will definitely not be able to escape her life, she will definitely die. But things are always unexpected. Just when Xiao Chen also thought that this woman must die, energy fluctuations came, and the stunning ice beauty unfolded a space scroll at a critical moment, broke through a space channel in an instant, and disappeared without a trace. The huge swords piercing the sky closed together, shattering the void and shattering the space passage, but in the end it failed to save the life of the woman, allowing her to escape. Everyone exclaimed, the space scroll is the most expensive luxury, and the ordinary flying scroll and attack scroll can't compare with it, and the unit of 100,000 gold coins can be said to be a sky-high price. The Ice Beauty has a space scroll, which means that she must be an important figure in the Hu family, otherwise it would be impossible to spend hundreds of thousands of gold coins at will. Xiao Chen shot into the air with one blow, and quickly flew away. The two demigods of the Hu family who rushed over in a rage flew into the air, and let out two angry roars on the spot. Facing the four demigods of the Hu family, Xiao Chen had no intention of running away. He silently pointed at the beautiful woman protected by them, and then made a beheading motion. Such a posture immediately made the four demigods furious. It is really annoying and hateful that a junior dares to be so presumptuous in front of them. Brush. The two demigods rushed forward, tore through the void, and attacked Xiao Chen directly. It's just, the 8-phase world's supernatural powers represent the world's extreme speed, and they couldn't catch up at all. Xiao Chen was like a thin smoke, leaving an afterimage on the spot, and disappeared in front of their eyes in an instant. Shameless Junior, if you are a character, don't run away, fight us head-on, and decide whether to live or die. A demigod shouted angrily. Xiao Chen's sneer came from far away. An old man who lacks heart, eyesight and wisdom will stick out his head and wait for me to chop it if he has the ability. So simply divide life and death. Everyone in the martial arts field below laughed. Xiao Chen was so tit for tat, but there was some reason. The Hu family used the big to bully the small, and the four demigods were dispatched at the same time. It would be unreasonable for them to confront them head-on. Two demigods were protecting the woman who had lost an arm, and the other two demigods separated to outflank Xiao Chen and flew quickly in the sky. Xiao Chen sneered and didn't care, waiting for them to do futile work and fly away at a critical moment. In this way, the two demigods became angry from embarrassment, and the dignified senior master couldn't do anything to a junior. A half-god stood in the sky angrily, no longer chasing, just glanced coldly. And at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the void behind him, and a large kitchen knife chopped down silently. The demigod of the Hu family turned pale with fright. At this moment, he felt the iceberg-like cold murderous aura behind him. It touched his body in an instant, and the sharp blade stuck to his back. After all, he was a demigod. Even though he was attacked at such a close range, he still reacted immediately and flew away. Puff! The blood splattered, and the large kitchen knife made a cut on his back, and then chopped fiercely on his buttocks. There was a cold light, and the materialized knife energy rushed out, and the flesh and blood instantly shattered, revealing some bones. This is a shame, the demigod of the Hu family roared, and flew out of that area. At least 2 caddies of flesh were missing from his rear. Everyone was shocked, but burst out laughing in an instant. The attacker is too ruthless, which one is not good? It happened to be chosen on the ass of the demigod of the Hu family, and it really succeeded, causing him serious damage. A phantom appeared in that piece of sky, surrounded by a thick breath of death. The whole body was shrouded in black mist, the murderous aura was almost materialized, and it went straight to the sky. In his hand he held a giant kitchen knife the size of half a door panel, and 2 icy rays of light shot out from his eyes, which were as cold as the snow-capped mountains of thousands of years. The breath of death and the cold murderous aura cannot be dissipated. Almost substantive, the black mist is the substantive manifestation of death breath and sinister murderous aura. This is definitely a killer among killers, with the breath of death reappearing in the underworld, and the murderous aura that goes straight to Xiaohan. It must have been condensed by his side after endless life and death disasters. The words, a reward of 300 million, floated in everyone's heart. It is said that this organization has been fighting against the Hu family since ancient times, killing each other and constantly fighting. The murderous killer above the sky is definitely a terrifying figure. Not far away, Xiao Chen's heart was shocked. He knew that the person in the black mist was Jin Sini based on his feeling. He didn't expect that he had such a side. This so-called killer under the sun was extremely wretched in daily life, and it was difficult to connect with the ruthless and murderous look at this moment. Maybe this is his original character. After all, he is a killer, a terrifying killer who wants to surpass his ancestors. Although Jin Sini is in the state of knowing Tibet, even though he is a killer, stealth is his strongest ability. He has brought out the invisibility technique to the extreme, and he succeeded in sneak attacking a demigod under the eyes of everyone, which is enough to show that he is terrible. Far away, the two pink and tender little lowly Linglong and Tutu muttered in a weak and inaudible voice. Uncle Weird, Uncle Wretched, the demigod of the Who family who was attacked wished to slap himself to death. His butt blossomed, which really made him want to commit suicide in shame and indignation. It was too embarrassing in front of so many people. I slashed you, he yelled and rushed forward. Jin Sini's eyes were extremely cold, and his sharp and materialized gaze swept across the demigod of the Who family, and then he disappeared from the spot without a sound. Stealth is nothing, come out. The angry half-god of the Who family opened his sky eyes, and two divine lights burst out from his eyes, sweeping across the sky, looking for Jin Sini's whereabouts. When the search arrived, it was discovered that Jin Sini was about to disappear into the sky. Jin Sini was very calm, unable to compete with the demigod head-on. He retreated with one blow, and did not make any further entanglements. Ha ha, there were bursts of laughter from below. Even the other three demigods with the Who family were blushing and thick-necked, which is really embarrassing. At this moment, Xiao Chen took action again. The target was not the beautiful woman, but the injured demigod. He was like a gorgeous morning glow, approaching from far away, arriving in an instant. The fearless lion seal opened and closed, and the golden lion king emerged, roaring up to the sky. The sound shook the sky, and rushed towards the demigod. How courageous! The demigod turned angry. His ass had just bloomed, and in his opinion, Xiao Chen dared to take the initiative to attack him, which was naked contempt for him. An energy white tiger emerged and rushed towards the golden lion king. When the two beasts met, they instantly shattered a large void. The Lingxi sword wave popped out of Xiao Chen's hand, and the circle of destruction swept towards the demigod. The wave-like terrifying sword was so lethal that the demigod shattered it with a wave of his hand. After all, he is a demigod, and if his cultivation level cannot be compared with that of Xiao Chen, he can only fight with supernatural powers to have a glimmer of hope of victory. 8 illusory worlds emerged around Xiao Chen, as if they were rotating in rotation, frantically covering the demigod. 8 overlapping spaces, 8-phase rotation, heaven, earth, water, fire, thunder, mountains, wind, and Z moved together. In the end, the demigod of the Who family was involved in Zexiong, as if stuck in a swamp, and couldn't break free for a while. The sky and the earth squeezed together, tearing apart the power of space, trying to crush them. Now, Xiao Chen has advanced to the 7th heaven of the realm of consciousness, which is no longer the same as when he was fighting against Chu Xingguang. Now the power of the 8-phase world has been greatly improved, and the power of this supernatural power cannot be guessed. The demigod of the Who family felt the tremendous pressure, and all the bones in his body were ripped apart by the force of space. All the spectators below were horrified. The magical powers of the Master of Hidden Knowledge temporarily trapped the demigod. The top 10 masters of the younger generation of the Roman Empire all stared at the 8-phase world for a moment, for fear of missing a bit, and wanted to see through this supernatural power. Zishang is trapped in the body, and the heaven and earth are tearing apart the power of space. At this time, the 5 phases of water, fire, thunder, mountain, and wind moved together, trapping the demigod of the Who family, causing the mountain to collapse, thunder to shatter its form, water to dissolve its substance, fire to destroy its spirit, and wind to eliminate its spirit. Although the demigod of the Who family is in a high realm, under the attack of this terrifying supernatural power, he also suffers from pain and torture, and the 8 phases rotate, as if the 8 worlds are tearing him together. His physical body seemed to collapse at any time, blood oozes from every inch of his body, and his creaking bones seem to collapse at any time. The most unbearable thing for him is that the wounded buttocks are tortured, and under the repeated shaking of water, fire, thunder, mountain, wind, sky, earth, and water, it can be said to be worse. Blood is flowing, blurred, and may shatter at any time. It's fine to be deposed, but if it starts to collapse from the butt, then the demigod of the Who family thinks it's better to commit suicide first. He really can't afford to lose that person. Puff. The blood burst out, the blood mist drifted away, and the demigod of the Who family was seriously injured again, and another flower bloomed in his buttocks, and a pound of thick meat turned into meat paste, and collapsed in the world of 8 phases. Ah, the demigod of the Who family didn't know whether it was in pain or anger, but he made a sound like howling wolves and howling tigers, and the vibrating sky was in turmoil. All this happened in an instant, and everyone only saw the 8 illusory worlds in the sky rotating, and then blood burst out, and the demigod of the Who family screamed out. The other 3 demigods turned pale with fright, and 2 of them turned into 2 rays of light and charged forward, wanting to rescue their own masters and kill Xiao Chen. In the martial arts field below, everyone was extremely excited. The terrifying supernatural power trapped a demigod, causing him to be injured. Everyone was very surprised. Handsome grasshopper, be careful, two little lawless with red lips and white teeth kindly reminded Yuan Kong. The two demigods killed in an instant. Xiao Chen had no choice but to release the demigod, unfolding the eight-phase world, entering the starlight, rushing out of the encirclement, and staring at them coldly not far away. Kill. The demigod who was rescued was almost crazy, his butt was completely shattered, it was humiliating in front of so many people, he was the first to chase and kill Xiao Chen. The other two also began to outflank. The people below were in an uproar, lamenting that the world of 8 phases is too terrifying, to let a demigod suffer such a big loss, this is a terrifying and almost abnormal supernatural power. All this was because of Jin Sanyi's wretched knife. If he hadn't attacked this demigod first, causing him embarrassment and trauma, even if he was trapped by Xiao Chen's 8-phase world, he would not have been so easily hacked so miserably. Xiao Chen seemed to be in trouble, the 3 demigods trapped him in the sky, and after several attacks, he couldn't escape. Kill. The 3 elder masters of the Hu family completely put aside the words of Yin Ying, the 3rd princess of the Great Shang Kingdom at this time. Even if someone came to obstruct them now, they would not stop, and finally trapped Xiao Chen, and they could never let go of such an opportunity. 3 huge white tigers manifested, surrounded Xiao Chen with the 3 of them, and sealed off all directions. In the distance, the 4th demigod screamed, seeing that Xiao Chen could not get out of trouble, he also rushed over in an instant, wanting to wipe out this scourge completely. But the moment he charged, Xiao Chen was as fast as a shooting star. He took a step, escaped from the predicament instantly, and rushed towards the beautiful woman with extreme speed. Damn it! The demigod who had just arrived yelled at him regardless of his status. He knew he had been fooled. The 4 demigods chased after Xiao Chen, but how could their speed be comparable to the 8-phase world, which represented the world's fastest? Xiao Chen sneered ruthlessly, and raised his palm high towards the one-armed beautiful woman. Burst. The palm draws a mysterious trajectory, and the sky is like exquisite porcelain, crisscrossing, and there are cracks like spider webs. Spread. Keep spreading. The cracks are spreading. Although the beautiful woman tried her best, she was still digging in horror, unable to resist the cracks in the surrounding space at all. Her legs and one arm lost consciousness in an instant, and they were torn apart and shattered into the sky. Finally, with a bang, the waist also shattered, and the blood shot up into the sky. As soon as Xiao Chen rushed past, he didn't stay beside her for a moment, and fled away in an instant. When the 4 demigods of the Hu family rushed over, there was only one frightened head floating in the broken sky, and blood fell drop by drop. No! The 4 demigods shouted. Puff! That beautiful head with an extremely frightened expression shattered around the 4 of them, red blood and white brains splashing out. The martial arts field below was silent at the beginning, and then boiled in an instant. Xiao Chen actually killed the person they wanted to protect under the eyes of the 4 demigods. It is so powerful and domineering that not even a demigod can stop it. Good kill, someone should have dealt with the Hu family long ago. Okay, that's how it should be, kill when you kill. Cruel, what a beautiful woman, she just faded away like this. ... The martial arts arena was full of hustle and bustle. In the sky, Xiao Chen made a decapitation gesture to the wounded demigod of the Hu family, and then fled away. The 4 demigods of the Hu family continued to chase without saying a word. But how could it be possible to catch it? This time Xiao Chen really wanted to leave here, he didn't recklessly think that he could beat the 4 Hu family demigods, killing 2 young Hu family masters today was enough. But at this time, someone changed his mind again, and the sky was instantly murderous, and an extremely obscene knife was slashed out like a gorgeous rainbow, slashing fiercely on the buttocks of the demigod of the Hu family who was injured earlier. It was too sudden, although the demigod of the Hu family tried their best to evade and resist, and their divine light soared into the sky, but the 2 caddies of flesh and blood still turned into flesh in an instant and collapsed into the sky. This time, his lower body completely lost his intuition, as if he had been crippled. The screams were deafening, maddened with hatred, desperate to die with shame and indignation. The other 3 demigods of the Hu family were also stunned. What happened to my family today? At this moment, they abandoned Xiao Chen, and rushed towards the invisible killer who was surrounded by black mist. A white light rushed towards him, and Jin Sanyi, holding a large kitchen knife, jumped onto a little white donkey, and flew away. The speed of the white donkey was unbelievably fast. Everyone was dumbfounded. Who is this master? Although the murderous aura was overwhelming, and there was a strong breath of death, but it was too wretched to sneak up on the same person's buttocks twice, which made people feel speechless, and everyone felt that their buttocks were a little cold, and they couldn't beat this master. Brush. Like a ray of starlight under the bright starry sky, Xiao Chen pierced the sky and went at an extremely fast speed, aiming directly at the injured demigod in front of him. Jin Sinyi made him change his mind. If he can't kill a demigod today, I'm really sorry for the wretched man twice. The wounded demigod's speed was greatly affected. Although it was still able to fly, the lower half of its body was almost numb, and it was very inconvenient. It was a distance away from the other 3 demigods. Xiao Chen's extreme speed made the teeth of the demigods itch. They never thought that he would go and come back, and they dared to take the demigod's idea. The face of the injured demigod changed suddenly. He didn't care about his face, and tried his best to flee, while the other 3 demigods also turned around and rushed back. Xiao Chen's speed is unparalleled. Between the illusory world and the real world, one step is more terrifying than traveling through space. The 8 phases rotate, as if traveling through 8 layers of space at once, and rushing to the wounded demigod almost instantly. Little brat, you are looking for death. The demigod of the wounded looked almost ferocious, and unfolded his supernatural power, the nebula chain. The surrounding vitality seemed to be summoned, and huge energy chains condensed in the sky, and they were drawn towards Xiao Chen, and the space they passed collapsed. 10 seals of yin and yang. Xiao Chen shouted loudly, completely sacrificing his posture, unfolding the strongest sealing method, and the yin and yang Tai Chi diagram emerged, blocking the surrounding terrorist attacks. At the same time, the 8 illusory worlds rotated, instantly sweeping the nebula chains and the wounded demigod into them, flying away. The 3 rushing demigods were only a few steps away, watching Xiao Chen flee. Xiao Chen vomited blood profusely. Even though the nebula chain was suppressed in the 8-phase world, it still made him extremely uncomfortable, and his internal organs seemed to be churning. But he refused to give up, and the 8 phases rotated to seal the demigod, and then the heaven, earth, mountain, fire, wind, water, lake, and thunder moved together, and the power of the 8 worlds began to bombard the injured demigod. This is a great showdown of supernatural powers. At the beginning, the southern wilderness beast fighting contest touched Xiao Chen too much. The few little beasts were obviously in the state of knowing Tibet, but they could almost compete against demigods. Now, he himself has mastered the unique and rare magical power in the world, so he does not hesitate to risk his life to fight. He firmly believes that his unparalleled magical power can suppress the opponent, just like Kiki could sweep the demigod old woman of the Hu family back then. In fact, Xiao Chen's judgment was not wrong, except that he vomited blood profusely when he was shocked at the beginning, and he fully grasped the initiative shortly thereafter. In the 8-phase world, all the auras of heaven and earth were sealed off, which made the nebula chain magic power of the demigod of the Hu family lose their source of power, and could no longer be replenished from the outside world, and quickly weakened. The power of the nebula chain is running out. The demigod of the Hu family turned pale with fright, but couldn't break free, being tightly imprisoned by the power of Bashang. One ebbs and another, he is weakening, but Xiao Chen is getting stronger. Although he vomited blood from the shock at the beginning, it didn't hurt Xiao Chen's fundamentals. His first supernatural power was to melt soldiers and refine his body. The wounded demigod was terrified. He clearly felt the ebb and flow of the 8 phases, he was enduring the unimaginable bombardment force, and his physical body might collapse at any time. The 3 demigods were chasing after him, but they couldn't catch up at all. Xiao Chen used the 8-phase world to seal the wounded demigod, and circled the entire martial arts arena, making the 3 of them helpless. I will fight with you. The half-god of the Hu family who was injured knew that if this situation continued, he would have to die miserably, so he tried his best to spew out 3 mouthfuls of natal vitality, trying to tear open a hole and rush out. However, the phases of the sky and the earth in the 8-phase world seem to be inductive. The moment the vitality appears, the phases of the sky and the earth rotate at the same time, absorbing those energies frantically, making the 8-phase world more and more clear. The demigod of the Hu family was shocked. His natal vitality turned out to be a supplement to the energy of the 8-phase world, as if he was helping Xiao Chen. Ah! He screamed, heaven, earth, wind, fire, water, swamp, thunder, and mountains reincarnated, that destructive power shattered his buttocks. The screams came out clearly from the 8-phase world, the blood was soaring into the sky, and the blood mist filled the air. 8-phase reincarnation. As if 8 ancient magic mountains had been crushed, the buttocks and legs of the demigod of the Hu family shattered and disappeared inch by inch. At this moment, what this demigod of the Hu family hates the most is not Xiao Chen, but the killer who sneaked up on him, the bastard who made an extremely wretched knife. He wanted to yell, but he was not allowed to do so at all. The 8 phases of reincarnation, the 8 worlds are like 8 scrolls turning, page by page, each time crushing part of his soul, and the body can no longer support it, and begins to collapse. Everyone in the martial arts arena below was dumbfounded, a demigod was about to perish. Xiao Chen trapped a demigod, flying at high speed in the sky, avoiding the pursuit of the other 3 demigods, and in the process, he was going to kill a master in the realm of Yukong. Terrible supernatural powers, the terrifying world of 8 phases. Let him go, Xiao Chen, I would like to talk with you. The 3 demigods in the back were completely impatient. Today, when the 4 demigods were dispatched, they could only watch the 2 young children being killed. If a demigod was killed now, the Hu family's face would be completely lost. Xiao Chen and others slapped the 2 Hu family severely in front of everyone in the world. Talk, I refuse. When you guys get together, let's go to hell and talk. Xiao Chen was unmoved, and shouted, the 8 phases are one. The world of 8 phases, 8 illusory spaces, overlapped and merged into one in an instant, shattering all tangible qualities, as if it could annihilate all living beings in the world. The 8 worlds merged into one, and the original heaven and earth returned to ruins. The demigod of the Hu family couldn't even scream, and watched his remnant body collapse and disappear, and finally even his soul was shaken out, turned into flying ash, and his body and spirit disappeared. Wow, the martial arts arena was in chaos, completely seething, a demigod was killed by Xiao Chen just like that, everyone was shocked, and many cultivators screamed. Zhao Liner leaned on the little Tianma. Ruyu's face was full of inconceivable expressions. She didn't know that Xiao Chen was powerful, but she didn't expect to be able to destroy demigods, so, wouldn't it be comparable to the future gods cultivated by several major religions with secret methods? Those are the characters that several major religions have spent countless efforts to cultivate, but Xiao Chen. It seems that there is no such opportunity. Yin Ying, the 3rd princess of the Great Shang Kingdom, was also dumbfounded. Originally, she wanted the demigod of the Great Shang Kingdom to save Xiao Chen's life at a critical moment, laying the groundwork for attracting the little snow-white beast in the future, but this is the result at this moment. Yan Qingcheng was absent-minded for a while, feeling that all this was too dreamy. This man has actually become so powerful now, it is completely different from the past. The iron sword in Dugu Sword Demon's hand was jumping non-stop, as if it would leave his hand at any time, his fighting spirit was soaring. Niu Ren waving a pair of huge horns and giggling. For 3 years, he has often competed with Xiao Chen, and he is the most knowledgeable person. The top 10 masters of the Great Merchant Kingdom all stared at Xiao Chen. This is definitely a terrible opponent. Xiao Li's flying Dao successor's fingertips flickered, showing a dignified look for the first time. The top 10 masters of the religious alliance all stood up, looking up at the unity world in the sky. The martial arts arena is completely boiling. The remaining 3 demigods of the Hu family were ashamed, and 1 demigod of the family was just like this, beheaded by a younger generation. This is waiting to slap them hard. Yes, after this battle, Xiao Chen was destined to become famous all over the world, and the demigod of the Hu family became a stepping stone on his way forward. He waited as if in front of everyone in the world, and slapped the most loud mouths of the Zongtu Hu family fiercely. 2 chapters in 1, brothers, if you feel something after reading it, please use monthly tickets and recommendation tickets to support it. Ha, June 1st, I am no longer young, I hope everyone's childhood dreams have come true. If it doesn't come true, then continue to be vigorous and keep your wish alive. Chapter 251, Demon Sect's Ancestral Order. If the update is late, there is only one reason, and I am writing a long chapter. Help someone make an advertisement, my wife called me to pick up girls. Xiao Chen beheaded the demigod of the Hu family in public with the magical powers of the 8-phase world, and tens of thousands of people in the entire martial arts field were excited. A young expert in the realm of recognition of Tibet actually killed a strong man in the realm of Yukong. This is a real battle across levels. Make all the young people excited about it. Who doesn't have a dream when they are young? Who doesn't want to be famous all over the world and shake one's power? A living example in front of him has made many young people see the hope of becoming famous all over the world. The example is right in front of them. Xiao Chen is only in his 20s. Being able to achieve such an achievement makes everyone excited. The demigod of the Hu family made Xiao Chen, and his name was destined to be spread all over the world. The other 3 demigods of the Hu family were so angry that their hearts were torn apart. The Zongtu Hu family lost face today. The slap was so loud that they couldn't stand in the sky anymore. They were trembling all over, pointing at Xiao Chen and speechless. Just at this time, a white light emerged from the sky, and a little white donkey flew towards the killer carrying a murderous aura filled with death, and the large kitchen knife in his hand was shining brightly, which was particularly eye-catching. This wretched killer. This bastard, this killer who deserves to die 10,000 times. The three demigods were furious at him, and the three pairs of eyes were spitting fire. If this despicable bastard hadn't made two extremely obscene knives, the demigod from the Hu family might not necessarily have died. Up to now, this killer has come out again. This intention is to disgust people, and it is intentional to add trouble to the demigods of the Hu family. Ah! The three half-spirited roared and rushed forward together. For them, this wretched killer really deserves to be shredded into pieces. Jin Sinior didn't say anything, but used the large kitchen knife to swipe his butt in an extremely wretched manner, then swung the knife at the three gods, and disappeared while driving the little white donkey. Such an annoying and hateful provocative gesture made one of the demigods so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. In the sky, the world of the 8 phases merged into one and slowly emerged after returning to the ruins. The 8 layers of space and the 8 scrolls contained endless energy. At this moment, Xiao Chen felt ethereal in his heart, and his understanding of this supernatural power deepened. In a trance, he had already touched a more profound field, and was about to dig out more complicated profound meanings. Earth, fire, wind, and water move together, will chaos reappear? The sky and the earth are connected, will there be another fusion of heaven and earth? There is also the reincarnation of thunder and zi, whether it will evolve into yin and yang. The supernatural powers of the 8-phase world are only in their infancy, and there is still a wider space waiting to be expanded. Xiao Chen can continue to improve and dig. This is his unique supernatural power, and its potential power is immeasurable. The murderous aura came overwhelmingly, the 3 demigods of the Hu family couldn't catch up with Jin Sinior, and outflanked Xiao Chen again. Brush. Xiao Chen unfolded his extremely fast movements, constantly shifting around the 3 demigods, his fighting spirit was soaring, and his murderous aura rushed straight to Xiao Han. How could it be possible to challenge the 3 demigods head-on? Xiao Chen was like a dragon, flying across the sky, constantly disillusioned around them. He is waiting for his chance. He still wants to make a move. The fact that young people in the state of knowledge of Tibet dared to fight against the demigod so proudly made everyone excited. Little brat, do you dare to stop and fight? A Hu family pointed half-heartedly at Xiao Chen, his body trembling slightly. Today they have no face to speak of, unless they kill Xiao Chen completely, they can save some face. Xiao Chen sneered, mockingly said, "You are dozens of years old, and the 3 of you will join forces to deal with me, how dare you say it?" At this point, he was full of fighting spirit, and said, "One-on-one, do you dare to fight me? If you don't, you 3 go back to Hu's house as soon as possible. From now on, don't rely on the old and sell the old, and don't appear in front of me." You. Good. The demigod of the Hu family was furious, pointed at Xiao Chen and said 3 good words, and then shouted, "I will fight with you alone, and I will never die." What Xiao Chen wanted was this result, forcing him to make such a statement in front of so many people made the other 2 demigods helpless and unable to use their strength. There was an uproar below, shocked by the audacity of Xiao Chen, who just fought against a demigod, and now wants to start a war, which is too belligerent. In fact, Xiao Chen himself is not very sure. After all, he has just experienced a great battle, and killing a demigod took a lot of vitality, but he has just realized some new profound meanings of the 8-phase world's supernatural powers, and he wants to dig further in the fierce battle. The main reason for doing this is because he has extremely fast body skills. If he loses, he can run away. He is a backward young master, and it is not shameful to lose to an old master. Please stop. At this time, the 3 princesses of the Great Shang Kingdom spoke. The voice of nature did not contain any emotional fluctuations, and said, "Today is a friendly duel between the Great Shang Empire and the younger generation of the Roman Empire. If you have any grudges, after the grand event is over, you can fight here. I will lend you the venue." Yin Ying terminated the duel that was about to start. Xiao Chen didn't say anything about it. The 3 demigods of the Hu family were very dissatisfied, but they didn't have to worry about it. The 6 old men from the opposite Dashang kingdom flew into the sky. They were preparing to clear the field. If the 3 of them insisted on getting rough, the ugly one must be the Hu family. "Okay, puppy, spare your life. I won't leave Yindu. I will take your life at any time." By now they had already disregarded their identities, blatantly threatened and uttered harsh words. Regarding this, Xiao Chen smiled indifferently, and said, "You should have heard a saying, don't bully the young and poor. I am not as good as your Hu family now, but it does not mean that I will not have strength in the future. Please rest assured, I will live well, and one day I will come to the Hu family in person." Not as angry as the demigods of the Hu family, but Xiao Chen's calm words made the 3 demigods of the Hu family feel a chill. "Little brat, you won't live for long." The 3 of them descended slowly to the ground. They couldn't just leave. They locked Xiao Chen secretly, looking for an opportunity to get rid of him. Xiao Chen said indifferently, "I also want to remind the 3 of you, if you don't hide back to Hu's house as soon as possible, or you may die in a foreign country." The 3 demigods of the Hu family raised their heads, stared angrily at Xiao Chen, and said, "It's up to you." Xiao Chen calmly said, "Yes, it's up to me. Don't give me a chance, I have learned from the past." The 3 demigods of the Hu family were furious. If they hadn't been concerned about the 6 old men in the air, they would have wished to go all out now, and finally gritted their teeth and stared fiercely at Xiao Chen for a long time before disappearing into the crowd. Xiao Chen didn't have any extra words, soaring into the sky, unfolding the world of 8 phases and disappearing into the sky in an instant. There is no need to confront the 3 demigods head-on. He has gained a lot from today's battle, and needs to find a place to learn. "Handsome grasshopper, wait a minute." 2 little lollas shouted from behind. Seeing Xiao Chen leave, the 3 demigods of the Hu family couldn't sit still anymore, but they couldn't catch up with Xiao Chen, and finally left the scene annoyed. The occurrence of young masters beheading demigods caused everyone's enthusiasm for the duel between the young generation of the East and the West to drop a lot. In fact, today's duel was not exciting. The Roman Empire and the Great Merchant Empire each had 2 masters, and the result was a draw. On the first day of the duel, both sides seemed to be very restrained and did not really intend to kill. Even the young masters did not even show decent supernatural powers, so the first day of the duel came to an end. However, everyone was not disappointed, because there was a gossip that the 2 sides would fight each other. It was said that some people already had the strength to kill demigods. If that's the case, it won't be as dull as the scene where Xiao Chen fights against the demigods of the Hu family, and it will definitely be wonderful. For 3 days in a row, Xiao Chen didn't show a trace. The 3 demigods of the Hu family were anxious and angry, but there was nothing they could do. If Xiao Chen just fled away, it would be really helpless for them. Not only did they lose 2 masters from the younger generation, they actually killed a demigod in battle, and returning to the family in such a disheveled state, not only the family elders would be furious, but the whole world would laugh at them, and they would no longer have the face to stand in the world. Now, they only have one hope in their hearts. They hope that Xiao Chen will be bold enough to assassinate them, so that they will have a chance to be ruthless. On the 4th day, Xiao Chen finally appeared. He calmly appeared in the martial arts arena calmly, as if he came here specially to watch the battle. The eyes of the 3 demigods of the Hu family in the crowd lit up at that moment, and their murderous intent rose sharply in their hearts. As if he had a feeling in his heart, Xiao Chen suddenly turned his head, locked onto them in the crowd, and took a deep look. For some reason, the 3 demigods felt a chill as if breaking into their bodies, and an icy breath fell down like ice and snow, covering them. "This kid is so calm, he won't be prepared for anything," the 3 demigods murmured directly. Today, when Xiao Chenshi appeared, he caused a commotion. He dared to stand so calmly not far from the 3 demigods of the Hu family. It was really very courageous. Linglong and Tutu, 2 pink and tender little loli, were sitting on a high platform, swaying their snow-white legs dishonestly. The moment they saw Xiao Chen appearing, the 2 of them ran over bouncingly, squeezed into the crowd and came to Xiao Chen's side. Their 2 red faces were full of excitement, and they whispered, "Handsome grasshopper, everything is fine." Xiao Chen didn't say anything, but nodded silently. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Xiao Chen came to the martial arts arena today and wanted to challenge the masters in the arena. This is undoubtedly a sensational news. Many people can't understand it, and the 3 demigods of the Hu family don't know why, and they are very shocked. There was a commotion outside the arena, and everyone was surprised, but then boiled up, eagerly looking forward to this battle. It seems that the result has been known for a long time. The successor of Xiao Li Fidao from the side of the Great Merchant Kingdom came out, and the curse master who defeated Chu Xingquang appeared on the side of the Roman Empire. They are the number 1 of both sides. Both of them looked at Xiao Chen fixedly, and said in a weak and inaudible voice, "You have such great energy," unexpectedly. Xiao Chen quickly interrupted their words, and said, "One person only competes in one style, which one of you will go first?" Although the blonde cursor's face was covered with mist, people could feel that he was smiling easily. He strode over and said, "I'll come first." Good. Xiao Li's flying Dao successor retreated, leaving only Xiao Chen and the #1 cultivator of the Roman Empire in the field. The people outside the venue immediately shouted. It is said that the future gods cultivated by several major religions with secret methods have the power to kill demigods now, and Xiao Chen even killed the demigods here in front of everyone. This will be a battle between dragons and tigers, and everyone is looking forward to it. I don't think it's right. A demigod from the Hu family said suspiciously. Another person said, "It's nothing, this kid is too rampant, it's good news for us to dare to fight for that false name at this time." In the middle of the arena, the duel began. Roman Empire 1 was covered in golden light, and slowly soared into the sky, standing in the sky like a god. He was no longer as lazy as he was a few days ago. At this moment he showed his sharpness, and the holy light rushed straight to Xiaohan, which made everyone turn pale with fright, and secretly sighed that he was worthy of being the god of the future. At such an age, he already has such an aura, and his cultivation is unfathomable. An ancient scripture book appeared in his hand, and he had already flipped it open. At the same time, he was chanting words. In an instant, the sky was full of stars, and a total of 36 stars the size of houses appeared in the sky, making this place seem like a mythical world. The bright starlight submerged Xiao Chen inside, and the light of 36 stars rushed straight to Xiaohan. God said, "Seal and destroy." The voice of Roman Empire 1 is like an eternal movement. Although it is as gentle as a breeze, it seems to have the power to destroy heaven and earth. The stars shine. 36 stars cut through this space and constantly change their directions. They formed a complex starry sky array. The space inside was constantly shattered, and Xiao Chen's shadow traces impacted vertically and horizontally inside. Everyone outside the arena changed color. This is simply a destructive battle. Such a spell can trap a demigod, and I am afraid it can kill it. The legend, as expected, is true. The strongest cultivated by the secret methods of several major religions can kill demigods. Wow, the handsome blonde grasshopper is very powerful. I want to see him do magic tricks every day. We looked for a chance to arrest him. He's so handsome, he's going to drool. Two pink and tender little loli, ignoring the rolling eyes of everyone around them, sat on the high platform while stuffing snacks into their little mouths, while shaking their white and tender legs dishonestly. A chaotic light flashed out from the battlefield, and the 36 stars in the sky dimmed for an instant, and then Xiao Chen rushed out. Everyone didn't see what kind of supernatural power he had used, so they just broke through the magic formation. 36 stars soared into the sky, and became brighter in an instant, and once again surrounded Xiao Chen. However, at this moment, Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and shook lightly, saying, "Only learn one style." The Roman Empire #1 sighed helplessly and said, "Okay, it's a tie." Then it flew down into the sky. People outside the arena don't know why, so why only fight one style? There was an uproar, and everyone wanted to ask what happened, but none of the parties responded. Tens of thousands of people were clamoring, not knowing why. At this moment, Dashenguo #1 soared into the sky, dressed in white clothes better than the snow, but with such a fierce and aggressive aura that snowflakes fluttered in the sky because of this, which was entirely caused by murderous intent. The outside of the arena became quiet almost instantly. Although the mist made it impossible to see his true face clearly, everyone had already guessed who this person was. He was the legendary heir of Shaoli Fei Dao, and he was the most outstanding contemporary disciple of that line. As soon as this person appeared on the stage, everyone held their breath, because if it was still just a duel, it would be enough. Shaoli's flying knife, one knife is enough. The famous flying knife is known as the best knife in the world. Back then, Li Zunwan shattered the void with his sword and came to the world of longevity. His sword spattered the blood of the gods, and there were no false hairs. The flying knife magic has shocked several eras. Are you ready? The voice of the flying knife passerby was extremely cold. Xiao Chen nodded indifferently, and the world of 8 phases emerged. Facing this legendary killing technique that can kill a god with a single knife, he dared not be careless. No one can face it calmly. If Li Zunwan comes in person, even gods will tremble. Outside the arena, there was silence. Everyone held their breath, nervously waiting for the earth-shattering knife. So courage, such a cool handsome grasshopper, I want to arrest him too. Yeah, wipe your saliva, and it would be most appropriate to catch him and use a throwing knife to mow the lawn. The two little lawless have no scruples, making such an evaluation in a quiet place is really speechless. At this moment, there were gusts of wind and thunder between the sky and the earth. I don't know if it was an illusion or a coincidence. Clouds floated over, as if they were shaking. At this moment, Shaoli Fidao made a move. There was a burst of thunder, ghosts weeping and gods howling, as if there were many gods and demons howling miserably, and the shadows of angels and demons emerged, and gods screamed mournfully. With a shocking blow, the situation changes, and the world turns pale. Everyone was shocked. Legend has it that it was because Li Xuanhuan killed too many gods and demons back then. This magical skill was jealous of the heavens, and ghosts and gods were shocked when he used it. The sky and the earth were pale, and the wind and thunder were blowing. Xiao Chen was in the world of 8 phases, and his spiritual sense was raised to the highest point, but he still couldn't catch the shadow of the flying knife. Unpredictable knife, there is no way to catch it in advance. Outside the arena, there were demigod masters watching. Seeing such a scene, all of them changed their colors. Such a knife seemed to be able to kill a demigod. Murderous. The eternity of a moment, although it is only the shortest moment, for everyone, it seems as long and difficult as a century. Xiao Chen finally discovered the stunningly brilliant knife, but at this time, the eye-catching light of the knife had already broken into the world of 8 phases, almost touching his body. Puff. Blood burst. The world was silent. The wind and thunder subside, the dark clouds go away, the gods and ghosts disappear, and the world returns to clarity. Shaoli, the descendant of Fidao, is as cold as an iceberg, and dressed in white than snow, standing in the void. In the sky where Xiao Chen was, blood dripped down, and everyone was extremely nervous, staring at the void. But Xiao Chen didn't fall into the sky, the world of 8 phases had already disappeared, he stood there quietly, with his right hand flat in front of his throat, with a dazzling flying knife sandwiched between his index finger and middle finger, his 2 fingers were cut into 2 bloody mouths, and blood dripped down. There was an uproar in the audience, but Xiao Chen actually intercepted this shocking knife, blocking the so-called magical magic that has never failed. Of course, strictly speaking, it is not considered false hair. After all, Xiao Chen's finger has been cut and blood dripped out. If it were someone else, the 2 fingers must have already left the body. Xiao Chen practiced the art of treasure body, and the method of melting soldiers and refining the body made the 2 fingers better than the sharp blade of the magic weapon. Even so, he suffered some minor injuries, which is enough to show that the flying knife magic is terrible. The crystal light was fading, and the light between Xiao Chen's hands shattered. It was completely formed by a murderous aura, not a real flying knife. I didn't use the real knife, and you are only passively defending. This game is a draw. The flying knife passer said flatly. Another round was tied. Xiao Chen didn't say anything, but he knew the horror of the flying knife passer, he was definitely a formidable opponent. Tens of thousands of people were discussing, and everyone was extremely shocked. Although it was just a duel, the atmosphere, the sense of oppression, seemed to be more intense than a real battle. Many people don't understand why they only fight one style, instead of going on with the real confrontation. At this time, the 3rd Princess Yin Ying announced, "Today's duel is over, and tomorrow will continue." Everyone was in an uproar. Why did it end like this? Everyone hasn't enjoyed it yet, and the masters of the great merchant empire and the Roman Empire don't seem to be fighting against each other today. Hearing this, the 3 demigods of the Hu family soared into the sky and surrounded Xiao Chen in 3 directions. Although they knew that the possibility of trapping each other was slim, they still wanted to try. But at this moment, an amazing thing happened. The top 10 masters of the younger generation of Dasheng Kingdom all soared into the air, and surrounded the 3 demigods of the Hu family, including Shaoli, the descendant of the Fidao, the demon girl of the Tianmo Palace, and the fairy Sihang Zhanjai. What is even more surprising is that the top 10 masters of the younger generation of the Roman Empire all soared into the sky and surrounded the 3 demigods of the Hu family. Everyone below was completely dumbfounded. These 20 people are all capable of demigods. Legend has it that they can even kill demigods. Now they are all besieging the 3 demigods of the Hu family, which is unimaginable. Everyone doesn't know why. Why did you help him? The 3 demigods of the Hu family were completely stunned. Although these people were young masters, they were all extremely terrifying, and even a few more demigods would be wiped out. I will kill you under the order of the ancestor of the demon cult. The ancestor of the demon cult has an order to help Xiao Chen kill you. The order of respecting the patriarch of the demon sect. 20 people spoke one after another and told the truth. The 3 demigods of the Hu family are about to go crazy, and the ancestor of the demon cult is so famous and scary. However, you can't order the various sects, or even the religious masters of the Western race, in this way, right? Hee hee, we know. Two pink and tender little loli flew into the sky, and said mischievously, the ancestor uncle of the demon cult has returned from death and reappeared in the longevity continent. He wants to reconcile with all the sects and return the ancient books and treasures of their various sects. Such a great kindness. Of course I can order these handsome grasshoppers and beautiful sisters. The reappearance of the ancestor of the demon cult has long been spread throughout the mainland, and now being confirmed by two little lolitas, it really shocked the world. Another pink and tender little loli also spoke, saying, Uncle Jiaozu said that Xiao Chen is his friend, he will kill anyone who dares to touch Xiao Chen, even the white tiger. Wow, there was an uproar in the audience, and the crowd was excited. The ancestor of the demon cult turned out to be Xiao Chen's friend. This news is unimaginable, it is too shocking. No one will doubt the ability of the ancestor of the demon cult, he is an outstanding man through the ages, invincible and invincible in the world. Strictly speaking, even the undead evil king of the southern desolation is his descendant disciple. It can be said that he was born very early, and there were few people who could fight against him in the oldest age, let alone now. There are many legends about him, and the closest to the truth is that he is one of the people who is very qualified to aspire to the ancestor god. It is said that the previous life of the demon sect patriarch was Kai Yu, who was invincible all over the world. During his disappearance for so many years, some people speculate that he may have carried out this kind of practice again, self-destructed the body of the ancestor of the demon cult, and will reappear in the world in an unknown age. Now, he really reappeared. What is the relationship between the ancestor of the demon cult and Xiao Chen? Everyone speculated that this was obviously trying to build momentum for Xiao Chen. If he went out, why would he need to do such a wasteful thing, or just send an old department to take action? It would be enough to kill these demigods of the Hu family. However, he acted like this, which is telling the world and building up momentum for Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen is his man and cannot be bullied. Today is destined to be not an ordinary day, even the ancestor of the demon cult took action. Of course, the two little lolitas at the scene are also eye-catching. They are called Uncle Demon Cult's ancestor, so their identities. Brothers, call for monthly tickets, at the beginning of the month, support is strongly needed. Chapter 252, Fame Moves the World. After disappearing for countless years, the ancestor of the demon cult reappeared in the world, and he was so high profile, unceremoniously slapped Hu's family, and created momentum for Xiao Chen, which can be said to have shocked everyone present. This kind of terrifying person, whose words and deeds have a great influence, actually supports a master of the younger generation so much, which definitely shows his firm attitude. Even if there is a white tiger emperor in the Hu family, he doesn't give the slightest face and threatens to kill the tiger. Many people who had thoughts about Xiao Chen, and even secretly wanted to make a move, immediately gave up their minds. No one can provoke the ancestor of the demon sect. The demon sect created by him was once known in the world along with Buddhism, interpretation, and intervention. It is one of the most powerful sects in the world. Although the demon cult has long been torn apart, each sect that has been separated is still a world-renowned sect, such as the lineage of the Southern Wilderness Immortal Evil King, and the lineage of the Dasheng Kingdom Tianmo Palace. If the ancestors of the demon cult want to reorganize the land and build the demon cult, these people will definitely gather here. Their vitality has never been shaken, and they may become even more prosperous than before. Of course, the most fundamental reason is the strength of the demon cult's patriarch itself, who definitely has the potential to become a terrifying figure of the patriarch god. You dare to do this? The demigods of the Hu family were completely overwhelmed. It is absolutely false to say that they are not afraid. Although they are demigods, they are still human after all. In the face of death, who can be without fear? The ancestor of the devil's cult supported Xiao Chen and did not hesitate to build up momentum for him. This was obviously to make an example of them. Of the 20 young masters in the sky, which one doesn't have the strength to be close to a demigod? They didn't want to besiege the 3 of them like this, but the master's sect had an order, and the ancestor of the demon sect would return the secret books and treasures that were taken away by their master's sect, so they had to act. Xiao Chen unfolded the world of 8 phases, leaving an afterimage on the spot, transforming out of thin air outside the encirclement, watching all this calmly. Let's go. Although Roman Empire number 1 was full of smiles, his words were a bit chilly. Now that the religious immortals have already spoken, they just kill people and don't need to bear any consequences, so there is nothing to hesitate. No, the Hu family will not let you go. The 3.5 members of the Hu family looked stern. God said, seal and destroy. Roman Empire number 1 was the first to strike, and the ancient scriptures were flipped quickly in his hands. Bright stars fell from the sky, instantly trapped all directions, and then condensed into a starry sky array, shattering the void, and crushing it away. Dare you, Junior? The three demigods of the Hu family were shocked and angry. What responded to them was the joint attack of 20 young masters. The heavenly demon's true chi circulated, causing the space to distort. A woman from the heavenly demon palace, holding a dragon with her slender hands, rushed through the space and rushed into the arena. The sword light soars to the sky, the descendant of Sihang Janjai, the wise heart is psychic, and the fairy sword splits the space. Sacred radiance shone in all directions. A cursor from the Roman Empire pointed to the sky with one hand and the ground with the other. He even drew a blazing beam of light from the sun in the sky and swept it towards the three demigods in the field. Murderous, a female cultivator of the Roman Empire, dressed in golden armor, like a goddess of war, swept out the golden spear in her hand, and the spear blade tore through the sky. Ghosts cry and gods howl, gods and demons shriek and scream, Shaoli flies the knife, and the flying knife strikes, the sky and the earth turn pale, the situation changes, the phantoms of angels and demons emerge, the knife shatters the void, and blood bursts out. The people on the ground were completely dumbfounded. The top 10 strongest masters of the younger generation of the great merchant kingdom and the top 10 strongest masters of the younger generation of the Roman Empire all shot together. After waiting for a few days, they desperately hoped that they would show their respective terrifying supernatural powers, but everyone was holding back, until today they all broke out. The sky was completely covered by the light, the void was completely shattered, and the murderous aura raged in all directions, rushing straight to Shaohan, and the sky was completely submerged by the aura of the strong men. Heavenly magic force field, Sihang immortal sword, Sun divine light, Quran Bible, extinct fighting chi, Shaoli flying knife, star array. Horror and unique skills, mysterious supernatural powers emerge one after another, making people dazzled. Shaoli's flying knife, heavenly magic force field, and star array attacked a demigod at the same time. The space was imprisoned on the spot, the flying knife seized the soul, and instantly penetrated the throat of the demigod of the Hu family. The other side is also terrifying. The Quran freezes the space, and the Sihang immortal sword directly cuts a half-god of the Hu family in half, and the sun's divine light sweeps down. So many people make moves, all of them are rare supernatural powers, amazing skills, even if the gods come, they may not be able to retreat unscathed. The moment these masters made their moves, the winner had already been decided, and the three screams lasted only for an instant before quickly ending. The three demigods were killed in an instant. Even though they were ready to burn everything together, 20 masters joined forces and smashed their supernatural powers, and then pushed up the killing style in an instant, causing the three of them to be wiped out physically and mentally. It's that simple. Each of these 20 people has the strength close to that of a demigod. If you count their rare supernatural powers, they can even kill a demigod alone. Although this result is very normal, it still shocked everyone in the martial arts field below. After all, they were three living demigods, and they were killed by a group of young people in their 20s, which made people dumbfounded and didn't know how to express the excitement in their hearts. After a short period of calm, there was noise and boiling. The Hu family lost all face today. The ancestor of the demon cult stood up for Xiao Chen, and did not buy the Hu family's account at all. If this is telling the world, Xiao Chen is the one he really wants to protect. The demigods of the Hu family who came to Yindu all fell like this, and the curtain fell like this. It is really quite desolate. However, no one lamented it. On the contrary, there were many voices cursing them. It can be seen from this that the Hu family has been very unpopular for many years. The 20 masters in the air didn't show any excitement, because this was nothing to them, and they were about to fly down into the sky. Wow, handsome grasshoppers, beautiful sisters, don't run away. The two little Lolitas as beautiful as fine porcelain flew over. Hearing this, these people stopped. No one underestimated these two 7 or 8-year-old girls. How many people can call the ancestor of the demon cult uncle? Roman Empire one smiled and said amiably, "Two beautiful little angels, what do you do?" "Yes," the two little Lalas said in unison, and the big bright eyes on their red faces kept blinking, shining with a sly brilliance. "What's the matter?" Roman Empire one smiled calmly. "Handsome grasshopper, we want to catch you and take you home." Hearing this, Roman Empire one's smile froze immediately, because the two little Lolitas were not just talking, they were actually pulling a big bag and really wanted to arrest someone. "It's the Three Realms bag," someone exclaimed. "It is said to be a treasure bag that can accommodate huge seas and rivers, and can hold everything in the world." The two little Lalas are exaggeratingly pulling a big bag that is much bigger than them. Compared with their young and pink appearance, the huge bag looks very exaggerated and incoordinated, which looks very funny. The big bag is constantly expanding, and it has the potential to cover the world. There are so many handsome grasshoppers, drooling. The one who can read ancient scriptures and summon the stars, I want him to do magic tricks for me every day. The one who can throw throwing knives, I ask her to clean up the lawn every day. The beautiful fairy sister, I ask her to comb my hair every day. The seductive witch sister, I ask her to do my makeup every day. Two little loli, looking intoxicated, with two pairs of big eyes, sparkling and sparkling. After recognizing that it was the Three Realms bag, everyone changed their colors and flew away in all directions. It would be too shameful if they were taken in by two little lolitas. Don't run away, I like the handsome grasshopper, and I also like pretty sister. What kind of characters are these people? They are all elites from the two empires, known as the top 10, so they are naturally superior. The Three Realms bag is not a treasure to be collected, and it has long been damaged. It does not have the power of the past, and no one was caught. It made the two little lolita pout their mouths. Broken bag, fake, teach uncle to lie. Two little lolis landed in an empty corner, grabbing the exaggeratedly large bag and were about to throw it away. Don't. At this time, Jinsun Yi, a wretched man, rushed over. He was no longer dressed as a killer. He was dressed in silk and satin, shiny, with a mean smile on his face. He didn't look like a good person at all. His peach blossom eyes shot wildly, and he said, "Uncle will take you, to see the goldfish." "Oh, no, give me the goldfish for you, in exchange for a broken bag." "It's you again, Uncle Weird, Uncle Wretched." "Uncle is a good man." Jinsun Yi tried his best to be amiable, with a pair of thieves constantly gliding on the bag of the Three Realms. "What do you give us in exchange? My family has a 7-colored fish, not a goldfish. What do you want?" "Oh, no. Needless to say, he must be a handsome guy. How about me?" The wretched man put on a cool look. "Somewhat obscene. Wait, I'll catch a grasshopper for you." Almost instantly, Jinsun Yi pulled the confused Niu Ren over, without saying a word, kicked Niu Ren into the Three Realm sack with a very weak kick, and grabbed the mouth of the bag tightly. "Why, how is it?" The wretched man chuckled. "This is, absolutely, excellent. Grasshopper with horns, boss, is it the first time you see it?" "Fucking wretched man, you are a bastard who sells friends and seeks glory, and you are behind the scenes, dare to molest me, and you will never stop after you get out." Niu Ren cursed in the Three Realms bag. "I don't like fat grasshoppers." The two lolis shook their heads together. "Wait, and then, catch another one." With a sound of whoosh, Jinsun Yi disappeared. After a while, one person came back from the resistance, threw it on the ground unceremoniously, and said, "What about this grasshopper? This is a king, a prince, do everything, even though the country has been destroyed." The wretched man smiled, stepped on the back of the man lying on the ground, and boasted, I am a good person, I will give you the prince. I will give you a broken bag. Don't listen to him, this wretched man is a villain. The person lying on the ground has an oriental face, but he has blonde hair of the Western race. He looks like a magic stick, and he swears to the sky, "I swear by the sun god, everything I say is true." The benevolent sun god will never forgive this villain. He robs, kills, and kidnaps young girls. He does all kinds of evil. "Who are you?" Looking at the mixed race in front of them, the two little lolis blinked their big eyes and asked curiously. "I am Toddy, the legendary Toddy, the most upright, kind, and brave Toddy." Even though he was stepped on by Jinsun Yi, this godstick had a serious face and swore to the sky. He's just a bum, one by one, a stinky rascal." Jinsun Yi curled his lips in disdain, and said, yes, there is a noble, the lady entrusted me. I will take him back, and I know everything about him, him. Nonsense, I am the upright, noble, and honorable Prince Todi. The magic stick kept pointing at the sky, as if he had been wrong so much. Jinsun Yi came up with a 5-character summary, slapped Toddy on the head unceremoniously, and said, tall, noble, upright, righteous, respect, noble, but, fart, a year-old student who picked up girls, was beaten into a pig's head. From then on, I don't do my job properly, and stick to the back of women's buttocks every day. But when I was 18, I still haven't dated a girl. In the end, I was turned back by a 40-year-old old lady. It's a lie, it's a complete lie. That poisonous woman wants to get the secret of the sun god's blood. It's not like that at all. Hee hee. Jin Sinyi laughed cheaply, and said, Zong Zong always, finally came to the question, no, no, no. If I don't tell the secret of the sun god's blood, I will just exchange you for a broken bag, little sister, do you want this grasshopper? No, I don't like yellow-haired bastards. The two little lolas said in unison. Good eyesight. Jin Sinyi raised his thumb, and said, wait, go, cheat a few senior grasshoppers. He kicked Toddy into the bag of 3 realms, and then ran away. Soon, Qilao, Yu Wenfeng, Ah Shui, Ah Bing, Yan Qingcheng, and Huo now were all invited by Jin Sinyi, and even Dugu Sword Demon was pulled over by him. There are so many handsome grasshoppers, wipe your saliva. Jin Sinyi was extremely wretched, clutching the 3 realms bag without saying a word, he was completely killed. At such a close distance, a group of people were caught by the overwhelming 3 realms bag without any precautions. Wretched man, I killed you, wretched man. Jin Sinyi was boastful, carrying his pockets, without stuttering at all, and shouted through the voice transmission inside, I am doing it for your own good, the father of the 2 lawless must be half an ancestor god, you go with them, the benefits are endless. The 2 little girls smiled sweetly, deal. Brush. 2 divine lights suddenly swept towards Jin Sinyi, and the 2 pink and tender little lawless smiled slyly and trapped him. Don't, I'm not handsome. Boom. A big footprint came from behind and kicked 300 million gold into his pocket. Although the mouth of the pocket was opened for a short time, the people inside couldn't get out at all, there was a holy power imprisoning them. Shao. Xiao Chen, you bastard. Jin Sinyi cursed angrily. Xiao Chen picked up his pocket, and said to the 2 tender little lolitas, let's go, these people are enough. Uncle Jiaozu said, the more the better. Yes, Uncle Jiaozu picks the rest, we will. Stop messing around, let's go. Xiao Chen was the first to soar into the sky. The 2 little lolitas followed closely behind, turning into 2 divine rainbows and flying away into the distance. Oh la la, I am the happy and exquisite little fairy. Oh la la, I'm the smart bunny little witch. The 2 lawless are very lively and dishonest, singing lively while flying, rushing around, chasing each other, leaving cheerful tracks in the sky. In the distant clouds, a stalwart figure stood with his hands behind his back, and the vicissitudes in his eyes could not be concealed, as if he could see everything in the world. Seeing Xiao Chen approaching from a distance, a faint smile appeared on his face, and he said, you guys are here. While speaking, the sleeves of the robes shook, the sky was dark, and the situation changed in an instant. Xiao Chen and the others left the sky above Yindu in an instant, and appeared in an unknown place. The top 10 masters of the younger generation of the Great Merchant Kingdom and the top 10 masters of the younger generation of the Roman Empire have been gone for a long time. A blonde boy who was only 11 or 12 years old rushed here like a shooting star. He scanned all directions, looked at the martial arts arena full of regret, and said, I smell the breath of many strong men. Unfortunately, it was a step late. But, they left not long ago, I will definitely find that Xiao Chen. The day's battle finally came to an end like this, and everyone dispersed for a long time, but the news spread to all parts of the mainland by various means in the first place. The news was undoubtedly shocking, and Xiao Chen's fame moved the world. It is impossible not to attract the attention of the people who support the ancestors of the demon cult. A huge wave swept across the continent. The master of Yan Qingcheng in the immortal gate of the southern wilderness emperor city smiled and said, fortunately, my brother saw very far 3 years ago. Although I came late that night, I still slashed out that sword firmly. The patriarch of the Hai family, Hai Fanyan, froze there the moment he heard the news, and didn't say a word for a long time. The expressions of the elders next to him changed suddenly, and they said, that kid's potential is so great. He was able to draw with the top 10 masters of the younger generation of the Great Merchant Kingdom, and he was able to stand on equal terms with the future gods cultivated by the secret methods of several major religions. He has actually cultivated such a terrifying supernatural power. This time he killed the demigod of the Hu family with his real strength. The ancestor of the demon cult really has friendship with him, so what should I do if I stand up for him? Hai Fanyan stood there for a long time before he calmed down and said, call all the elders to discuss the matter. The Hu family dispatched 4 demigods and 3 young masters, only the frosty woman fled back to the family, and she brought back the latest news she had heard. In Zongtuhu's house, Hai Yunzu stood in front of the window, looking at the flowers competing for splendor outside, feeling very comfortable in her heart. At this moment, she saw that frosty woman flying across the garden and rushing in. She immediately shouted with a smile, "Your sister brought back good news." Then the so-called Xiao Feishui must be Xiao Chen, and it must have been beheaded by several old people, right? Chapter 253, Demon Sect Patriarch. Zongtuhu's house has many palaces and vast and deep gardens. Hai Yunzu stood in a piece of orchid forest, her expression was dazed, and she didn't say a word for a long time. She felt lost and her heart was empty. Do you regret it? Maybe there are. Standing opposite her was that icy woman who had already reported to her family what happened in Yindu, and after she came out, she told Hai Yunzu what had happened without any concealment. The Hu family dispatched 4 demigods and 3 masters of the younger generation. The 4 demigods were all wiped out, and the 2 young masters died tragically. If Leng Marin hadn't used the space scroll, I am afraid they would not have escaped. She is the youngest daughter of the head of the contemporary Hu family, named Hu Diwu, and she is very favored, otherwise, how could she waste hundreds of thousands of gold coins of space scrolls at will? Hu Diwu and Hai Yunzu, the so-called 7th sister-in-law, are very close on weekdays, they talk about everything and love each other like sisters on weekdays. In the deep palace hall, the heads of the generation of the Hu family were furious. The news brought back by Hu Diwu was too bad. How had the Hu family ever suffered such a big loss? This is never the case. Even the killer organization, 300 million bounty, has never confronted them so arrogantly. It has always been the younger generation who fight each other, and the older generation rarely dies. The 4.5 gods died like this. Kai Yu, the patriarch of the Hu family, read silently. The faces of the few old people next to him were also extremely solemn. One of them had a very hot temper, smashed the coffee table with a slap, and shouted loudly, "It's too much to deceive people, it's Kai Yu, so what, he was dismembered back then. Now that he has disappeared for so many years, maybe there is something wrong with his body, maybe he has lost the power he used to have." "Old 5, calm down." An old man next to him glanced at him, and said, "As long as he is Kai Yu, no matter what his current cultivation level is, he will be a big trouble. Back then, he was called the god of war between heaven and earth. War demon, he has unlimited potential and cannot be killed at all. If he didn't want to shed his body, I am afraid that even Emperor Xuanyuan would have difficulty blocking him." Another old man echoed, "That's right, he is one of the people who has the potential to become an ancestral god. He must have approached half of the ancestral god's realm when he was at his peak, or has already reached half the ancestral god's realm. Now, if you want to get rid of him, you must get rid of him unless the ancestral god takes action, or invite ruthless characters like Yuanyuan and Tongtian. Isn't it impossible to get rid of him? The so-called 5th person has a fiery personality. He smashed the coffee table in front of him, trampled the white marble on the ground, and said bitterly, "Those ancestor gods have disappeared for many years, and they are probably dead. As for the original, his disciples and grandchildren may not be able to see him, how could he invite such people to take action? Not to mention Tongtian, it's nice to put it together. Need to report to the elders at home." At this time, the patriarch of the Hu family spoke. "Yes, it's best to let the ancestors who are in retreat know, maybe the ancestors will find a way to get rid of the ancestors of the demon cult with their own hands. After all, the ancestors are a holy emperor." The 5th child's eyes lit up immediately. "Don't talk nonsense, the ancestors have fought head-on with the Buddha back then, and it is impossible to make a big enemy because of the younger generation's affairs." The patriarch of the Hu family reprimanded, "The big things in our eyes are just trivial things in the eyes of the old ancestors. Is it a trivial matter to die a few demigods?" Lao Wu was furious. The patriarch of the Hu family snorted coldly, and said, "It's a trivial matter to die a few demigods in the eyes of those old people in the family." In the garden, Hai Yunzu felt a bit bitter, but it turned out to be like this in the end. The patriarch of the demon cult actually had friendship with Xiao Chen, announced it to the world, and built up momentum for him. Such a powerful figure, even the patriarch of the Hu family's sacred emperor would not dare to offend easily. She felt empty in her heart, feeling lost. If she could make a fresh start with her original choice, her life trajectory might be completely different. Yes, the demon cult patriarch treats Xiao Chen like this, it can be seen that he values him very much, and his friendship is by no means ordinary. And she was just a widow in Hu's family. After worshipping heaven and earth, the groom was assassinated by Jinsen Yi. Although her status was not bad, but, how could she compare with Xiao Chen, who was supported by the ancestor of the demon cult? There was some pain in my heart, a sour feeling came to my heart, I calculated and calculated, it turned out to be like this, why bother? Why bother? Feeling extremely lost, Hai Yunzu looked at the white clouds in the distance, feeling a little dazed. Now Xiao Chen can actually kill a demigod. He is only 24 years old. With such potential, the future is limitless. With the escort of the ancestor of the demon cult, who would dare to strangle him in the cradle? The brilliant achievements in the future can already be expected, as if a new star in the world of longevity can be seen rising slowly. Now there are rumors in the longevity world that Xiao Chen has mastered a supernatural power called Eight-Aspect World, which may be able to overwhelm the legendary supernatural power, Six Paths of Reincarnation. Vaguely, Xiao Chen has become a bright future star. Coupled with that little snow-white beast with unlimited potential and the potential to become an ancestor god, the future of the longevity continent will definitely be at its mercy. Why is this happening? Hai Yunzu muttered to herself, her white clothes fluttered with the wind, and she felt extremely bitter. The breeze blew, messing up her radiant and beautiful long hair, and also messing up her lost heart. If life can be repeated, if there is one more choice. Hai Yunzu stood for a long time, and then gradually came to her senses. She was no longer confused, no longer regretted, her eyes were extraordinarily clear. She looked at Yuan Kong steadfastly, and said to herself, it's useless to regret, the key is how to make a decision now. She turned her head to look at Hu Diwu, and said with a sweet smile, isn't it just creating a magical power in the world of 8 phases? What's so great? My Hu family sends a few more masters, and they can kill him. Is the ancestor of the demon sect very strong? I think if he really dares to harm the Hu family, the ancestor of the Holy Emperor will definitely come out. Hu Diwu, a stunning and cold beauty, shook her head, and said, a person of the rank of the ancestor of the demon cult is unimaginably terrifying. It is impossible for the ancestor to make enemies at will. Hai Yunzu smiled, and said, of course, we must not easily alarm our ancestors, but our Hu family is so powerful in the middle of the earth and has such a great influence in the secular world. Does it mean that we have to come forward to kill a person? There are many ways. Speaking of this, she sneered, and said, as long as you plan well, let's not talk about a young master who is close to a demigod. Even a master of immortality can kill him physically and mentally, and guarantee that he will not be found out by the ancestor of the demon sect. Hu Diwu was thoughtful, and smiled when she heard the words, but did not express her opinion. The patriarch of the demon cult has already announced to the world that he has made up his mind. Now if Taishu really dares to break ground on his head and kill Xiao Chen, it will definitely provoke a violent storm of revenge. She knew some secrets between Hai Yunzu and Xiao Chen, and knew that Hai Yunzu was guilty and worried about the Nanwang Hai family, so she desperately wanted to get rid of Xiao Chen. Hu Diwu had a lot of thoughts, so naturally she would not be easily bewitched by Hai Yunzu. The atmosphere in the Hai family's mansion in southern Desolation Heavenly Emperor City was very dignified. After the last secret discussion, the members of the Hai family have kept a low profile since this day. It's not that I'm worried about Xiao Chen's killing, but I'm afraid that the ancestor of the demon cult will show up for him, ruthlessly attack and destroy the entire Hai family. Under the infinite starry sky, hundreds of millions of stars shine brightly, making this place extremely magnificent. A huge island of gods floats under the starlight, like a boundless continent. However, it is very desolate, ruins can be seen everywhere, broken walls and ruins, indescribably desolate, like an abandoned place. The person who brought Xiao Chen and the 2 little lawless to God Island was the devil on Long Island, and also the current leader of the demon cult. He looked very thin on Long Island, but he seemed to be much taller at the moment. I don't know if it was an illusion. He gave people a sense of majesty and unattainable heights. The light in his eyes seemed to be able to see everything in the world, vicissitudes, wisdom, but more tiredness. He stood on the island of God, looking at the endless ruins, without speaking for a long time, and only sighed after a long time. With a wave of the robe sleeve, endless green light fell down, and the ruins that were originally as desolate as the Gobi suddenly appeared a little bit of greenery, and the vegetation began to grow. The God Island back then was the place with the most aura in the world, but now it has become dilapidated like this. The devil was deeply moved. Uncle Jiaozu, we want a baby. The 3 realms bag you gave is not fun, and you can't catch anyone. The 2 little lawless stretched out their hands together with their faces up. The 3 realms bag is my only treasure. Everything is lost in the dead city. In the future, when I have time, I will refine some treasures for you. The devil sighed, then patted their heads dotingly, and said, which of you is the older sister and who is the younger sister? I am little fairy Linglong, and I am my elder sister. No, Tutu is the elder sister, and I am the little witch of Tutu. The 2 pink and tender little loli actually want to be sisters. The devil laughed dumbly, then looked at Xiao Chen, and said, "Follow me." Two lively and active little loli rushed into the depths of the island of God while chasing and shouting. Xiao Chen walked slowly among the ruins with the devil. "Do you need me to do anything for you?" asked the devil. "Save Kiki back." Xiao Chen said this wish without thinking. "I've already been to hell." It's because the little guy was playing tricks and didn't want to come back. He insisted on asking the king of Chuzhong to find some Yinmu ginseng fruits for him. At this point, a smile appeared on the devil's face. Xiao Chen also laughed. "This greedy little thing is actually stuck in hell, it's really dumbfounding. Here are 15 Yinmu ginseng fruits. You keep them and give them to him when he comes back." The demon sect patriarch waved his hand, purple light shot up into the sky, and 15 Yinmu ginseng fruits were arranged in the void. Xiao Chen was not polite, and put it away directly. "Is there anything else you wish for?" asked the devil. "I want to go back to the world." The devil looked at him in surprise, and said, "Isn't it the dream of top experts in the world to enter the world of longevity? My dream is on Earth." The ancestor of the demon cult sighed, shook his head and said, "I've disappointed you. No one will be able to return to the human world in the next 10 years, unless it is the ancestor god." "Why?" Xiao Chen was puzzled. "If you haven't reached this level, it's hard to feel the subtlety of the original power of heaven and earth. The human world and the longevity world are currently in a subtle countercurrent state. Anyone who wants to reverse the flow will be backlashed by the power of the world. There is only one end, and that is the destruction of body and spirit. What about 10 years from now? It's hard to say what will happen 10 years from now." The devil's words made Xiao Chen feel a little stuck. "Don't worry, even if it doesn't work in 10 years, it will be enough in 20 years. Then I will send you back to the world." Xiao Chen didn't say anything. Will it really take another 20 years? So, it turned out to be the same as his original estimate. "Any other wishes?" "There is none left." "Is it really gone? Don't you want me to help you get rid of those who have harmed you?" Xiao Chen shook his head, and said, "I don't want to kill a lot, I don't want to kill many people. Of course, I am not a soft-hearted person. If some people insist on targeting me, I will deal with it myself. I will never show mercy. You really don't need me to do it. I don't want to be bean sprouts in the greenhouse, now I have the ability to protect myself." The devil nodded and said, "Very well, I don't want to disrupt your world either. The strong need to go through training and honing alone. You have the world's fastest speed, so self-protection should be no problem." Xiao Chen really wanted to know the devil's state at the moment, and asked, "You have completely recovered, and you remembered the past?" The devil shook his head, and said, "When Caillou transformed into the demon sect patriarch, I only remembered that I was the reincarnation of Caillou, but I forgot everything about Caillou. Now, the same is true, when I transformed from the demon sect patriarch into a devil, I also forgot everything about the demon sect patriarch, only knowing who I used to be. Then your cultivation, it is definitely far from being able to compare with the peak state of the year, but in terms of potential, it is better than before. This is a transformation. It will not take long for me to surpass myself. Back then, don't you remember what happened in the dead city of Longdao?" Xiao Chen had experienced the calamity of the dead city, and was full of endless doubts about that terrifying dead city. "I don't remember what happened in the dead city of Dragon Island. I only know, Yuan crucified me in the dead city." The devil couldn't see any hatred in his vicissitudes of eyes, and he was very calm when he said these words. Original. Xiao Chen was taken aback. He was a ruthless person on the same level as Lao Tzu, Tong Tian, and Buddha. He was the one who killed the ancestor of the demon cult. If this news spread, it would definitely cause a sensation in the entire longevity continent. What happened that year? It seems that the strongest people in the world have all gone to Long Island. Aren't you afraid of Yuan making another move when you come back this time? The devil sneered and said, "Right now, my cultivation is indeed far from being able to compare with his, but apart from the ancestor gods, no one can kill me anymore. I have undergone 99 transformations after being trapped in Long Island for endless years, and now I am already a truly eternal body, which is by no means comparable to an ordinary immortal body. No matter who kills me, I can be reborn within 3 days. What if he wants to suppress you? I'm prepared, hee. The devil sneered, and said, I will fight him again in the future. If someone hears that someone wants to confront Yuan, he will definitely be regarded as a lunatic. The existence of Yuan and the level of the sky is the person who needs to be looked up to by the ancestors of many cultivators. But Xiao Chen didn't say anything other than gasping for air. The devil really has the qualifications, and pointed at him as the former Caillou. The devil looked at the infinite starry sky and said, "From today onwards, I will retreat. 20 years later, you can come here, and I will help you fulfill your wish." 20 years, let's talk about it. Speaking of this, Xiao Chen heard the voices of two lively little Lolitas playing in the distance, and the fire of gossip was blazing for a while, and asked, "What is the identity of Linglong and Tutu?" They, hee. The demon cult's patriarch laughed, and said, "Their father's background is so powerful, I can't tell. Work hard, if you can become that person's son-in-law, hee, the world is up to you." Xiao Chen felt very speechless. The patriarch of the demon cult would have such a side, would say such words. He was even more curious, and asked, "Is it true that they can't say what their father's background is?" After the endless years of silence, the body is old and the heart is not old, and it is possible to give birth to such a small daughter, hee, guess for yourself. The devil laughed and said nothing. Xiao Chen couldn't guess, but thought of another thing, and said, "How many people are there in the Three Realms bag? What use are you for? There is a lack of vitality here. I want to create some people, and I need the blood of a well-qualified practitioner." With a wave of the devil's hand, he grabbed the universe bag in the distance, and with a light shake, all the people inside rolled out. Woo! Although there is a confinement force inside, he can still move slowly. The wretched man was beaten violently by everyone, his head was swollen like a pig's head, his eyes were slanted and his nose was crooked. The devil didn't say anything, just pointed out, and a drop of blood flew out from each of the people. Yan Qingcheng, Qilao and others stepped back and asked, "Who are you and what do you want to do?" Dugu Sword Demon directly held the iron sword horizontally in front of him, facing each other coldly. "It's just a few drops of blood from you, it's also considered a destiny, and you will be lucky for it in the future." Brush. The devil shook his robe sleeves, and sent them flying. Seeing the space shattered, they fell in, and vaguely saw Yindu at the other end of the space passage. Such a method is shocking. You must know that the devil is far from recovering to its peak state. "Uncle Jiaozu, why did you let everyone go?" Two pink and tender little Lolitas came running from a distance, and both of them pouted. Xiao Chen bid farewell to the founder of the demon cult, and saw two pink and tender little Lolitas rushing forward. He unceremoniously rubbed vigorously on the heads of the two little Lolitas, completely messing up their smooth, black and shiny long hair, and then unfolded the world of 8 phases and soared into the sky. The two little lolis screamed angrily, "Oh, I hate it, catch up with him, don't let him run away. You dare to touch his two little girls." The ancestor of the demon cult tapped his hand, and a space tunnel appeared, sending Xiao Chen in, and then a spiritual imprint was sent into Xiao Chen's heart, telling him how to find this place. The space scene changed drastically, and Xiao Chen appeared in the sky above Yindu in an instant. At this moment in Yindu, the top 10 masters of the younger generation of the Roman Empire moved together, and the top 10 masters of the younger generation of the Great Merchant Empire all mobilized. 20 of the most powerful men attacked at the same time, chasing and intercepting an 11 or 12-year-old blonde boy. Moreover, there are many military masters to help, but the blonde boy is not afraid at all. It can be said that he turned into a golden light with great speed and escaped from the encirclement of 10 future gods of the Roman Empire. It can only be described as horror. One glance represents reincarnation, one glance represents destruction, no one can stop him wherever he goes, countless casualties, he fought a bloody way, and escaped from the dangerous place before the senior masters arrived. In the end, he even broke through the blockade of the top 10 masters of the younger generation of Dashang Kingdom, and rushed out of Yindu without any danger. Outside Yindu, he looked back coldly at the 20 young masters, and said, "What are you? If you fight alone, no one is my opponent. The so-called future god is nothing more than that. No shame, some of us are enough to kill you. Now, I will kill you." Among the strongest young masters of the two empires, which one does not have rare supernatural powers? Which one is not a top character? Naturally proud and arrogant. HMPH, see you on the battlefield. The blonde boy snorted coldly, "I've only been in this world for a few years, and it's only because of you. You are still struggling to fight me now, and you will definitely not be the ones who will fight me in the future." The blonde boy's speed was almost terrifying. After saying these words, he turned into a golden light and disappeared into the sky. "Arrogance, I will kill you on the battlefield in the future." On this day, the news that shocked the mainland came out, and the war broke out. The Great Merchant Empire and the Roman Empire launched a war against the Brahma Kingdom. 8 million elite soldiers suppressed the territory, and the flames of war rose into the sky. The friendly showdown between the Great Merchant Empire and the Roman Empire's young masters attracted the attention of the outside world. At that time, the military forces of the two empires were planning intensively, and finally ignited the flames of war on this day. Chapter 254. The war broke out, so suddenly. Its impact is immeasurable. The vast Middle Land is vast, boundless, with various races, and there are hundreds of countries, ranging from hundreds of millions of square kilometers to as small as a city and a pool, but most of the countries survive in the cracks between the five hegemons. The five hegemonic countries are Xia, Shang, Zhou, Fan, and Rome. The five huge empires occupy 80% of the vast Middle Land. The territory is vast and boundless. Taking the Great Xia Kingdom as an example, the north-south border is 50,000 miles long, and the east-west border is 40,000 miles long. Any hegemonic country is already far larger than the human world. The Roman Empire, the Great Merchant Empire, and the Brahma Kingdom occupy nearly 50% of the entire Middle Earth. If a war breaks out among the three empires, half of Middle Earth will be in the flames of war. The continent that has been peaceful for many years will fall into catastrophe, and one can imagine the terrible scene of turmoil. Go join the army, a man is born in the world, and the time to make contributions has come. If a good man doesn't go to the battlefield, he doesn't deserve to be called a hot-blooded man at all. Protect our country, protect our nation, for the country, for the nation, brothers, go to the battlefield, protect our homeland, protect our motherland. All three empires are recruiting troops. The 8 million troops of the Great Merchant Empire and the Roman Empire have already marched to the battlefield, and follow-up troops are also being dispatched in full swing. Report. Good news. The news was flying all over the sky, and the official news came. The coalition forces of the Great Shang Empire and the Roman Empire conquered the fourth most important pass on the frontier of Brahma, Shan Pass. Mountains and Rivers, taken from the two characters in Kishan Mountains and Rivers, is known as the fourth great pass on the frontier of the Dauphin Empire. It was conquered within 3 days of the war. It is really inspiring, and Yindu is boiling. Historically, the Brahma Kingdom had fought wars with the Great Merchant Empire many times, and even went straight in twice, massacring countless cities. Although the hatred between the two countries has faded over time, it has always been a thorn in the hearts of the rulers of the empire. The resentment that had been held back for 100 years finally came out. Report. Good news. The good news just keeps coming. The coalition forces of the Great Shang Empire and the Roman Empire attacked 20 cities in a row. 8 million troops marched straight from the fourth largest pass of the Brahma Kingdom, and all of them advanced into the Brahma Kingdom. Yin is boiling. Okay, the 100 years of grievance will be rewarded in one day. Join the army, go to join the army. Golden iron horses, the glorious era of good men has come. Whether it is common people, or princes and nobles, all of them are full of emotions, not to mention young men, even some old people want to rush to the battlefield to repay the shame of the year. Many cultivators have joined the army. This is a rare experience. The killing spirit on the battlefield is the most severe temper for them. They can't be killed in a million-strong army. After returning, their cultivation will be improved to a higher level. Less than half a month after the start of the war, the Great Merchant Empire and the Roman Empire had conquered 20 cities in the Brahma Kingdom. It can be said that the results of the battle were brilliant and extremely exciting. But on the 20th day the bad news came. The 8 million army marched down 20 cities, and after advancing thousands of miles, they finally encountered fierce resistance in the Devil's Plain of the Brahma Kingdom. The 6 million Brahma army took advantage of the geographical advantage and set up an ambush, severely injuring the vanguard of the coalition forces and hindering their progress. At the same time, even worse news came. In the Great Zhou Kingdom, one of the 5 overlords, 6 million soldiers approached the city of Shanhaiguan. The coalition forces of the Great Shang Empire and the Roman Empire pushed forward with all their strength, and there were very few defenders in the cities captured in the rear. Coupled with the cooperation of the remaining forces of the Brahma Kingdom in the city, Shan Pass was captured in just 1 day under the cooperation of internal and external forces. The mountains and rivers changed hands, and the 6 million troops of the Great Zhou Kingdom cut off the retreat of the coalition forces. As soon as the news came out, the capital of Yin and Rome were shocked. By now, many people have realized that this is definitely a conspiracy. It's not that Brahma Kingdom was unprepared. They had already united with the Great Zhou Kingdom and deliberately enlarged the Shang Kingdom and the Roman Empire to enter Shan Pass. Otherwise, how could the fourth Great Pass be captured so easily? Then the Allied forces were led into the Devil's Plain where there was already an ambush, and then the 6 million troops of the Great Zhou Kingdom cut off the back road, and a front and back attack came, preparing to completely eat the 8 million elite soldiers of the Shang Kingdom and the Roman Empire. The situation was critical, and this ruthless and vicious punch caught the great merchants and the Roman Empire by surprise. Originally, they were in full swing in secret, and they suddenly launched, thinking that they had taken the lead, but they didn't expect that all of this had already been counted ahead. The front line is in a hurry. Although the 8 million army has captured more than 20 cities, there is no food and grass in them, and they have been transferred away by the Brahma kingdom. The reinforcements must go up as fast as possible. Fucking bunch of pigheads, increase your troops quickly, and rush over to me as quickly as possible. Yindu and Rome's high-level officials were furious, and urgently issued an order to dispatch the reserve army quickly. The great merchant kingdom is bordered by the southwestern border in the west and the coastal area in the east. It is in the south of the entire Middle Earth. Rome is adjacent to the West Pole Million Copper Mountains, which is the west of the entire Middle Earth. Brahma Kingdom is located in the middle of the entire Middle Earth. The Great Zhou Kingdom is located in the northern part of Middle Earth. The 4 hegemonic countries are connected in the west of Middle Earth, and the area outside the mountains and rivers of the Fan Kingdom is the transition zone of the 4 countries. Therefore, as soon as the war broke out, it naturally became the focus of the 4 countries sending troops. Long-distance water does not quench the near thirst, and before the reinforcements from the Great Shang Empire and the Roman Empire arrived, bad news kept coming. The back road was cut off, and the coalition forces in front of the Great Shang Empire and the Roman Empire were shaken. They were ambushed in the Devil's Plain and suffered heavy losses. The defeated coalition forces wanted to break out of the encirclement from Shan Pass, but they were repeatedly blocked by the 6 million elite soldiers of the Great Zhou Kingdom in more than 20 cities along the road. The Brahma Kingdom and the Great Zhou Kingdom came up with a perfect dumpling-making tactic, causing the Shang Kingdom and the Roman Empire to suffer heavy losses, losing troops and generals. In the end, the First War, which lasted more than a month, came to an end. Only 1.8 million people from the 8 million armies of the Great Merchant Kingdom and the Roman Empire were defeated from the primitive mountains beside Shan Pass, leaving endless bones behind. Fortunately, at this time, the reinforcements arrived, so that the 1.8 million defeated soldiers did not collapse in the end. With 6 million dead bodies, he returned in a big defeat. The entire country of the Shang dynasty and the Roman Empire was shaken, and high-level leaders discussed countermeasures day and night. The corpses of more than 6 million troops from the Great Merchant Empire and the Roman Empire dyed the land of the Brahma Kingdom red, and the tragic and evil spirit rushed straight to Shaohan. Kill 1,000 enemies and lose 800. As long as it is a war, it is impossible not to die. The Brahma Kingdom and the Great Zhou Kingdom also paid a huge price for this. 3.7 million people were killed on the battlefield, blood staining thousands of miles. The war between 4 of the 5 overlords shocked the world. The tragic battle situation spread throughout the continent, even those strong men who were hidden from the world were shocked. On the battlefield where tens of thousands of people were mourned, blood flowed like rivers, corpses lay for thousands of miles, resentful souls cried out, and the gloomy aura caused the world to mourn and turmoil. This was the most tragic battle in the history of Kai Chengsheng continent. Never before has tens of millions of people died violently on the battlefield in such a short period of time. The thousands of miles of land in the Brahma Kingdom was full of ghosts, the wind was howling, blood rained, and the black mist filled the whole day. In the next month, the entire longevity continent was gusty, with blood rain appearing from time to time, ghosts crying and gods howling, and the world changed terribly. As if the end of the world is coming, the scene is extremely terrifying and strange, which has never happened on the mainland, as if the ghost kingdom of hell is about to come to the world. Thousands of soldier souls roared, calming everyone down, and many cultivators were horrified. Some evil cultivators dispatched one after another to collect souls in the foggy battlefield, intending to sacrifice the undead to achieve their own cultivation. There are also many demons dispatched, wanting to sacrifice thousands of souls to refine magic treasures. Ghosts are dispatched, demons are rampant, and it has become a holy land for dark evil cultivators and others. However, few people gained anything. Thousands of soldiers and souls gathered together to form a destructive force. The Brahma Devil Plain became a real place of death, and it was difficult for even cultivators to approach. It seemed as if thousands of evil spirits were roaring, and endless gods were crying and howling. Looking from a distance, dark clouds rolled over, and there were many ghosts. Many evil people and demons disappeared immediately after entering. Moreover, every 3 days, there must be a pouring rain of blood, the heaven and the earth mourn together, where the blood rain passes, everything melts, and the terrifying red color becomes the only thing on the Devil's Plain, and the carrion corpses disappear, leaving only snow-white bones. The news spread, shaking the longevity continent. Could it be that the ghost country is really about to come to life? Lu Bu among men, Kai Tu among horses. Lu Bu, who had disappeared for many days, reappeared. He was originally an unparalleled battle spirit, returned from hell, and his soul power was against the sky. Hearing that the devil plains of the Brahma kingdom gathered tens of thousands of soldiers and souls, they immediately urged Chatuma to go. There is also the legendary god of killing Bai Chi, who also returned from hell, and reappeared in the world with hundreds of thousands of yin soldiers. In terms of murderous aura, almost no one in this world can compare with him. In the dark devil plane, an indifferent voice echoed, "Such a strong soul power, condensed to attract souls from all directions. Could it be that someone is setting up a formation? Could it be that, want to repair the broken copper furnace of heaven and earth? Interesting, I haven't been to the longevity world for a long time, and there are many unexpected things about to happen. Hey, the longevity realm is a good place. I think many great sects will send disciples to this world." The sound disappeared, and a shadow disappeared with the wind. When the legendary LVBU and the god of killing Bai Chi rushed to the devil's plane one after another, thousands of souls disappeared completely. Only the faint waves of soul dissipation are gently rippling. The two legendary strong men with unfathomable soul power frowned, and then retreated away. No one knew what happened. Thousands of soldiers and souls disappeared overnight in the Brahma Kingdom Devil Plane. It's just that the tens of millions of white bones are scattered all over the Devil's Plane as far as the eye can see, which proves that a terrible battle has been experienced here. All the powerful cultivators in the longevity continent were shocked. It was obvious that an unexpected event must have occurred in the Devil's Plane. Thousands of souls could not be described simply as horror. Whoever has the ability to take them away in one night, I'm afraid even Tongtian, Laozi, Yuan, and Buddha could not do so quietly. Didn't those ancestor gods really disappear completely? Is there anyone else alive in this world? Otherwise, how could it be possible to take away tens of millions of souls overnight? All the masters in the world are guessing, and they are all shocked and uncertain. After being indecisive, the hegemonic countries finally confronted each other again, and the tense situation resumed. The four major hegemonic countries continued to increase their troops to the border. Every country has millions of soldiers, and the mountains and rivers outside the pass has become a place of hundreds of battles. Although the second large-scale war has not yet broken out, small battles involving thousands or tens of thousands of people are going on at all times, and thousands of people are killed or injured every day. The situation is becoming more and more tense day by day, and the smell of gunpowder is getting stronger and stronger. Many cultivators are ordered to rush to the border where the four major powers meet. The top 10 masters of the younger generation of the great merchant kingdom went to the battlefield under the leadership of the third princess Yin Yang. Qilao, Yu Wenfeng, Huo Nao, Shui and others were all convinced by Yin Yang in various ways, and followed them. Yan Qingcheng and Bing also walked with Yin Yang. The major religions of the Roman Empire also sent masters there, and the main task of the top 10 masters of the younger generation was to destroy the young supreme Buddha of the Brahma kingdom, that is, the Golden Lion King. Xiao Chen had already left the great merchant empire and entered the Devil's Plane of Brahma on foot. The tens of thousands of white bones seemed to be telling about the tragedy and sorrow of the past. He felt an unspeakable heart palpitation. For some reason, his soul was trembling, as if something was calling him. The ancient monument Tiantu Kung Fu started to run crazily, and for some reason, suddenly he seemed to see the ancient monument of the Yellow River in Yongzhen, and the ancient monument of Longdao in Yongzhen. A huge monument appeared in his heart. Chapter 255. The ancient steel Tiantu Kung Fu was running crazily, Xiao Chen's body was shining brightly, his skin glowed with brilliance, and a huge ancient steel appeared in his heart. The blurred shadows are so palpitating, the huge monument stands like a huge mountain in the heart, straight into the sky, and it is difficult to look up to the highest end. How so? Xiao Chen was extremely surprised. It looked like the ancient monument of the Yellow River, but it was not. It looked like the ancient monument of Longdao, but there were some differences. Xiao Chen's heart turned over at that moment, and he felt a bang in his heart, as if Huang Zhang and Lu Zhen woke him up. Could it be that the third stone tablet is nearby? At that time, his heart was beating violently. The ancient steel sky map he had practiced was definitely an incomplete formula, and there should be a follow-up. When he saw at least 6 or 7 phantoms of the ancient steel on Dragon Island, he had a guess at that time that there should be so many corresponding to it in the real world. It's just, when he sensed with his heart and carefully searched for the abnormal movement of this land, he found nothing, and the feeling that made his heart palpitate gradually disappeared. Xiao Chen wasn't depressed, and slowly calmed down, looking at the desolate plain quietly. There are endless legends about the Devil's Plain in the Brahma Kingdom. It is an extremely mysterious place, and many great figures have appeared here. According to legend, the original Zhang Jing moved the fairy mountain Kunlun to this place, wanting to spread the word to the world, but Kunlun mountain collapsed overnight and the nearby indigenous people were almost extinct. There is even a legend that Lao Tzu's real body in the previous life was smashed into a pulp with a terrifying magic weapon in the Devil's Plain, making it difficult for him to reunite his soul for 800 years. At the same time, the Buddha was nailed to the Tongtian Peak on the Devil's Plain in his previous life, which lasted 7749 days, causing him to bleed out the Buddha's blood and die. This place has become an ominous place, even the big shots are unwilling to visit this place again. The endless white bones, like white snow, are particularly dazzling in the sun. The souls of tens of thousands of troops are haunted by the Devil's Plain, the soaring evil spirit has long since dissipated, and the roaring soldiers, spirits have long since disappeared. Only the white sea of bones can prove that a tragic battle indeed took place here. Tens of millions of people died in battle in less than 40 days. If it is in the world, it is unimaginable. Only such a vast and endless Changsheng continent has the possibility of such a shocking and tragic event. Any one of the 5 overlords in the longevity world is more than 10 times larger than the entire human world. It is normal for 4 such vast and boundless super giants to break out and die tens of millions. Facing the endless snow-white skeletons, Xiao Chen was filled with emotion. This Devil's Plain is really a sky burial place, with countless bones buried. It is unknown how many people died here throughout the ages. As night fell and a gentle breeze blew, Xiao Chen left an afterimage on the spot and disappeared in the Devil's Plain. Outside the Shan Pass, the 4 major overlords all have millions of soldiers, and this place has become a field of sheer killing. Although the Second World War did not break out, local conflicts occurred from time to time, and small battles continued to start. Outside the Shan Pass, this land of hundreds of battles stretches for thousands of miles. It is a battlefield of death throughout the ages, and there are countless bones under the ground. Another month passed in the blink of an eye, and the Second World War finally broke out. For a while, rivers of blood flowed, resentful souls cried, and the world was in turmoil. Here the murderous aura rushed straight to Shaohan. This was a melee battle that lasted 3 months, with millions of casualties. Although it was not as disastrous as the First World War, it still made this place full of evil spirits and resentment. However, this time, after only a few days of blood rain, the endless resentful souls suddenly disappeared, leaving only bones all over the ground, and all the black mist and yin energy from the past dissipated. The mysterious incident happened again, someone took away millions of soldier souls. After that, the battle continued. The Great Zhou Kingdom and the Brahma Kingdom joined forces and retreated into Shan Pass. The Roman Empire and the Great Shang Kingdom joined forces and continued to attack the city every day. Of course, bloody battles were also going on in the nearby barren veins. The demigod is king on the battlefield. Longevity masters generally seldom make moves, and when their cultivation base reaches their level, what they pursue is to make further progress. Masters of Nirvana are even rarer, and they are even more mysterious than masters of longevity, because Nirvana is a very risky process and their cultivation base is very unstable. When they are strong, they are comparable to masters of longevity, and when they are weak, they are not even as good as those who are in the realm of knowledge. Once they enter the realm of Nirvana, most of them will hide and quietly understand. Therefore, the masters of the demigod realm became the destroyers of terror on the battlefield. The battle between the demigod masters in front of Shan Pass was extremely fierce, and Xiao Chen had been watching the battle here for so many days. In the past month, Xiao Chen has turned into a soldier, wearing the uniform of a merchant soldier, rushing to fight in the bloody forest. Of course, he will not attack ordinary soldiers, he is just feeling the atmosphere. In this cruel war, he saw many soldiers break down, and many people went crazy because of it. Under the torment of death and fear, many people have gradually become stronger. Xiao Chen felt deeply, if he didn't have strong body protection, he probably wouldn't be much better. Facing the terrifying lore of the demigod, it is indeed easy for ordinary soldiers to collapse. After all, those terrifying supernatural powers are swept away, and the flesh and blood are smashed. Every attack is like a giant mountain crushed, which is terrible. Wars between hegemony countries, and mountains of corpses and seas of blood on the battlefield are indeed good places for cultivators to sharpen themselves. It is very easy to find an opponent here, there are always demigods fighting at the forefront. It was another bloody evening in the setting sun, and the battlefield was littered with corpses. As a member of the sweeping battlefield, Xiao Chen keenly noticed a few familiar shadows: Xiao Li, the descendant of Fidao, the witch of the heavenly demon palace, the fairy Sihang Zhangjai, and the young masters trained by the secret methods of several major religions of the Roman Empire seemed to flash past in the continuous cloud-like military camp. The magic power of the eight-phase world was exhibited. Xiao Chen disappeared like a light and shadow, and a soldier carrying a dead body sat down on the ground in shock, almost dying of fright. With his intuition, Xiao Chen knew that the strongest of the younger generation might have to take action, so he decided to follow along. The night is full of stars, the night style is very gentle, and 13 figures float out of the endless stream, which can be described as extremely fast. These 13 people were all able to fly. They disappeared in the night sky, and flew towards the primitive mountains not far away. It was a barren mountain near the Shan Pass, where the primitive old forests were densely packed, making it difficult to march. However, in order to prevent accidents, Brahma Kingdom also sent troops to garrison them. Xiao Chen has already seen clearly that the 13 people are the figures among the top 10 masters of the younger generation of the great merchant kingdom in the Roman Empire, and they seem to have some secret operations. Instead of continuing to fly forward in the night sky, they chose to sneak in the mountains and forests. These people are all strong near the demigod realm and can already fight against demigods. The combination of so many people is definitely a terrifying force. The demigods are kings on the battlefield, they are already considered a powerful force of kings. There are indeed masters and the defenders in the barren mountain, but it is difficult to find such a small group of troops. Occasionally, secret sentries will find them, and they will be beheaded immediately. Blood spattered, and the blood mist filled the air. The 13 masters had killed dozens of sentries along the way. No one thinks it's cruel, it's just like that on the battlefield. Xiao Chen was in the world of 8 phases, and followed them far out of sight, completely relying on his feeling to capture the fluctuations left by them. There was a distance of 10 miles, and it was impossible to get too close. Otherwise, most of them would be perceived by these people. After all, he is the strongest master of the younger generation of the 2 hegemonic countries, and no one is worse than him in terms of realm and cultivation. Brush. A figure was like a bat, rushing into the forest from the night sky, and rushed towards Xiao Chen. He is a master. He found Xiao Chen who was stopping and going in the night sky, and he came in the blink of an eye with a decisive blow. There was no wave in Xiao Chen's ancient well, and he stood still, waiting for the moment when the spirit man's divine art swept over. Suddenly a wave of the sword of consonance popped out. With a soft poof, the figure in the air collapsed, leaving behind a blood mist. The flesh and bones were not victorious. These days, being used to seeing life and death on the battlefield, Xiao Chen felt that his heart seemed to have hardened. Although he hadn't reached the point of ignoring life, if he killed someone, it would be difficult for him to have any fluctuations in his heart. The cruel battlefield is indeed a good place to train people, making his iron-like determination even more unshakable. 120 miles deep in the original barren vein, Xiao Li Fidao's successor, the witch of the heavenly demon palace, and others stopped. Just now they had searched 100 miles around, but without any results. The 13 people began to discuss in secret. According to the exact news, the prince from the Brahma kingdom who came to supervise the battle is not in Shan Pass, and the search just now ruled out the slight possibility that he is in this primitive mountain range. So, now there is only one possibility. He has not yet arrived at the front line and is still on his way. Yes, we can go deep into the Brahma kingdom and assassinate him halfway. Although it's a little risky, it's worth it. The prince is a rare commander. His assassination will definitely damage the morale of the Brahma army. After some exchanges, the 13 masters decided to go deep into the Brahma kingdom and kill the prince who had the ability to command on the way. It was impossible for Xiao Chen to hear these words, because he was still 10 miles away, but he could judge the whereabouts of these people based on the residual breath of these people, and followed them unhurriedly in the 8-phase world behind them. They were not anxious, sneaked cautiously, and rested as usual late at night, and arrived at the Devil's Plain in the afternoon of the second day. In the depths of the Devil's Plain, a middle-aged man of about 40 years old is extremely majestic. He has the appearance of an emperor, and he is not angry and majestic. People dare not look at him. I want the Shang Kingdom and the Roman Empire to lose tens of millions of soldiers here. While saying these words, the majestic middle-aged man glanced at the sky, then looked at the endless plain of bones, and said, "One battle will determine the universe. My lord is very talented, and he hides the universe in his belly. It is easy to destroy tens of thousands of troops from other countries with his hands." Someone beside him complimented. The middle-aged man turned his head and glanced coldly, immediately making the surroundings shudder. I don't like to listen to flattery. I like people with strength. I want to set up the 9 heavens and 10 earths extermination formation here. Although it is a crippled formation, it is enough to kill mortals. A young female cultivator walked out and said with a sweet smile, "We are going to camp here tonight. I will take a few people to see ahead." The middle-aged man nodded and said, "Don't go too far, so what if someone wants to assassinate me? There are so many masters around me who are not afraid at all. If you find the enemy shadow, come back immediately, don't take the risk of attacking the enemy." Clear, on the empty plain, except for some desolate and messy weeds, there are white skeletons everywhere. Due to the wide field of view on the plain, if you fly into the sky, you can scan the scenery within tens of miles. Xiao Chen had to distance himself again, so he lost his target many times. After all, he is not a god yet, and it is impossible for him to immediately understand the world outside his body with a sweep of his divine sense. Even in the end, he actually lost the trace of the 13 masters, but fortunately, the 8-phase world was extremely fast, changing directions continuously, and he could always be found again. When dusk came, the sunset glowed with a sad and beautiful red, and the Devil's Plain seemed to be stained with a layer of blood. In addition, there were bones everywhere, which made it look extraordinarily evil and gloomy. When Xiao Chen found the demon girl and the others from the demon palace again, he found that they were fighting fiercely with others. 13 people fought against 8 people, and they clearly had the upper hand. 3 enemies were killed in a short time. The area was full of divine light, and all kinds of supernatural powers emerged one after another. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's eyes burst into 2 brilliant lights, and he saw an extremely familiar figure, a friend whom he hadn't seen for many years. A young monk in white was fighting against 2 masters in the sky. He was calm, and he was indescribably elegant, as if he was rising from outside the world. It turned out to be the Yijun monk who hadn't seen him for 4 years. At this moment, the cultivation level he displayed can be described as frightening, and he has fought against the 2 masters of the Roman Empire and the Great Merchant Empire, and he has not shown any signs of defeat. The young Yijun monk, with a handsome appearance, fluttering white clothes, and a dusty temperament, seems like a god and Buddha flying across the sky with flowers, with an indescribable ethereal charm. Xiao Chen was not surprised. It was expected that Yijun was not weaker than the strongest masters of the Shang Kingdom and the Roman Empire, because in a sense, the biggest beneficiary on Dragon Island might be Yijun. Before the Dead City, the Buddha had merged with him. No one knew what kind of benefits he had gained, but he only knew that he broke through several heavens and became the strongest on the island in one fell swoop. Now that more than 4 years have passed, it is predictable that his cultivation will improve by leaps and bounds. "My Buddha is merciful." Monk Yijun recited the Buddha's name softly, the voice was clear and mighty in the heaven and earth, a dragon whistle came from the distant sky, and a blue shadow pierced the sky and came in an instant, as fast as Jasper lightning, attacked in an instant, and helped Monk Yijun block an opponent. Jade Dragon King. It turned out to be the Jasper Dragon King, several meters long, and now it is extraordinary in martial arts, with shining scales and armor all over its body, as dazzling as that psychic emerald. Brush. The celestial dragon swayed its tail, and the Jasper ancestral dragon tail was like a ray of green jade light against which the sky was full of red clouds. The sky was filled with green, and the terrifying fluctuations were breathtaking. As soon as the Jade Dragon King rushed over, he immediately took over Yijun's opponent. Not only was he not at a disadvantage, but he even had a high fighting spirit and frequently took the initiative to attack. The supernatural powers of the Dragon Clan and the ancient combat skills of the Dragon Clan made people dazzled. These are absolutely killing styles. The blue light soared into the sky, the murderous aura broke through the clouds, and the sunset was overshadowed. In the other piece, after the One Truth monk fights alone, the pressure is greatly reduced, and the Buddhist secrets continue to attack. Although he looks elegant and ethereal, as if he is growing high outside the world, his killing power is amazing and shakes one's face. In the end, Yijun chanted the Buddha's mantra, suddenly soared into the sky, and a huge bergamot covered the sky and covered the ground, even covering the space with a radius of hundreds of feet. Even though the cultivator of the Roman Empire tried his best to use his supernatural powers, he was still ruthlessly blasted into the ground. The Buddha's light shone everywhere, and the huge Buddha's hand suddenly closed, grabbed the cultivator who was underground, and closed it forcefully, and there was a scream. Everyone else was shocked. The Buddha's light soared to the sky, the Yijun monk's treasured appearance was solemn, and the huge Buddha's hand radiated a light that people couldn't face up to, and finally crushed the strong man of the Roman Empire in front of everyone. Gasping for air, the remaining 12 masters were very surprised, and 3 of them rushed over together. Xiao Chen suddenly remembered that in front of the gate of the dead city of Longdao, it was a bergamot holding Yi Jun up. The two are so similar. He is the successor of the Buddha, kill him. I don't know who yelled. With a flash of light, Monk Yi Jun appeared in front of Jade Dragon King in an instant, and shouted, let's go. At the same time, several Brahma masters who were still alive next to them also wanted to escape, but their opponents had already cut off their way. After all, it was now 12 against 5. Brush. With a flash of light, before a real monk could rush up, Xiao Li Fei Dao's heir stood in front of him and the Jade Dragon King alone. The blade glowed at his fingertips and the breath of death permeated the air. One person with one knife became the only one in the world, and the temperature of half of the sky dropped suddenly. Facing the terrifying and almost demonized Xiao Li's flying sword skills, everyone would change color. Monk Yi Jun and Jade Dragon King stopped their movements and had to concentrate on confronting each other. If there was any mistake, their throats would be shattered by the flying knife. This is the charm of Xiao Li Fei Dao. Even if it is alone against thousands of troops, no one knows who will be shot at in the end. Monk Yi Jun and Jade Dragon King both had to concentrate their minds on guard. The scene was very quiet, and the other masters surrounded the 4 Brahma Kingdom powerhouses, and all of them were watching here, wanting to see whether the Fengyan Yidao that changed the color of the world or the unique knowledge of Jia Buddha's descendants was weaker or stronger. At this time, Xiao Chen in the distant sky moved, and the world of 8 phases unfolded, leaving an afterimage in the sky, which appeared in front of Kazuma in an instant. No one could have predicted the result when Xiao Li flew the knife. Although Yi Jun's performance was extraordinary, Xiao Chen still couldn't predict whether he could escape from the shocking knife. He didn't want an accident to happen to this friend who had been friends with life and death, so he rushed there in an instant. Chapter 256 Little Li Flying Knife. The magical powers of the 8-phase world unfolded, light and shadow emerged, and Xiao Chen instantly appeared in front of Yi Jun and Jade Dragon King. An uninvited guest broke in with extreme speed, causing everyone on the scene to cast their gazes over. Everyone had different expressions the moment they saw the visitor clearly. It's you, Shengshe in white, the incomparably ruthless Xiao Li Fei Dao heir, said coldly, get out of the way, do you know what you're doing? Of course I know, Xiao Chen replied calmly. Roar. Jade Dragon King let out a soft growl, leaned forward and shook his head friendly towards Xiao Chen. It recognized the former friend. Monk Yi Jun, who looked supernatural and untouched by the vulgarity of the world, floated over, smiled, and said, we finally meet again. I'll talk about the old days later. Xiao Chen didn't dare to be careless when facing Xiao Li's flying knife. It was a real deadly flying knife, and it was definitely a terrifying existence among masters of the same level, and it was a deterrent force. Mystical powers are created by myself by digging out the treasures of my body, and the magical skill of Xiao Li's flying knife is a combat skill created by previous generations. It can be called a peerless magical power that can be passed down, and its power is unimaginable. You are helping a foreign race. Don't think that the ancestor of the demon cult is backing you, so you can mess around. Xiao Li Fei Dao's words were cold, his fingertips bloomed, which was extremely eye-catching. Monk Yi Jun wanted to step forward to prevent Xiao Chen from facing the dreadful flying knives, but Xiao Chen stopped him. He said to the flying knives in front of him, foreign race. It can't be said. It's not a foreign race. The 2 countries are at war. He is one of the strongest in the younger generation of Brahma, and he is very likely to be the descendant of the Buddha, but you are helping him. Xiao Chen didn't want to face the 12 masters in front of him if he could do nothing. After all, each of these people had strength no less than him and Monk Yi Jun. He shook his head and said, first of all, you have to understand that I'm not from the Shang Kingdom. It's normal to help anyone. In addition, the Brahma Kingdom is a multi-ethnic country. There is no doubt that it is an Oriental race. How can it be a foreign race? On the contrary, you and the masters of the Roman Empire joined hands. Among the 12 masters, the Shang Kingdom and the Roman Empire each accounted for half, and the black hair and the blonde hair were particularly eye-catching. This is an alliance between friendly countries. I don't want to talk nonsense. The descendant of Xiao Li's flying knife stared at Xiao Chen coldly, and slowly raised his right hand. A flying knife with the length of the index finger and the width of the thumb flashed out from the tip of his white finger. It was crystal clear, almost transparent, and burst into dazzling brilliance. I don't want to go to war, I implore you to be lenient, I don't care about others, I just want to take Yi Jun away, I will remember this love. Hee hee. Laughter came from behind, and the religious masters of the Roman Empire flew over. At the beginning, the Shang Kingdom and the Roman Empire faced off against young masters, and the order of appearance was arranged. This person was the number 1 of the Roman Empire. He had once defeated Chu Xingguang, and had also fought against Xiao Chen with the star formation. His cultivation was unfathomable. His name is Samo, and at this moment, his true face is revealed. There is no more fog around his body. He is slender, with blonde hair fluttering, a bright smile on his face, and a pair of eyes that are as bright as sapphires. Samo looked at Xiao Chen with a smile, and said, "This is a national war, and it's not humane. Besides, he killed one of our masters, how can we let him go?" Xiao Chen nodded and said, "Yeah, it's not humane. Different positions naturally conflict. From different angles, we are all right. The only thing wrong is that we belong to different camps. Well, since everyone is right, let's speak according to our strength. If we are strong, we can leave naturally. If we lose the enemy, we will naturally perish. Xiao Chen, don't make a move, I can handle it myself." Yi really didn't want Xiao Chen to be involved in danger. After all, the opponent had an absolute advantage in numbers, no one was weaker than them, there was really no chance of winning. Xiao Chen waved his hand and said, "Don't say anything." Then, "All right." Kazuma didn't say anything more, since polite words between friends would appear hypocritical. Not long ago, he had heard that Xiao had reappeared in the world, powerfully shocked Yindu, created the world of 8 phases, and even once caught Xiao Li Fidao. 7 people trapped the other 4 masters from Brahma Kingdom, and the other 5 trapped Xiao Chen and Yijun, as well as the shining scaled Jade Dragon King. Xiao Chen's 8-phase world emerged, and the space seemed to overlap. At the same time, Monk Yijun's treasured appearance was solemn, and the Buddha's light suddenly shot up to the sky. The Jade Dragon King shook his head and tail, and let out a long roar, as if emeralds were burning, and the green light was dazzling. "If you want to leave, pass my level first." Xiao Li Feidao passed on, stroking the crystal-clear blade. He was an orphan and had no name since he was a child. His master only named him Ju Dao, which was in line with the divine skills he practiced. Xiao Li Fidao is known as the best in the world. It can cut through the void and kill enemies through space. No one can surpass it in a short distance. Even Xiao Chen's 8-phase extreme speed is difficult to use in a short distance. Last time we didn't win or lose, let's see if we can compete this time. Ju Dao stared at Xiao Chen, the light of the sword on his fingertips became more and more intense. The atmosphere became more and more solemn. Xiao Li Feidao was about to make a move, a dark cloud drifted past, a large shadow appeared on the Devil's Plain, and the vast white sea of bones also darkened. Brush. Xiao Chen was moving in the sky with 8 phases of extreme speed. He didn't want to passively catch the knife, his body was as fast as a shooting star, drawing zigzag lines in the sky, advancing in a zigzag way, approaching the sword. The cold murderous aura rushed straight to Xiaohan, and snowflakes floated around Ju Dao. Facing Xiao Chen who was approaching, he didn't care at all, standing still like a rock. Xiao Chen wanted to make a move several times, but he held back, because he knew that Wei Dao was waiting for such an opportunity, and the moment he made a move, the flying knife's divine light would definitely rush towards him. Everyone was highly concentrated, staring at the 2 people in the field. Everyone knew that if the 2 of them didn't make a move, it would be enough, and if they made a move, it would be earth-shattering. The dark clouds drifted away and the sun shone down. At this moment, Xiao Li Fidao made a move. The moment the sun appears, the pupils of the human eye inevitably shrink, resulting in an instant blind spot. Wei Dao has an excellent talent for catching fighters, and a cold light has become the only one in the world. It is the same as the thunder, and the moment the flying knife disappears, ghosts are crying and howling, as if there are endless evil spirits and gods howling in misery. With a blow from the wind and cloud, the sky and the earth turn pale. The magical skill created by the legendary Xiao Li was envied by the heavens, and the evil spirits and gods were startled when the knife struck. Woo! The sound of the sword glow piercing through the sky was like howling by a ghost, like the weeping of a god. Under the bright universe, the endless breath of death is overwhelming, as if it really communicated with the 9 nether underworld, the dark mist surges, and the thunder bursts. At the same time, amidst the tumbling yin energy, bursts of divine light shone, as if flying immortals from outside the sky, slashing towards them. The killing potential is shocking. A white cloud drifting across the sky was crushed by the impact. Xiao Chen is in the world of 8 phases, his body and mind are ethereal, his spiritual sense has been raised to the extreme, and he captures the cold light. However, the reason why the magic flying knife is unpredictable is that it is unique in the world. It seems to have been annihilated in the space, and it is impossible to capture the trajectory until the last moment. Woo! The ghosts and gods were crying, and in a trance, many headless angels appeared in the sky, surrounded Xiao Chen, and the hands of death tore him away together. His extremely fast body technique was unexpectedly imprisoned, as if he had slowed down a lot. Moment of eternity, all of this is an instant thing. At this moment, Xiao Chen felt a dull pain in his heart, his skin was still cracked, and blood had spewed out. Shocking knife. The saber energy had already touched his body, and the left hand on his chest was drawn out. Xiao Chen tried his best to block it, driving at the fastest speed ever. Ding! A crisp trembling sound echoed in the sky, a crystal-clear flying knife was caught between Xiao Chen's fingers, blood dripped down, his 2 fingers were cut, and the blood flowed out. If it wasn't for the smelted black iron seal on his palm, he might have suffered more serious trauma. Fengyan Yidao surpasses the magic weapon. Xiao Chen was shocked by such a terrifying attack power. At the same time, Zhang Gong was running crazily, dissolving the saber energy that entered his body. Puff! The moment he spewed out a small mouthful of blood, Xiao Chen's 8-phase extreme speed was brought into full play by him, and he rushed to Xiao Li Fei Dao in an instant, and the 2 of them fought at close range. The 2 phantoms in the sky were entwined together, like electric light lingering. The speed was too fast, a flying knife was sandwiched between Zhu Dao's fingers, and it kept colliding with Xiao Chen's palm, making a jingling sound, and the space was constantly being shattered. Is it blocked? Block Xiao Li's flying knife. ... Everyone was shocked. Xiao Chen actually blocked Xiao Li Fei Dao. Although he was traumatized, he was not shattered by the fabled one-hit killing technique, so he was proud of himself. Xiao Chen felt very uncomfortable, vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood in a row, and almost encountered an accident. The saber energy and divine light had rushed into his body, causing his body to almost collapse. If he hadn't practiced the treasure body technique, he might really be smashed to pieces. Difficult to get rid of the flying knife in his body, Xiao Chen's 8-phase world supernatural power has been displayed, covering the Zhu Dao inside, and he must not be given a second chance to strike. Xiao Chen and Zhu Dao fought fiercely at close range, and now they can't show any mercy. It's either you die or I die. It's rare to force the opponent close, and you can't let go of the opportunity to kill the opponent. The 8 phases of earth, fire, wind, water, sky, earth, mountain, and lake are moving in unison, and the 8 worlds are rotating, trying to crush Xiao Li's flying sword. The earth waves rushing up to the sky are the supernatural powers of the earth. The supernatural powers that burn half the sky red are the supernatural powers of the fire. The hurricane that tears the sky is the supernatural power of the wind. Brothers, if you have a ticket, please smash it over. Today I drank some wine with my friends and felt a little dizzy, so I wrote so much. If you think it is too little, don't vote. Chapter 257 Earth Fire Feng Shui repeats chaos. The world of 8 phases, this time is very different from the past, exhibiting 8 kinds of power, the golden earth waves surging up to the sky, like an unbreakable earth shield, shaking the Zhu Dao away time and time again, and constantly dissolving the blade light between Zhu Dao's fingers. The soaring divine fire seems to be able to burn everything in the world, and the flying knife at Zhu Dao's fingertips is about to melt, and the flames are lingering, forcing Zhu Dao to sweep across with the saber energy and hit the fire, otherwise he may burn to ashes in an instant. The hurricane hit the sky, as if it came from the outer starry sky that day. It was a black storm, and it tore apart the space around Zhu Dao. The water features, mountain features, and lake features also contain unfathomable natural forces, which are huge and terrifying, as if they want to annihilate this world. In the end, when the phases of the sky turned, it seemed as if a heaven really descended, and rays of destruction descended like doomsday judgments. Once again, the sword was unstoppable, breaking the flying knife between the fingers. Puff! Wei Dao spat out blood and suffered a great loss in the world of 8 phases. It was as if he had been hit by a giant mountain. His bones were about to break, and blood oozes from his skin. At this moment, he turned his fingers, raised his arm slightly, and made a second strike. He can no longer resist in the world of 8 phases. This is not his world. Here he is completely in a passive position, the only way to break through, otherwise there is only one result, and that is, defeat. With an unpredictable strike, the breath of death filled the air, the gods and ghosts cried out in the heaven and earth, the sky thundered, and the shadows of gods and ghosts actually appeared in the sky. The ferocious ghosts and the gods who pierced the heart all rushed towards Xiao Chen. They defeated the golden earth waves, extinguished the blazing fire, and blocked the hurricane that could tear apart the space, slowing down the rotating world of 8 phases. This is an extremely strange thing. Xiao Li's flying knife skills are known as the best in the world, almost demonized supernatural powers, and some things are simply incomprehensible. Xiao Chen shot 2 bright divine lights from his eyes. He was very careful. The scene in front of him was too evil. He might be killed if he was not careful. Woo! All the gods were crying and howling, and they jumped at him with their teeth and claws, and they touched his sleeves, and the sleeves were instantly wiped out. This made Xiao Chen deeply shocked, and the phases of the earth came in turn, breaking through the space, swallowing all the nearby shadows and entering, thus temporarily solving his crisis. What is going on? Xiao Chen felt very surprised. Why were those phantoms able to attack him? And space is affected, and time seems to be distorted and slowed down. Could it be said that the terrifying Shaoli Fidao can also affect time and space? Otherwise, how could it be so evil and terrifying? This saber did not shoot at Xiao Chen, it directly tore a space passage in the world of 8 phases, and Zhu Dao rushed into the passage like flying. The flying knife pierced through a space channel. Ignore the space barrier and travel through different levels of space. Wei Dao unexpectedly escaped from the world of 8 phases. When Xiao Chen realized it was already too late, all the gods and ghosts who were crying all over the sky disappeared, and the sky and the earth returned to the clear sky. Zhu Dao stood still in the sky not far away, the light of the blade flickered between his fingers and the crystal-clear flying knife emitted a murderous aura soaring into the sky. Returning to the starting point again, the two faced each other ruthlessly, their clothes were stained with blood, which was the blood spit out when they were injured, and the first game ended in a tie. Just now Xiao Chen's 8-phase world has not yet shown its strongest power, but he knows that the legendary Shaoli Fidao should also have a stronger performance, so he still dare not relax. You must know that before this, a total of 8 strong men from Brahma Kingdom, including Yijun, encountered 13 strong men from Shang Kingdom and Roman Kingdom, and 2 of the 3 who died were killed with a single blow, which is enough to show that their strength is unfathomable. The sky was extremely silent, and everyone was silent, watching the 2 people in the air nervously. This was a real battle between the strong, a battle that was as quiet as water when not moving, and rock-shattering when moving. Xiao Chen is like a fossil that has existed there since ancient times, motionless. The world of 8 phases is infinitely enlarged, and the 8 overlapping spaces seem to cover this world. However, he knew that even in the world of 8 phases, Shaoli Fidao could still be fired, so doing so was just a big shot with the greatest impact. The legendary Shaoli Fidao is the unity of energy and spirit of the whole body, and a saber intent is shot out in an instant, and it is useless to seal the space. What's more, Xiao Chen thought of some legends. The real successors of flying knives all got the spiritual imprint of the previous generation, which was passed down by the real Shaoli himself. Xiao Chen further speculated that the traces of the corpses of the gods were most likely contained in the murderous sword intent, which burst out from the sword intent, and were the reappearance of the gods that Shaoli had beheaded before. Woo! The gods wailed and howled, and then struck again with a shocking and stunning knife. The space is annihilated, endless gods and demons are roaring, and the corpses of angels and demons emerge. From Xiao Chen's eyes, 2 rays of light shot out, as sharp as 2 sword cheese, and the sonorous and trembling sounds pierced the heaven and the earth. With the magical power of melting soldiers and refining the body, the magical power of the 8-phase world emerges, and the hands are as bright as heavenly knives. The space overlaps, constantly disillusioned, and resists Shaoli's flying knife. The murderous aura rushed to the sky in an instant, and Shaoli Fidao appeared in surprise. Emerge from the annihilated space, pointing at Xiao Chen's throat. Although a stream of light is short, it is like the light that destroys the world. In this short moment, it becomes the only one in the world. Xiao Chen's throat burst into blood in an instant, which was caused by the saber aura. Although the flying knife was still separated by a finger, the saber aura had already arrived. The right palm containing the golden divine halberd stretched out at a critical moment, blocking the deadly knife dangerously. However, this time the flying knife was quite different from the previous 2 times, like a meteor changing its trajectory, it slid out from Xiao Chen's palm with brilliant rays of light. Time and space seemed to be frozen. Shaoli Fidao once again traveled through the space, disappeared out of thin air, and then shot into Xiao Chen's shoulder with a pop, and the saber energy entered his body instantly. Xiao Chen's body was on the verge of collapse. If it wasn't for the sudden burst of life energy from the 16 deified acupoints, all the bones in Xiao Chen's body might have been shattered. Still, he vomited blood and almost passed out. Enduring the severe pain, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Xiao Chen shook the Shaoli Fidao that had entered his body, and then he forced out of his body a surge of sword energy that soared to the sky. With a cold light in his eyes, Xiao Chen rushed towards Wei Dao with a loud shout like a wounded beast. The 8-phase world rotates. This time, the 4 phases of earth, fire, wind, and water move together. Although the 8 phases do not rotate in unison, the power is much stronger than before. The ground, fire, wind, and water imitated their re-evolutions, bursting out streams of chaotic energy, and then condensed by Xiao Chen into streams of sword energy with murderous intent, slashing towards Zhu Dao. The chaotic light burst out, and the chaotic vitality was like the four killing swords of the leader of Tongtian, which was indestructible and unstoppable. Xiao Chen's black hair was all standing on end. He had just been severely injured by Xiao Li's flying knife, and he was already angry. He wanted to keep it secret and expose the trump card to deal with the Golden Lion King in front of the world in advance. Clang! At the moment Xiao Li, the descendant of the flying sword, was shrouded in the world of 8 phases, the sword light on his fingertips continued to burst out, countering the chaotic sword energy. However, the flying knives held between his fingers, even though they had been tempered, were still difficult to resist under the chaotic sword energy. 5 of the crystal clear flying knives shattered into pieces in a row. A cloud of chaotic sword energy pierced through Zhu Dao's right leg in an instant, blood gushed out, and Xiao Li Fei Dao's face changed suddenly. The chaotic sword energy is unstoppable at all, it is the purest vitality in the legend. Puff! Blood splattered, the 6th flying knife shattered, Zhu Dao's left shoulder and right rib were pierced again, and he was seriously injured. The injury was even more serious than Xiao Chen's pierced shoulder, blood flowed from the wound, and bones were exposed in some places. The No. 1 Samo of the Roman Empire, the peerless alluring demon girl of the heavenly demon palace, and the psychic Wushuang fairy Sihang Zhanjai all acted in an instant, turning into 3 streamers of light and rushing into the 8-phase world. An ancient scripture book in Shamo's hand kept flipping, bursting out huge golden characters one after another, resisting the chaotic sword energy. Even though the golden characters were chopped into pieces, the ancient scripture book was safe and sound, blocking a lot of murderous aura. The peerless and enchanting girl of the Tianmo Palace, her devil-like graceful body danced like that enchantress dancing the wind, the space was deformed, the dimensional space was opened, and the overwhelming chaotic sword energy was swallowed. The fairy of Sihang Zhanjai, the fairy sword in her hand first came out, the mountains and rivers suddenly paled, and the sound of the sky falling and the earth cracking, under the appearance of not eating the fireworks of the world, was a decisive and exquisite heart, and the killing intent reached the 9 heavens. The peerless sword light slashes the space, penetrates the broken unknown dark field, and allows the chaotic sword energy to be exported. Xiao Chen screamed up to the sky, danced wildly, fought against the 4 masters alone, without any fear at all. The light in his eyes was ruthless, and the earth, fire, wind, and water were about to repeat chaos. Legend has it that earth, fire, wind, and water evolve into chaos, and they are the power to open up the world. If you can sacrifice the earth, fire, wind, and water, you can open up a new world. Today, I got a splitting headache from being cored by a friend from the game company, and I didn't come back until almost 10 o'clock, so it's another short chapter. Let me tell you some news about the adaptation of my last book, Tomb of the Gods, into an online game. I have about 80 closed beta numbers in my hand, and the maximum number will not exceed 100. At that time, it will be sent to book friends who used to like the Tomb of the Gods. Of course, they must be senior players. We need your constructive opinions during the closed test. Time, in the next 1 to 2 months. Except for the part issued by the game company, the rest is with me. Please don't believe those who sell beta numbers, they are all fake. At that time, the God Tomb video and so on will be launched within a month or 2. I have a headache, I really want to ask for leave today. Even if you are busy, please believe that I will guarantee the update of 1 chapter every day. Please be considerate of each other. I have a headache, so I won't talk about it, I will talk about it in detail when I wake up. Chapter 258. Long chapter, 2 chapters in 1. The peerless demon girl of Tianmo Palace has a graceful figure like a devil, and the unparalleled fairy of Sihang Zhanjai is bright and ethereal. The surroundings are still hazy, and only the slender jade body can be seen vaguely. Hee hee, the witch of the heavenly demon palace smiled lightly, her dress fluttered like a butterfly, and she flew across the air lightly, but the space was distorted accordingly. She was like an elf between heaven and hell, with a pair of lotus root arms looming, tearing open the dimensional space, and directly introducing the chaotic sword energy into it. Then, she appeared in front of Xiao Chen suddenly, gracefully, with charming eyes and a smile. Her eyes were like soft waves, and her long black hair fluttered. Although her face could not be seen and was shrouded in mist, it made people feel more mysterious and hazy. The soul-stirring soft body, like a snake, bullied Xiao Chen towards him, and he waved his bare hands continuously. Amidst the soul-stirring laughter, a pair of jade-like palms collided with Xiao Chen thousands of times in a row. Both of them were evenly matched as if struck by lightning. Although Xiao Chen's chaotic sword energy is continuously stimulated, the peerless witch of the Tianmo Palace seems to be in a big crack in space. The space around her completely penetrates the dimensional space, which can temporarily resist the chaotic sword energy. The witch of the Heavenly Demon Palace smiled and flew up, like a witch dancing in the wind. Before leaving, a pair of little feet that were as white as snow and crystal clear as jade carvings stepped on Xiao Chen's chest. Space collapsed. Heavenly magic force field controls the space. The peerless demon girl who looks soft and charming, as light as an elf, although she is smiling and charming, but her killing power is astonishing. Xiao Chen dare not be careless, otherwise she will definitely die instantly. But he wasn't too nervous. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth, facing the stepping little snow-white feet that were as crystal as jade. He avoided the collapsed space in an instant with 8-phase speed, and then rushed up like a meteor. His hands were as fast as lightning, and he stretched out in an instant. The witch of the Heavenly Demon Palace was not as fast as Xiao Chen. Seeing the other party boldly and rudely grabbing her naked jade feet, the peerless witch didn't get angry. Instead she laughed lightly, her feathers waved, her long sleeves tore through the void like two jade dragons, chopping off Xiao Chen's arms. Contrary to the expectation of the witch of the Tianmo Palace, Xiao Chen did not resist, and still grabbed the pair of jade feet with both hands. Bang bang, Yuya's sleeves lashed Xiao Chen's arms fiercely, causing his clothes to shatter immediately, leaving two terrifying scars on his arms, blood gushing out. This means that Xiao Chen practiced the great method of melting soldiers and refining the body. If it were another master of the same realm, not only his arms would be shattered, but his physical body might also collapse. Facing a strong enemy, Xiao Chen made no secret of the supernatural powers he controlled, and told the enemy plainly that his method of melting soldiers and refining the body had been promoted to an extremely terrifying state. Although the peerless witch smiled lightly, her devil-like figure was twisting rapidly, trying to get rid of Xiao Chen who was chasing her up, but Xiao Chen's hands had already reached out and grabbed those jade feet in an instant. It is soft and smooth in the hand, like suet jade. It can be called the perfect masterpiece of heaven. It is soul-stirring, but at this moment, Xiao Chen does not have the slightest heart to pity the jade. The opponent is the opponent, how can he relax because of the beauty? The enchantress of the Tianmo Palace smiled softly, her peerless and enchanting body was sliding like a snake, trying to break free from Xiao Chen's palms, although she was smiling coquettishly, but she showed the killing intent in her heart with her actions, kicking her crystal-like feet like jade carvings again and again, and the spiral-shaped demon energy was stimulated. Xiao Chen sneered, without hesitation, holding the soft and moist feet of the peerless demon girl with both hands. The wave of consonant swords came out vibrating, wanting to smash it, destroying flowers with hot hands. The witch of the Heavenly Demon Palace finally changed her color, and the dimensional space appeared, sealing in other consonant sword waves that shook her hazy jade body. The Heavenly Demon Chi rushed out from her soft and beautiful white jade feet like a galaxy rewinding to the 9 heavens, resisting the destructive sword waves. All of this happened between electric flint flowers, and the speed was extremely fast. Chi-chi, the sound of piercing the sky is endless, and the fairy from Sihang Zhangjai stabs with a sword to help the demon girl of the Tianmo Palace to resolve the crisis. At the same time, the religious master of the Roman Empire, Samuel, makes a move, flipping the ancient Bible continuously, and shooting out brilliant rays of light towards Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen was not afraid. The 4 phases of earth, fire, wind, and water moved together, and the misty sword energy of chaos swept out one after another. The murderous aura directly smashed a few dark clouds floating in the sky. The chaotic sword energy defeated the sacred glow from the ancient Bible, but it made the fairy of Sihang Zhangjai come close. She was able to travel through space and tear a space channel among the 4 phases of earth, fire, wind and water. The body and temperament are like a fairy who does not eat fireworks in the world, but the long sword in her hand is extremely fierce, with a psychic mind, and the divine sword of the heart condenses into a bright sword light, killing from behind, tearing open the space in an instant, directly stabbing at Xiao Chen's back heart, and at the same time lightly raised his left hand, cutting at Xiao Chen's back neck. Being able to clearly perceive everything behind him, facing such a lure, Xiao Chen shot 2 cold lights from his eyes, made a decision in an instant, moved his body a foot sideways, and then grabbed the feet of the demon girl from the Heavenly Demon Palace, launching the 8-phase world and crashing back at a high speed. Fairy Sihang Zhangjai slashed through the air with her left palm, shattering the void. But the sword light of the heart in her right hand pierced fiercely into Xiao Chen's left shoulder, and there was a poof, blood splashed. Xiao Chen's left shoulder was bright from front to back, and a bloody light sprayed out, and the blood gushed out. This result was beyond everyone's expectations. Xiao Chen didn't even retreat, but chose to grab the demon girl from the demon palace and crash into Fairy Sihang Zhangjai behind. The bright and ethereal fairy Janjai's beauty changed suddenly. Xiao Chen even bullied her at the expense of both sides, and now she couldn't dodge at all. Almost the moment her sword of heart pierced through Xiao Chen's left shoulder, Xiao Chen had already stuck in front of her, and his left elbow slammed back fiercely. Boom! Solid hit. Xiao Chen's left elbow hit Fairy Sihang Janjai's right chest fiercely, causing her to spurt a mouthful of blood on the spot and fly backwards. Her corsage was shattered, and a precious heart mirror turned into dust, floating in the air. Even so, 2 of her sternums were broken. The light flickered, and Fairy Sihang Janjai was covered in mist. She quickly put on a feather coat to prevent the possibility of the spring light from leaking out. Only she knew that her right breast, which was originally like a fat and beautiful jade, was now bruised and purple, and she was seriously injured. This is a great disgrace to the fairies who walked out of Sihang Janjai. The injured part is so embarrassing. This is blatant blasphemy. Xiao Chen is too bold. In the mist, Fairy Sihang's elegant and peerless face was as cold as ice. It's not that her skills are inferior to others, but that Xiao Chen's fighting style is too fierce. He is simply a desperado, and he fights with his life. Such a dangerous move caught her by surprise, and severely injured her at the cost of piercing her left shoulder. If it wasn't for the protective mirror, she might really be in danger. Everything is an instant thing. At the same time, Xiao Chen yelled loudly, and the Lingxi sword wave came out violently, and he was promoted to the limit state. It was a destructive force, and it was a magical skill that had shocked the past. Puff! Xiao Chen actually smashed the demon girl's feet with the consonant sword wave, and the blood stained the sky red. Of course, he also suffered heavy injuries in the process. The peerless witch's feathers danced and swept on his body like an indestructible iron plate, and he spit out blood and flew out. Destroy flowers with hot hands. Xiao Chen had her feet crippled by Xiao Chen's inadvertently beautiful maiden from the heavenly demon palace. This was a short and thrilling process, and everyone at the scene was stunned in the end. Cruel ending, after losing both feet. So what if she is a peerless beauty? Already a crippled body, his cultivation will definitely not be as good as before. Everyone gasped. Xiao Chen really was an extremely dangerous person. He was no better than the few people present. The main reason was that his ferocious tactics were scary. He was simply a desperado who didn't take his own life seriously. Hurt the enemy by hurting yourself. This is an extremely dangerous character. The hazy mist in front of the demon girl from the Tianmo Palace completely dissipated, revealing a peerless face. At this moment, the peerless jade face that is about to break apart is full of pain, and tears are shining in her big eyes full of aura. People couldn't help but feel heartbroken that such a proud witch had her crystal-like jade feet crippled by Xiao Chen, which made several male cultivators beside her feel heartbroken. Such a brilliant and ethereal stunner was disabled. Xiao Chen is simply a hateful executioner. The few people at the scene seemed to be stunned, and they were at a loss for a while. The witch of the Tianmo Palace was about to cry, and she rushed towards Xiao Chen weakly. Her slender and graceful body drew a pathetic trajectory. However, Xiao Chen's eyes shot out 2 cold lights, and he didn't shake his mind at all because of this. He shot decisively and ruthlessly, and he did his best because he felt a huge danger approaching. Earth, fire, wind, and water rotate, and the 4 phases merge, bursting out chaotic sword energy, annihilating the space, and sweeping away the peerless witch. At this moment, the dimensional space continued to tear and appeared, and a violent energy rage formed in the sky, which was completely caused by the witch, like the Milky Way falling into the 9 heavens, like a spring of hell rushing out of hell, sweeping in all directions, and the dimensional space was open to dozens of sides. The sky became a terrifying death Jedi. If Xiao Chen had contempt just now, he might have been swallowed by the destructive energy now. The void shattered and reassembled, and it has become a source of destruction. This result was beyond everyone's expectations. The witch of the heavenly demon palace had amazing fighting power, and she did not give up on herself at all. Her bewildering expression deceived many people. Until the sky and the earth returned to the clear sky, everything calmed down. The peerless witch smiled lightly, her rosy lips were extremely sexy, shining with a moving luster, her snow-white teeth were as crystal clear as jade, 2 small dimples appeared on her face, and the soft waves flowing out of her eyes made it hard to figure out, a little annoyed, a little angry, a little appreciative, shrewd and agile. And her feet regenerated, intact as before. That's the heavenly demon regeneration technique. Yes, one of the supernatural powers of the heavenly demon. At this point, everyone finally understood that the peerless witch was not disabled, but she was proficient in the technique of regenerating demons, such a magical technique. I am afraid that few people can kill her, and it will definitely not be weaker than the legendary immortality and longevity techniques. You are a ruthless person. The witch of the Tianmo Palace looked at Xiao Chen with a smile, and said, you are so cruel that you cut off my feet without blinking your eyes. You are the most ruthless cultivator I have ever seen. Is it ruthless? It's normal. Life and death are the same. There is no distinction between men and women. Regardless of beauty or ugliness, you can be magnificent. As long as you are an opponent, you will be a pink skeleton in my eyes. Xiao Chen spoke calmly. Hee, I like this kind of man. The peerless witch's smile is enough to turn all living beings upside down. She is indescribably charming, her bare feet are like snow, shining like jade, she dances in the sky like an elf. Good ruthless man, I might kill you today. Speaking of this, the enchantress of Tianmo Palace smiled sweetly, and lightly attacked Xiao Chen again. No one would underestimate the real killing power concealed by this beautiful dancing posture. At the same time, Somo, the religious master of the Roman Empire, also moved, and the ancient Bible kept flipping, and the radiance was shining one after another. And the fairy from Sihang Zhangjai killed her right away. She suffered a big loss just now, her right chest was attacked. This kind of blasphemy was the greatest shame for her. The cold light of the sword moved the mountains and rivers, and the sword light of the heart went straight to Shaohan. Not far away, Monk Yijun was tangled. He really wanted to rush over to join the battle, but Xiao Chen used his divine sense to transmit sound, and let him go one step ahead with a firm tone. Yijun knew that Xiao Chen had 8 phases of extreme speed. Without him, the escape would have been smoother, but how could he abandon his friends and escape first? He can't do it. He was afraid that Xiao Chen would not be able to break free from the siege of several masters. If you leave, I can escape. Such a sentence, although just a few words, made Yijun stop in his tracks instantly. He was a calm-headed person, staring at Xiao Chen, nodded silently, and then rushed to the sky with Jade Dragon King. A female master from the Roman Empire next to him chased Yijun quickly, but returned in vain. At this moment, Zhu Dao was extremely calm, standing outside the field, and did not participate in the siege, but the light of the flying knife in his hand flowed, and the compelling invisible knife energy was always locked on Xiao Chen. Fearing that he would suddenly start the 8-phase world to escape, facing Yijun flying away, he didn't even frown. Shaoli Fidao is known as the best in the world. It can cut through the void and kill enemies through various spaces. No one dares to underestimate it. Locking Xiao Chen like this has an unparalleled deterrent power. Brush. A red light flashed, and there was a blood-red knife between Wei Dao's fingers. Although it was still crystal clear, the color was quite different from the previous flying knives. This is the only flying knife handed down from Shaoli back then. His heart was full of benevolence and kindness, but he was forced to kill countless gods. Shaoli felt that the killing was too heavy, and finally threw away this flying knife that was full of blood of endless gods. However, his disciples found it and passed it down from generation to generation. It was this crystal-clear blood-colored throwing knife that was once tempered by Shaoli with his heart. He couldn't feel the murderous intent, let alone the murderous intent, but when the bloody flying knife came out, the souls of everyone on the scene felt frightened. Seeing Zhu Dao's flashing of the sword, Samo, the demon girl of the heavenly demon palace, and fairy Sihang Zhangjai all retreated and surrounded Xiao Chen in 3 directions, watching Zhu Dao enter the arena from the void. Xiao Chen didn't speak, and rushed over directly. This will be his 3rd collision with the flying knife air. As soon as the bloody knife came out, he felt the threat of death. Maybe he really couldn't keep a little bit of strength, otherwise he was very likely to die here. Unexpectedly, Wei Dao did not shoot out a crystal-clear blood knife, but fought fiercely with Xiao Chen holding the flying knife between his fingers, cutting off the chaotic sword energy with the flying knife, and there was no possibility of breaking the knife body. The 2 lights and shadows were entangled, and everyone was surprised. Why didn't Zhu Dao shoot out the blood knife? That would be a shocking and unpredictable blow. Brush. Zhu Dao backed away, looked at Xiao Chen indifferently, and said, "You have scruples in your heart, you dare not make a move without reservation, for fear that someone will kill you in a flash. No need to say more, just use the knife." Xiao Chen calmly responded, "He controls the 8-phase speed, if it is not for the deterrence of Shaoli's flying knife, he can escape here at any time. As soon as this knife is released, the sky will collapse, the mountains and rivers will turn pale, gods and ghosts will cry, even if the skin of gods is cut, they will be destroyed. This is the only benevolent sword that Patriarch Shaoli sacrificed with his heart. It will not kill unless it is a big villain. It will not kill unless it is full of evil. It will not kill unless it is full of evil. It has killed endless evil gods and evil spirits. This knife cannot attack you. I really want to fight you fairly, but today is not the time." Having said that, Zhu Dao retreated. Okay, today you and I are still in a draw, and the winner will be divided next time. Xiao Chen nodded. Brush. 4 figures rushed over and besieged Xiao Chen. If Xiao Li Fei Dao Passer didn't make a move, it doesn't mean that others will let Xiao Chen go. The feet of the demon girl from the heavenly demon palace were almost crippled. How could she give up like this? Fairy Sihang Zhangjai was humiliated on her right breast, and it was impossible for Xiao Chen to let Xiao Chen go calmly. As for the religious masters of the Roman Empire, it is even more impossible to let Xiao Chen go. One of them was killed by Yi Jun. Summer and a female master rushed forward. Ha ha, Xiao Chen laughed out loud. He had no fear of the 4 of them alone, and the 4 phases of earth, fire, wind, and water rotated, and he gradually disappeared into the void, and the dim chaotic light flickered out, and he turned into a chaotic light. Does the legendary earth, fire, wind, and water recreate chaos? Is it really possible to open up a new world? For such a rare supernatural power, Samo, the witch of the Tianmo Palace, and the fairy Sihang Zhangjai were all shocked. They remembered some secrets and unconsciously exclaimed. Regarding this, Xiao Chen just snorted coldly. How could he reveal the secrets of the world of 8 phases? He never thought of recultivating a world. That is simply unrealistic. It is the power of the ancestor god. If he really wants to do that, many people will come to destroy him. In fact, according to his own research on the world of 8 phases, he knows that even if the chaos of earth, fire, wind, and water reappears, it is impossible to create a new world, which is very different from the legend. The so-called chaos in this world is not the most primitive form at all, but the destructive power of the chaotic sword energy is enough to shock the world, and it can provide him with an extremely powerful attacking force. The ancient Bible in Sam's hand turned over and turned into a piece of sacred light and swept towards Xiao Chen. Stars of light burst out from inside, and dozens of bright little stars revolved around the ancient Bible. The witch of the heavenly demon palace tore through the dimensional space, and the heavenly demon force field danced around, trying to directly drive Xiao Chen into it. Fairy Sihang even cut out the peerless sword light that made the mountains and rivers lose their color, forcibly broke through the dark realm with the sword, and devoured the chaotic sword energy with the help of the power of the foreign space. Murderous, a female cultivator of the Roman Empire, dressed in golden armor, like a goddess of war, swept out the golden spear in her hand, and the spear blade tore the sky. The 4 overlap, the power is unimaginable, the space is annihilated silently, and the sword energy that is as strong as chaos is also collapsing, and they are all introduced into the dimensional space. However, Xiao Chen was still fearless, and the 8 phases unfolded extremely quickly, not only failed to encircle the 4 of them, but surrounded them like a shooting star to attack and kill them. He has turned into chaos. The light of chaos swept out continuously, and the 4 phases of earth, fire, wind, water and chaos reappeared, crushing out one after another of destructive light. Xiao Chen became the source of destructive power. Any drop of light flowing from his body could shatter the space, and the power of attacking and killing was strong and unstoppable. Bang bang, intense collision. Xiao Chen and the ancient scriptures, the sword of the heart, the magic force field, and the absolute spear of the gods clashed violently 4 times in a row. As a result, Samo vomited blood and flew backwards. Fairy Sihang Zhangjai vomited blood and retreated after stroking her right chest. The demon girl from the heavenly demon palace splashed blood and flew in the sky. The golden-haired goddess of war in the Roman Empire had a face like gold paper. Her spear broke, and blood stained the sky and flew back. Of course, Xiao Chen also felt extremely uncomfortable fighting the 4 masters desperately, spurting 6 mouthfuls of blood in a row. He carefully guarded the Ju Dao, and then soared into the sky like flying. Xiao Chen didn't want to fight these people desperately. In terms of realm and strength, everyone was his strong opponent. If he really wanted to fight for his life, he would definitely not be able to defeat several masters by himself, and he would definitely die. Seeing Xiao Chen soaring into the sky, no one chased after him. Since Xiao Li Fei Dao didn't make a move, no one's speed would be able to stop Xiao Chen. These people are all elites, and they don't want to do useless work. Once the world of 8 phases comes out, the mountains and rivers will lose their color, and it will shake the sky and the earth. Looking at Xiao Chen's back, Ju Dao made such an evaluation. Hee, I like this kind of man. The witch of the Tianmo Palace was as intelligent and beautiful as an elf, dancing lightly in the sky. Fairy Sihang Zhangjai was surrounded by clouds and mists, like Fairy Guanghan coming to the world, and the voice of heaven was sweet and pleasant. This person is extremely dangerous. 12 masters at the scene besieged the remaining 4 people in Brahma Kingdom, and all kinds of magical powers were displayed. This was a fierce battle without any suspense, or a massacre. The 4 strong men supported for a moment, and all of them were smashed to pieces, including a princess, who was the daughter of the prince who had the ability to command and was about to launch a lore-killing formation. At the far end of the sky, Xiao Chen sat cross-legged between the sky and the earth, the bones all over his body creaked, and the flesh and blood continued to squirm. Because of the practice of melting soldiers and refining the body, the injured body was recovering at an astonishing speed, and the skin shone with a crystal luster. But at this moment, he suddenly felt a powerful hostility sweeping over. Xiao Chen suddenly opened his eyes. On the Devil's Plain, there was an 11 or 12-year-old boy with blonde hair, his eyes were half opened and half closed, and a vertical eye was beating on his forehead. Although he is only a young man, his killing intent is boundless, and his momentum reaches the sky. Just standing there casually made the whole world tremble, as if the blue sky and the earth had succumbed to his pressure. Golden Lion King, a supreme Buddha whose origin no one knows. 3 years ago, he was invincible. No one knows how tyrannical he has become 3 years later. After 3 years, Xiao Chen and the Golden Lion King who had turned into a human met in the Devil's Plain. Chapter 259 Who Am I? After 3 years, Xiao Chen and the Golden Lion King who had turned into a human met in the Devil's Plain. The Golden Lion King has turned into a human being, which shows that its cultivation base has advanced to a very terrifying level. Although it looks like a handsome boy of 11 or 12 years old, the murderous aura of Lingyun means that his combat power is extremely terrifying. The blonde hair is like a golden fire burning, moving with the wind, spreading a golden brilliance. The moment he saw Xiao Chen, the golden light shot up all over his body. The Golden Lion King is like a god bathed in the sacred light, giving people a feeling of unattainable. Slowly rising into the sky, the divine light tore through the sky. Although the eyes of the Golden Stone Lion King were half closed, the occasional radiance was as bright as lightning, which was extraordinarily glaring, making it hard to look at. An extremely powerful coercion spread out, like a vast sea rolling back into the sky, endless waves raging in the sky, making people tremble. This is by no means an illusion. Xiao Chen really has the feeling of facing a vast ocean, and the world that is oppressed by the invisible power is trembling. You, damn it, only 3 short words express the Lion King's determination and killing intent. The absurd but terrifying scene, the demeanor and aura of an 11 or 12-year-old boy made people feel a little unreal. After his words finished, the void where he was standing burst open, and then a big golden crack spread towards Xiao Chen in an instant. The big golden crack is 10 feet wide and hundreds of feet long, filled with a tyrannical breath, and a destructive force rushes out of the torn dimensional space, rolling towards Xiao Chen. Unstoppable, Xiao Chen flew back hundreds of feet in an instant with the 8-phase speed, and then shook the Lingxi sword wave, shattering the aftermath that spread to the front, and the golden crack stopped not far in front of him. Needless to say about strength, the Golden Lion King is even more domineering than it was 3 years ago in terms of momentum alone. When will that little beast come back? The blonde boy's voice was cold, and he looked at Xiao Chen ruthlessly, as if Xiao Chen had already become meat on the chopping block. Xiao Chen responded indifferently and ignored him. He was quickly adjusting his physical condition, and he was quickly repairing the injuries he suffered from the fierce battle with the demon girl of the Tianmo Palace, Wei Dao and others. The Golden Lion King looked extremely powerful, looked down at Xiao Chen in the sky, and said mercilessly, I smashed your body, sealed your soul into hell, and asked you to send a letter to that little beast, telling it that I am waiting for it to come back in the world of longevity, waiting to take its life. Bang, bang, bang. Xiao Chen's bones kept making noises, his blood flowed faster, his skin shone with precious light, and finally he opened his eyes indifferently, and the magical power of melting soldiers and refining his body helped him repair his injured body. In front of Kiki, you will always be a tragedy. It is best not to meet it, otherwise you are doomed to a dark life. Even if you are invincible, you will inevitably be defeated in front of Kiki. Xiao Chen's plain words struck the Golden Lion King's heart like thunder and lightning. The battle 3 years ago was vivid in his memory, making it unforgettable forever. His 3 god-defying supernatural powers were broken by that innocent and lively little snow-white beast in an ignorant manner. It was a bleak past that he didn't want to look back. Yes, any one of the legendary 3 supernatural powers was unparalleled, but all of them were broken by a small snow-white beast. That battle made the Golden Lion King feel trembling even thinking about it. However, he finally still has hope. When the 3rd vertical eye is really opened, he will be supreme. He is confident that he will completely defeat the little snow-white beast with the 3rd vertical eye. The Golden Lion King's eyes are cold. No one knows himself better than himself. Their race has always stood at the highest peak of the race. After entering maturity, they have almost no rivals except the ancestor gods. They are veritable holy beasts against the sky. Their race is passed down from generation to generation. If they can't find a partner from another race, they will have a bad luck of genocide. Thousands of years and tens of thousands of years have not seen a single one in the world. According to legend, in the present world, only itself is left in this world. It is a veritable strange beast from heaven and earth. I'll send you to hell. The Golden Lion King's words were cold. The blonde boy's right eye opened suddenly, and a beam of destructive light made the sun in the sky lose its color in an instant, and shattered a space channel to shoot at Xiao Chen. The speed is astonishing, not much less than Xiao Li Fidao, breaking the space. Xiao Chen dodged it with the speed of the 8 phases, but the aftermath of the destructive light was still torn apart. Xiao Chen didn't dare to be careless. The perfect vase was shot out in an instant, and a huge crystal vase was suspended above his head, emitting a brilliant sacred light, which collided with the aftermath of the destructive light. Boom! The blazing light shot straight at Xiao Han, as if a round of the sun had exploded here, and the space was shattered. Xiao Chen was blasted out all of a sudden, with traces of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. The mighty Golden Lion King, the strongest bloodline standing on the pinnacle of the race, the aftermath of the light of destruction he shot forced Xiao Chen back, and his fighting power was unimaginable. The Golden Lion King who has transformed into a human being has grown by leaps and bounds, much stronger than before. Coupled with his unparalleled supernatural powers, if Xiao Chen wants to face it head-on, it will be very dangerous. The Golden Lion King has only been in this world for 7 or 8 years, and he has already achieved such an achievement, which has to disappoint the people. The inheritance of this bloodline makes human cultivators only look at the sky and sigh. In front of me, cultivators below the same level are like ants. The blonde boy was extremely conceited, with a cold and arrogant expression, and said such words in a serious manner. Xiao Chen is not angry, he has an extremely powerful fighting talent, and once he is engaged in a duel, nothing can make him emotionally fluctuate. Destroy. It was still the light of destruction. The blonde boy flew forward, the light of death in his right eye was so terrifying, endless blood shot up into the sky, and Xiao Chen shrouded away in an instant. Fearless Lion Seal. At this moment, Xiao Chen folded his hands together, and a Golden Lion King appeared in an instant, roaring up to the sky, with an earth-shattering momentum, which was exactly the same as the body of the blonde boy. It surged with monstrous energy fluctuations, opened its teeth and danced its claws, and the golden fire all over its body surged, and the bright golden light rushed straight to Xiao Han, fiercely crashing towards the light of destruction. As soon as this seal came out, the blonde boy suddenly went crazy, his blonde hair stood on end in an instant, golden flames burst out from his body, and the sky was filled with golden divine fire, burning blazingly. Xiao Chen, how dare you, court death? The blonde boy can be described as furious. He claims to be the strongest bloodline on the pinnacle of the race. How can he tolerate other phantoms being enslaved by others? Although the fearless lion seal is powerful, it is still difficult to resist the light of destruction. Compared with 3 years ago, the blonde boy at this moment is much stronger. Almost in an instant, the Golden Lion King that was sealed by the law was shattered and dissipated between heaven and earth. The blonde boy thought fiercely of Xiao Chen and rushed towards him, wishing he could tear it apart with his hands. Don't rely on magical powers, want to compete in combat skills? Xiao Chen sneered. What he was waiting for was this opportunity. He intentionally provoked the other party, making him lose his sense of normalcy, making it difficult to keep calm. Xiao Chen rushed over without hesitation, and came up with another fearless lion mark. The earth-shattering roar of the lion made the trembling sky tremble. The blonde boy was furious. He stretched out his right hand, a huge golden lion claw appeared in front of his palm, shattered the energized golden lion, and grabbed Xiao Chen's body. God-killing style. Xiao Chen exhibited the first move of the 4 Great Sanshou. This magical skill is a terrifying lore. The sky is full of swords, surging like a raging sea, rushing towards the blonde boy. One of the divine swords and the heavenly sword were so huge that they towered into the sky. With the movements of Xiao Chen's hands, the swords quickly closed and cut towards the Golden Lion King. The void is being annihilated, energy is raging, and endless swords are striking, all of which are concentrated at one point, the blonde boy. The Golden Lion King let out a long roar, and his blonde hair fluttered wildly. Although he was a young man, his aura was like a mighty overlord. The body is like lightning, holding the universe with both hands, one up and one down. One hand resists the divine sword that soars into the sky, and the other resists the sky-reaching divine sword. Boom! He exerted a lot of force, the world collapsed, Thousands of swords were all broken, even the huge magic sword and sky sword were also broken. Xiao Chen was shocked and flew upside down, blood gushed out of his mouth. The Golden Lion King half closed his eyes, stared at him ruthlessly, and said, "Whether it is supernatural power or combat skills, our clan is unparalleled in the world." Xiao Chen didn't have any sense of frustration, wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth, and still had a high fighting spirit, getting stronger when he met the strong. In a sense, he was a born fighter. "I said that if I let you die, you will never live." The blonde boy took a step forward, disappeared out of thin air, appeared in front of Xiao Chen, and raised his hand to strike. Xiao Chen rushed up with 8 phases of extreme speed, and then swooped down head to foot. Lingxi Jianbo and Yin Yang 10-layer seals shot at the same time. The circle of destruction was vibrating, and the Taiji seal was rotating, all hitting the blonde boy. The Golden Lion King sneered, moved half a foot horizontally, and hit the sky with both hands, instantly shattering the Lingxi sword wave and the Yin and Yang 10 seals, and reached out to grab Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen kicked in the air, turned his body upside down, rushed up and down, and stepped towards the eyes of the Golden Lion King. Of course, there must be a certain distance, and it is completely hid by the light. Xiao Chen can't really get close to the blonde boy. If the other party's eyes are opened, even if there is 8-phase speed in close range, it may be more or less dangerous. Bang bang, the blonde boy's fist hit the sole of Xiao Chen's foot, and immediately sent it flying. Xiao Chen turned back in an instant at the speed of 8 phases, his right leg swept out far away, and the blazing light swept towards the waist and abdomen of the blonde boy. Snort, the blonde boy sneered, shattered the terrifying light again, then suddenly opened his right eye, and the destructive light suddenly shot towards Xiao Chen. This result did not frighten Xiao Chen. He had been guarding against the other party's eyes, waiting for this opportunity. The moment he saw the other party's eyelids trembling, the 8-phase speed had already unfolded, representing the speed of the world. At the moment when the light of destruction shot out, Xiao Chen had already dodged and rushed towards the Golden Lion King from the side. The moment the blonde-haired boy turned his head, Xiao Chen had rushed there with extreme speed, and the magical powers of the 8-phase world emerged, and the 4 phases of earth, fire, wind, and water rotated, turning into chaotic light, and Xiao Chen became the source of destruction. Tens of thousands of chaotic sword chi shot at the Golden Lion King at close range. This is definitely an extremely terrifying attack. No one dares to be careless against the chaotic power. The blonde boy changed color and quickly dodged. At the same time, he turned his head and shot out the light of destruction. His hands were constantly moving, smashing pieces of space. Xiao Chen had already merged into the chaotic light, and he continued to chop and shoot the chaotic sword energy around the blonde boy. At the same time, the 4 Sancho styles, the cracking style, the demon suppressing style, and the chaos reversing style were shot at the same time. In the endless chaotic light, no one knew what happened. The endless light faded, and the sky and the earth returned to clarity. Xiao Chen retreated thousands of meters away at the speed of 8 phases, and blood continued to overflow from his mouth. In another sky, the Golden Lion King also suffered trauma. His long hair, which was originally like a golden flame, was cut off by the chaotic sword energy, almost touching his head, and he coughed up 3 mouthfuls of blood in a row. 4 phases and C Sancho blend, there is indeed some way. The blonde boy seemed to know Xiao Chen quite well, and even knew the supernatural power he displayed. After he coughed up the 5th mouthful of blood, he said solemnly, "If you have no other skills, then I should send you on your way." Xiao Chen made a decisive decision and wanted to retreat. Although there were still profound meanings he had comprehended from the aspects of the sky and the aspects of the earth, he felt that he still couldn't kill the Golden Lion. After all, the other party just opened his eyes. This is no longer the Lion King 3 years ago, and the blonde boy may kill a demigod just by opening his eyes. Even if you have the 8-phase extreme speed, you can't go. The moment we met, you were doomed to die today. This world has long been connected to the land of reincarnation. The Golden Lion King said coldly, "Go to hell and meet that little beast." Reincarnation. Xiao Chen was surprised to find that the whole world had dimmed, and all directions seemed to be connected to hell. Reincarnation has been opened. The world was in turmoil, and endless dark mist shrouded out. Xiao Chen felt as if he was really trapped. "Go to hell," the Golden Lion roared, but suddenly stopped his voice in surprise. The netherworld emerged, and the dead space enveloped the world, but there were actually 3 light groups shining in the dark sky. Looking closely, it looked like 3 huge crystal balls, and each crystal ball contained a snow-white skeleton. The first skeleton sat in the void, looking at the dark sky, and said to himself, "Who am I?" The second skeleton propped its chin and said to itself like a thinker, "Where do I come from?" The third skeleton, looking down at the dark earth, murmured to himself, "Where am I going?" Chapter 263 Skeleton Kings. Who I am, where do I come from? Where am I going? This question of the ages, asked from the mouths of three skeletons, is really a bit weird. The Golden Lion King forcibly opened the reincarnation, and the world of death emerged, covering the entire land. The sky above the Devil's Plain was dark, and he couldn't see his fingers, and the endless dark energy was crazily surging. Hell is coming, the kingdom of darkness is coming. In this endless darkness full of death, three crystal-like light clusters are dazzling, and three skeletons suddenly appear in the sky above hell. The snow-white skeletons are as white as jade, exuding a soft light, as if carved out of suet jade. The three skeletons give people an illusion, not only do not have any eerie feeling, but have a soft and holy atmosphere, as if they are not bones from hell, but gods from heaven. "Who are you?" the Golden Lion King shouted loudly, and was very surprised in his heart. The three skeletons seemed to have imprisoned this world and blocked the power of reincarnation. This is an unprecedented thing. Someone actually used the power of reincarnation to counter his eye of reincarnation. Hearing the blonde boy's question, the first skeleton said without any thought, "Who am I?" "What am I asking you?" The Lion King said indifferently, "Don't pretend to be crazy in front of me. Who am I? I've been asking myself this way, asking others, asking about the vast ocean, asking about the vast land, asking about the vast universe, asking about every plant and tree in the whole world. Who am I?" The first skeleton showed confusion. Although he had no flesh and blood, that expression could still be felt. Perhaps his emotional fluctuations expressed that kind of mood. "No matter who you are, no matter where you come from, don't meddle in my business, go where you come from, or don't blame me for being rude." The blonde boy's voice was extremely cold, and his words were cold, revealing a strong murderous intent. It's just that as soon as the words came out, the three skeletons swooped down at the same time, and the three white skeletons with crystal brilliance whirled around the Golden Lion King, rippling with holy brilliance. "It doesn't matter who I am, why don't you care? Where did we come from? Where did we come from? From where to where? Does where mean where?" Three skeletons surrounded the blonde boy, resembling three stars spinning and lingering, with an attitude of breaking the casserole and asking the bottom line. "That's enough, you three ghosts, go back to hell." The Golden Lion King sneered coldly. His right eye represented destruction, blood burst out, and his left eye represented reincarnation. The dark black light swept out, and both eyes were opened at the same time. The eyes of destruction wanted to open the space imprisonment and crush the three skeletons, and the eyes of reincarnation wanted to open the gate of hell completely. However, the three skeletons seemed to be possessed by gods. At this moment, they really radiated the aura of gods. They flew out like floating shadows, leaving only a little golden ripple in place. The forbidden world was blasted open, hell once again shrouded in, and the dark underworld energy overwhelmingly descended. However, the three skeletons were not killed at all, and they kept shuttling between the hell and the human world, freely and casually like fish entering the water. "Who the hell am I? Where did I come from? Where am I going?" The three skeletons persevered and emerged again, with crystal-like dreamy light, asking the Golden Lion King. At the same time, they once again imprisoned the space and sealed the reincarnation. "You three dead creatures really deserve to be killed. Don't think that I don't know that you are pretending to be crazy." The third vertical eye of the Golden Lion King twitched, showing his anger, and sneered, "It's just three bones. If I am angry, I will rush into hell to destroy you." The three skeletons are extremely serious and real. Don't interrupt, this is a serious matter. If you understand, you understand. If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. ... In the void not far away, a smile appeared on Xiao Chen's face. He never expected to meet King Qinguang, King Yama, and King Samsara, who were brought out by him from Long Island. Three sinister and cunning guys appeared like this for some reason. The Golden Lion King didn't speak anymore, and started directly, splitting out big cracks in the space. The big golden cracks were 10 feet wide and hundreds of feet long, tearing up like a giant dragon, trying to smash three undead creatures. At the same time, he rushed forward, opening his eyes of destruction and eyes of reincarnation, sweeping across all directions. His combat strength can be said to be unmatched among experts of the same level, and it is rare to meet a rival. However, the three skeletons were as slippery as loaches, and they didn't resist at all. With 3 swishes, they rushed into the nether hell. The enemy advances and the enemy retreats, and the 3 skeletons are proficient in this tactic. When they appeared for the 13th time, they still asked, "Who am I? Where do I come from? Where am I going?" This completely drove the Golden Lion King crazy. I'm going to kill you all, and there will be no one left. Who I am, where do I come from? Where am I going? Fuck you, who am I, where did I come from, and where am I going? The Golden Lion King went crazy, and even rushed into hell several times, but he still couldn't catch the Golden Lion King. Who I am, where did I come from? I am, it's always, I am. I'm a fucking bastard, are you fucking annoying, always repeating those 3 sentences endlessly. The irritable Golden Lion King couldn't catch the 3 skeletons, and he was so angry that he couldn't choose what to say and cursed. You finally know who you are a fucking bastard, that is, a fucking bastard. A skeleton said slowly. The Golden Lion King was almost insane from anger, and finally realized that the 3 cunning and slippery skeletons were really fucking nothing, which made him have the urge to scold his mother. Are these 3 dead things? How did you get him in? What made him unbearable the most was the second white skeleton next to him, who nodded seriously and said, you are a ****, but, who am I? The Golden Lion King's lungs were about to explode. Although it was difficult to open the 3rd vertical eye, the light from a cracked gap made this space instantly collapse and disappear, shrinking into an eternal point. Mishian, Zen singing, Buddha's Gatha, celestial hymns, ancient sacrificial tones, like an eternal movement, it unfolds mightily above the sky. The world seemed to shrink countless times in an instant. The terrifying 3rd vertical eye, but it only showed part of its power, is already so terrifying, it is hard to imagine what kind of consequences it will cause when it is fully opened. The most terrifying thing in the world is the unknown. So far, no one knows what kind of supernatural power the 3rd vertical eye of the Golden Lion King race has. Even the ancient giants don't know much about it. However, among the cultivators who have seen the blonde boy with the 3rd eye fully open, none of them has ever survived, and they have all been killed until now, without exception. The 3 skeletons fled back to hell in embarrassment, and were beaten to death just a little bit. They shuttled back and forth between hell and the world of immortality, which made the Golden Lion King feel powerless, as if a punch that weighed 10,000 weights hit the cotton pile, and the 3 skeletons avoided fighting, making him unable to strike. I'll kill Shao Chen, and then go to hell to kill you. The blonde boy was furious. Their race believes in the supremacy of strength, and they have always stood at the top of the world with an invincible posture, and they have always been extremely conceited. It is a shame for him to be teased by 3 skeletons who are not as powerful as him today. Completely enraged, the Golden Lion King raised his head to the sky and screamed, his golden hair dancing wildly. With him as the center, huge golden chains the size of a water tank shot out from his body. There could be thousands of them, and the huge golden chains were hundreds of feet long, submerging him inside and sweeping across the entire sky. Thousands of hundreds of feet long golden chains burst out from one point and danced wildly. The space was constantly disillusioned, it was difficult to bear this overwhelming power. Shao Chen teleports in this trapped space with 8 phases of extreme speed, from one space to another, giving people an unreal feeling like a dreamy empty flower, avoiding the sweep of thousands of water tank thick golden cables in the cracks of the broken space. Yes, he was traveling on the edge of reincarnation, hiding in the large space cracks that were shaken apart. The Golden Lion King's murderous aura broke through the sky, and his aura climbed to the extreme. His anger made him boil, and he was unstoppable at this moment. Heaven and earth blend. Shao Chen, who was forced into a desperate situation, yelled, the 8-phase world magic power was displayed, the sky descended, the earth rose, and the 2 phases of heaven and earth slowly collided and merged together. A destructive aura erupted, shattering the huge golden rope dancing wildly beside him, and finally opened up a safe space. The sky and the earth blend together, and a half-black and half-white Taiji diagram emerges, slowly rotating, but unstoppable, and the misty mist fills the air, and the giant golden rope is constantly cut off wherever it passes. The broken golden chains showed their original shape. They turned out to be extremely glaring golden lion temples that people couldn't look at directly, turning the temple hairs into huge ropes of thousands of feet, which can be called magic tricks. Dozens of giant golden cables were cut off, and the Golden Lion King kept roaring. With him as the center, thousands of giant golden cables danced and whipped wildly. Large golden cracks spread all over the sky, trying to trap Shao Chen in a corner and kill him. At this moment, the 3 skeletons appeared again, but this time they put away their confusion, and the fire of souls shone in each of their eyes. Each of them looked like a cunning demon. 3 snow-white palms raised, and then fell down violently, and countless skeletons rushed out. The fierce evil spirit rushed straight into the sky, and the vast white bone army made people dizzy just by looking at it. Kill that fucking bastard. The 3 white skeletons issued such a death order, and the endless white skeletons shot up into the sky, covering the sky like locusts, and moved towards the Golden Lion King with claws and claws. Xiao Chen was taken aback. So many bones could all rise to the sky, how many powerful fighters would that be? HMPH, little jayer in the realm of kings, you really think you can kill me by temporarily animating dead things? The words of the Golden Lion King overturned Xiao Chen's conjecture. King Qin Guang, King Yama, and King Samsara all stood in the dark sky, and each of them held a huge death sickle in their hands, shining with light and murderous. The army of bones instantly flooded the sky, and the terrifying white covered the golden light. Boom! There was a sound of heaven and earth breaking, and countless resentful souls rushed out of the bones, biting towards the Golden Lion King together, and the sky boiled because of this. The eye of destruction and the eye of reincarnation swept across all directions, and white dust was scattered in the sky. It was the dust formed by the collapse of thousands of white skeletons. The Golden Lion King's eyes turned red, and he mercilessly killed the awakened evil spirits of hell. On a large bone flagpole, King Qin Guang waved at the Golden Lion King, split the space with a huge death scythe, summoned thousands of skeleton lions, and roared at the Golden Lion King. Court death. The blonde boy turned into a golden light and charged towards him with great hatred. As his eyes of destruction opened, King Qin Guang on the flagpole shattered. At the same time, the Golden Lion King rushed to snatch the divine light of soul floating from the shattered bones. But in an instant, he suddenly realized that he had been fooled. All of this was a trap, a soul trap. To be born from nothing, guided by the soul, and set traps, is entirely the powerful power of the soul. After the Golden Lion King rushed into the soul trap, he found that he had come to the region. The 3 skeletons started their reincarnation and connected to a magnificent palace in a region. Damn it, I'm so impatient, dare to open up the small building of Patriarch Tian in the underworld. A muffled voice shouted, hell has long been occupied by peerless monsters. There is no order here, and the strong are respected. Wherever there are caves and palaces, there are super monsters. At the same time, a childish voice was extremely surprised, and said softly, Huang Mao Mao, are you here to snatch the paradise world for me?